wouldn't it be funny if we like messed with production a little bit and, you know, hid under the desk when we went live and then it all looks like we're missing and no one knows where we are?
Oh, God, Ben's going to get so stressed out.
Uh,
Wait, what was that?
We're live?
Nathan, we've got a problem.
Uh-oh.
Well, hello and welcome, everyone.
Welcome back to Campus Clash Generations, the second year of Campus Clash. I'm, of course, Walker. Joining me is the ever so lovely Infinity, and we are here for day 2.
We are here indeed. Now, yesterday was an absolutely wild ride. We saw teams compete over 4 different games. So we had, of course, starting there off yesterday with the FIFA, and then following up with the Rainbow Six Siege, the Valorant, and the League of Legends.
Yeah, and we had quite a fair battle in pretty much all of them. A lot of our teams kind of put a fair showing in all of them, and as things stand with the scores, I can give you those right now. So as things stand, our SUL campus, our London campus, the Crown Guard, they are with 5 points. This is still all subject to change due to, you know, we still have one more day left after this, but this is as it stands right now. So, of course, the Crown Guard with 5 points. It will then be our level 3 and 4 Giant Slayers with 7 points. Our Kingmakers, our level 6s with 10 points. And then in the lead at the moment, it is the level 5 Flamebringers with 12 points. But it is very close and still all to play for today.
It is. And we've got lots of new games today as well, because we talked a lot yesterday about how we've got the final the final couple of games tomorrow. But today, fresh games. We have our CS, of course, which I know people are really raring to go for. As well, Smash. Little bit more of a point of contention. I know there are a couple of people that are not necessarily wanted to be playing Smash today, but are indeed. We also have a whole afternoon of Overwatch. As we said, if you love Overwatch, today is going to be right up your alley. If you're not so much a fan, you know, stick around anyway. We'll make sure it's fun. But it is going to be quite a lot of Overwatch today.
Yeah, it is. And me personally, you know, I'm a fan of Overwatch, and I'm really looking forward to what we're going to have in store for today and how the Overwatch plays out. I know it's going to be a lot of heat in it, a lot of tight contest and that to really kind of get everyone underway and have a good afternoon of Overwatch. And, you know, that'll be our first actual winner of a title as well.
It is.
Which will give us a good foundation of actual set in stone points for the first time. The points I listed before there, as things stand, but we still, of course, have that final day on Thursday.
Still up in the air.
Yeah, that Thursday where all of the games will get their decided way. Obviously, the way that the formats all work and stuff like that, it's a bit different. So some of the titles include a round-robin format. Some of them are single elim and double elim, and we're going to bring that up for you as well. But overall, the format for Campus Clash Generations is a Coliseum format, which means that basically, you know, you earn points from your placements, and that's what matters most. Every game counts, every win counts, every placement in those titles count. And of course, with Overwatch, it's going to be that beautiful, beautiful double elimination standard.
It is.
And of course, single elimination, best of 3 for the finals. But it's a single elimination, best of 1 for it in the first 2 games as well. So it's going to be an interesting one. Going to get itself underway. But of course, we have to wait for that. We have got Smash Bros this morning.
We do. We've got to start with what we've got first. Single elim?
Double
elim. Sorry. We're getting confused. Too many single, double, much elimination going on today.
Many eliminations. So yeah, double elim for Smash. It will always be a funny best of 1 until our grand finals, where Smash will be a best of 3. And yeah, pretty much explains it there, but I'll give you a rundown. Once 2 teams are eliminated from the bracket, then they head into a 3rd, 4th playoff to determine 3rd place, and the competition ends when the loser bracket winner challenges the undefeated team, and the losers bracket wins. They go to a 2nd final match to determine the actual winner if the losers bracket winner wins in that grand final. We have what we call
winning and losing.
We have what we call the reset. So that's obviously on the cards for Smash today. And our other title is Counter-Strike as well, which I believe is a round robin. So the way that will work, of course, is teams will play each other an equal amount of times. A team will place higher based on the number of wins. And then there is, in fact, no round robin today.
Oh, there's
single elimination as well.
We have been misled here.
We have.
They're playing us back. They're trying to get us back for our little stunt earlier.
I know. We're trying to be funny. They're trying to get us back and equal out the funny business. Well, clearly,
joke's on us.
Joke's on us again today, and I'm not happy about it.
I'm not. We'll have to get our revenge later on production.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the fun that we have with Campus Clash. And, of course, there's lots of fun with our sponsors this year for Campus Clash Generations. The ever so lovely Ducky Keyboards, Noble Chairs, and, of course, Sweet Coming. We want to thank all of those for helping us to be able to put this year's Campus Clash Generations on for you folks.
And what an amazing Campus Clash it's been.
It really has. Yesterday was quite the scene. It was a lot of back and forth. We started the day, obviously, with some FIFA and stuff like that, and it was very closely contested. We had that rematch between the level 5 and 6 teams to determine who will play our level 4 and 3 Giant Slayers in the grand final for that on the Friday. And then, of course, we had other titles as well. We had the Valorant, where both the level 5 and 6 teams went 2-0, and that game will be decided in our Valorant finals on that Friday. But we still have to think about what's going on today. Smash Bros is going to be first, and it will be the level 5 team, our Flamebringers, taking on SUL, the Crown Guard, in our first game that you'll see on stream.
Absolutely, and I'm super excited to see this mashup because I've heard good things about the SUL contestant. I've heard good things on the grapevine, Nathan.
We've heard the grapevine is supplying us with lots of useful information. Yeah, the SUL Crown Guard, they have quite a notable Smash round name, but it is worth noting that the level 5 Flamebringers also do. You know,
do they?
Joel J Money, someone that we know very well within the uni. You know, his main thing is Smash, and he's come prepared. He wants to win, and with the points that we have at the moment, level 5 winning Smash Bros gives them a very comfortable lead over the level 6 Kingmakers, of course. So for them, it's crucial that J Money comes out on top and puts them in a good position in the driving seat to continue on.
Absolutely. But again, it could go either way. We're going to have a quick look at next door, I believe.
Yeah, we're going to see how it's all shaping up, how everything is looking in there. They're getting themselves ready for Smash.
They're on the big screen.
To get underway. They are on the big screen as well, which I'm sure they're happy about. They're just setting up and tweaking a few final things. Just getting themselves ready. As you can see, Joel the Shadow standing up, getting himself ready, trying to make sure that they are fully prepared and aware of what they want to run. From what I've heard so far, I'm not going to dip into it too much, but from the grapevine, once again, the National Accident Helpline, as the funny advert went, I believe that the SUL Crown Guard representative is a Little Mac player.
Ooh.
Which is interesting.
It is.
And it adds a little je ne sais quoi. A little bit of added flavour.
Ooh, we're getting the French in here.
A little bit of added flavour
to
that competition. But, you know, it's still all to play for. There's many things to consider. It's not all about just the person that you pick and your character pick. There are still many things that you have to consider, of course. And I'm really kind of looking at this first bout. I feel like that's going to be the almost decider early on, and having that game one straight away for Smash on our second day. What more can you ask for?
Absolutely. It's going to be super exciting to be able to see them play as well. We'll get the camera on as well.
Exactly.
But I don't think there's much more we can say.
Yeah, I think that's enough of us.
I think we've been keeping you guys waiting too long. So we're going to send you to Robert and Tajay to take this away for us.
Thank you, guys. My name is Tajay, and together with me I have...
Yo, what's up? I'm Rob, and we'll be casting for Smash today.
Yeah, looking for some very exciting games. As the host did say, we do have a Little Mac player for Sol. Now, I have heard he will maybe play on a single Joy-Con controller, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's that confident. If he's actually going to stick to it, I don't know.
I mean, they're already quite confident because Little Mac, for those that don't know, is like one of the most bottom-tier characters in Smash Ultimate. So, like, it's already a lot of disrespect picking, like, that to character from the bottom tier, but one Joy-Con tier is just, like, damn.
Definitely. I think the main thing that keeps Little Mac so far down on the tier list is obviously his recovery. Because his KO punch, if you get hit by that, there's almost no coming back from that one.
Yeah, you don't want to get hit on the ground by Little Mac, but like his aerial power and just his jumping ability in general is just awful.
Yeah.
And in a game like Smash where you have to knock someone off the edge, it's just it's not great. Like once you get knocked off the edge, you just can't get back.
Definitely. And then I do believe we have an Isabelle main in the mix too.
Another like D tier, like bottom level character.
So it's shaping out to be like the D tier campus clash here. But obviously we don't know what they will bring in the end. There's two players we don't really know at least I don't know what they will bring or what they mean. I don't know if you have any information.
I don't know, but I mean, if it's going off like the other players so far, we might just see like a whole D tier roster today and just battling out of the low tiers.
Yeah. Is there any character you would like to see?
I play quite a few characters, to be honest. K. Rool is one of my mains who would be nice to see, just because, again, that'd be another D-tier character joining the roster. Love to see Pyramithra. The Mii's, no one likes the Mii's. I love the Mii's. So I'd love to see Mii representation. That'd be great.
It's going to be quite interesting, actually, because the Mii moveset is not locked for Campus Clash.
Yeah, so there'll be a lot of different variety if we go with some Mii's.
Exactly. Now, we do have 9 maps available here. The 9 are Small Battlefield, Hollow Bastion, Final Destination, Smashville, Pokemon Stadium 2, Town and City, Kalos Pokemon League, Yoshi's Story, and Battlefield, with hazards turned off.
Yeah, so there's quite a few selection of stages. Narrowed down from the 80 that are in the game, just because these are just tournament legal ones.
Yeah.
So we've got a bit of variety with the maps today. Might happen to see all of them with the matches. Who knows?
Hopefully. I think how it works is that one player will ban away 2 or 3 stages. Then the second player will pick 2, and then the other player will then pick one of those 2 that they will be playing.
Yeah, so we'll see some stage bans. Like just, because certain characters have better stages out of these ones.
Definitely. And we do see here, obviously, as said, Drowsy with the Lil Mac seem to be playing on 2 Joy-Cons and not 1. And then we have J-Money with Diddy Kong, actually.
Yeah, so Diddy Kong is one of these high-tier characters, S-. Was especially quite a high-tier character in Smash 4.
Yeah.
Was one of the best characters in the game for a while.
Yeah.
And they've definitely still got a lot of potential still, and just a great character overall in Ultimate still, clinging on to that S-tier rank.
That's fair. Yeah, we are going into game here, though, with Diddy Kong versus Lil Mac on Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah, so we've got Diddy throwing a banana, doing some... immediately getting Little Mac off the edge. So this is not where Little Mac wants to be. Getting an early start.
Yeah, keeping guarding that edge is one of the more important things to do in Smash.
Oh, and Little Mac is just, he's trying his best, but Diddy Kong's quite a great character for just juggling in general.
Yeah.
He's got the banana. He's gonna be keeping Little Mac in the air quite a lot, which is just not where he wants to be.
Yeah.
But we've been getting Little Mac's been getting some hits in, but they're still quite a bit behind at the moment.
Yeah.
One stock down, got quite a bit of damage up as well, but he does have a KO punch, so things can turn around really quickly with that.
Oh, definitely. I've played a little bit against Drowsy myself, and it's been often where he been seemingly been behind, where he's just been able to get it back. Though here with the 3 versus 1 stock, it's not looking too great.
Yeah, they're still quite behind and missed the KO punch early, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Still charging it up for another one.
Yeah.
But this is a really tough matchup for Little Mac. As you can see, Diddy's just edge guarding all the time, getting him off the stage, and there's not much Little Mac can do in that situation.
Yeah, utilizing the guarding very well. Gets flung off here by Lil Mac, but Lil Mac not really able to guard that edge as well as Diddy Kong can.
Yeah, and they keep slipping on the ring thanks to Diddy's banana just there.
Yeah.
And, the boxers don't want to slip on the ring, so that's just...
Yeah.
Oh,
definitely.
But Little Mac does get a KO here.
Yeah.
Not even needing the KO punch, but they've got it on lot now.
Yeah, Diddy Kong was obviously on over 100%, and there goes Lil Mac.
Yeah, Lil Mac just... Like we said, Lil Mac just does not have that recovery. As soon as Diddy just knocks him off a ring, they're gone.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The question now is, will we see a switch in characters, or will they stick to their characters?
We might see a Big Mac come out, maybe a Giga Mac. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows?
Might be a bit bigger just to get back on the stage, a bit taller, get the recovery that he needs. Who knows?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. As we saw, the Lil Mac was just not really working that well.
Yeah, it's a horrible matchup for Lil Mac with Diddy.
Yeah.
It's not just a D-tier character versus an S-tier character. It's just that is one of Lil Mac's worst matchups when they can just constantly juggle you, get you in the air, slip you up. It's just not great for him.
Yeah. We'll just have to wait and see. Personally, I would like to see a Sephiroth in the mix.
Yeah, Sephiroth will be good. It's got a lot of range, that one.
Yeah.
And it's got quite a decent recovery. They're quite tall.
Yeah. Got a nice little counter.
Yeah, they got a counter. They can just home on rush you down real quick with the up B as well.
Yeah.
And just the sword is insane. Sephiroth has just got a lot of range.
We are going into Hollow Bastion here, though. I quite like Hollow Bastion as a Kingdom Hearts fan myself.
Oh, I need to finish Kingdom Hearts still.
Oh, really?
I love it, but I'm just so bad at finishing games. I've got so many just in the catalog that I've just close to finishing, but Just need to get on that PC and play it a bit more.
Yeah. We are seeing the Diddy Kong versus the Lil Mac again.
Ooh.
Maybe the first round was just a warm-up round for Drowsy.
Yeah, I've got the hoodie this time, so...
Yeah, he did tell me the other day that the only two skins, like the best skins for Lil Mac is the hoodie.
It is a nice skin.
And the, like, wired one. Like,
yeah. Lil Mac's just got some great skins overall. Like, they've got the hoodie, the wireframe. They're just nice.
Yeah, but... We are waiting for the players to go into game. This is a best of 3, so Drowsy needs to win 2 more games while G-Money is sitting comfortably on that 1 win.
Yeah, so it's going to be tough for Drowsy to come from behind here, but like you said, they're quite used to comeback mechanics. So we'll see if we can take the 2 stocks here.
Yeah, especially after seeing the Flamebringers versus Crown Guards in Valorant yesterday. The Crown Guards do have something to try and make up for here.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of damage building up on Little Mac here.
Yeah.
Little Mac trying to get a hit in, but it just can't. Diddy's just juggling them really easily here.
Yeah. The difference here, obviously, is that we have 1 platform instead of 2, as in Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah, in the middle of the stage too, and we've got the KO meter going up, but will we get a hit off on Diddy?
That is the question. Oh, the KO meter is gone.
Yeah, even with a KO punch, it would have done a lot of damage, but not enough damage built up on Diddy to get a KO at the moment. So we just need to get a few more clean hits on them.
Definitely. And we do see Lil Mac trying to get that counter off, but Diddy Kong just blocking the perfect frame second.
Yeah, like, again, just very on point with the shields today. Rolling and now just getting Little Mac off the edge where he just doesn't want to be. Like, even throwing a banana at him, but just wasn't necessary. Like, they're already gone. Little Mac's not coming back from that.
Exactly. It just seems like it is just a juggle show with Little Mac.
Oh, yeah.
To be fair.
We're just watching some juggling here. This isn't Smash Brothers. This is just like a little juggling performance we got for you guys.
Yeah. Little Mac getting a nice clean hit in there.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That was a nice hit from Little Mac.
Yeah, but not enough to send Diddy Kong off. He really needs to get his like close the gap here. He has the KO punch, but can he get it in? No.
No, unfortunately not.
Yeah. He gets peanutted.
Yeah, Diddy's just wasting a lot of food here today. Peanuts, bananas, like he's just like, you know, you gotta put it in the bin.
Yeah.
Like food recycle. Ooh, Lil Mac getting a KO.
Beautiful.
Nice KO from Lil Mac here.
Yeah. But will it be enough? He's sitting on 135%.
Yeah,
that is not a comfortable situation.
Yeah, even though Diddy's lost a start now, like, you know, Diddy's still staying comfortably. Low percent on their second start, while Lil Mac's just gone to their last one.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I did suggest maybe not playing Lil Mac for this exact reason.
Yeah, it is nice seeing some, like, high-level play from low-tier characters, but just, this isn't a matchup for Little Mac. Like, you know, there's other characters Little Mac does well against, even despite being a low-tier, but Diddy is not one of them.
Yeah. Diddy is just so flexible and has the speed, too. We do see the KO punch here, though, but it's...
Fortunately, just not getting off today.
Yeah. Drowsy getting back up on the stage.
Oh, got a counter, but did slip on a banana there.
Yeah. And there
Diddy
he goes.
Finishes the match. There you have it.
That was a quick, clean finish by J-Money here.
Yeah, 2-0 victory from here.
Yeah.
Not seeing a third match. Unfortunately, Little Mac not being able to get the comeback here.
It's not something that the Crown Guards wanted to see. They were going into this really confident. I know. Hopefully, this won't bring them down. Maybe we'll see Drowsy make it up through the loser brackets and back into the finals.
Yeah,
hopefully.
We might see some more Little Mac from them, but after the last 2 games, maybe we'll see a switch from them. Who knows?
Yeah, and then it depends how well J-Money will do. Like, will J-Money also make it to the finals? Will we see a revenge match? Or will he lose to someone else that might be a better matchup for the Lil Mac?
Yeah, that's it. We might see some better matchups here if like Lil Mac can get through the losers bracket. You know, just Diddy is just not the best matchup, unfortunately.
It is how it is. Hopefully, we are waiting for the next players to get seeded. Personally, looking at the roster, one of the characters that I don't see much of is actually Min Min.
Min Min it's weird. Min Min's a top tier character, but like
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of Min Min players around.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is. When she's really good, got a lot of range.
Yeah.
Got a decent amount of power still.
Yeah.
It's just like it's like Little Mac with stilts.
Yeah.
Except I've got a bit more recovery too.
Yeah, I do feel like it might be because it's so technical of a
Yeah.
character. You have all the different arms, and you have like the different ways to use them, and that might, there are a lot of other characters that's really good and easier to play.
Yeah, she's
I
a
would
very
say.
interesting character. Like she doesn't have a lot of moves
Yeah.
because literally she just punches. She's from arms,
Yeah,
but she's still got she can change the arms. So even though she's just
Yeah.
punching all the time,
yeah,
you've got the dragon arm, which has like a little laser coming out of it, which
Yeah.
has insane range. You've got the disc, and then you've got the spike ball as well. So you
Yeah.
can, even with such a simple moveset, you can be really technical with it and just change up what arms you're using, and that
Yeah.
can really mix up an opponent.
yeah. And I think that's what puts all these technical characters so high is the fact that when you know how to play them, like Shulk for example, is in the same like S minus. When you know how to utilize a Shulk and his Monado abilities, that you're almost cracked.
Yeah,
I've
it-
seen some cracked Shulk players.
That's when it's Shulk time,
Yeah.
Like, it's difficult as well because whenever a character like Min Min or Shulk,
Yeah.
if not a lot of people play them,
Yeah.
it can be hard to like get used to that character.
Yeah.
Since that's a big part of Smash. Like even if a character's D tier, A
Yeah.
tier, whatever tier they are, some people just aren't good with certain characters.
Yeah.
Like me, I hate Mr. Game & Watch.
Yeah. Yeah.
S minus character, but I've been going to some Smash locals, Pizza Time in Birmingham recently. And every time I go and fight a Mr. Game & Watch, I'm just like, no, I can't. No matter what character I pick, it's
Yeah.
just it's such a bad like character for me. I've never played him until recently, and it's not fun. So
Yeah.
that's a character I don't want to see today.
Yeah. We are having our level 6 Kingmakers versus our level 3 and 4 Giant Slayers now. I think they did choose Smash Will for the stage.
Ooh.
It seems to be some controller issues here, maybe.
Yeah, just putting the names through at
yeah.
the moment. So is that a Pokemon trainer from Greyhound and a
Yeah.
Pyro and Mithra? So two high tier characters this
Yeah.
time around.
Pyra and Mithra is obviously on that top tier together with Joker and Steve, while Pokemon Trainer not that high up compared. Let's see.
A plus.
A
So
plus,
not an
yeah.
S tier, but still a really good character.
Yeah.
We've got two form change characters here as well,
Yeah.
with Pyromithra being able to switch between the two of them.
Yeah, between a heavy and a speed.
Yeah, and then a similar thing with Pokemon Trainer. We've got
Yeah.
Squirtle, Ivysaur, Charizard,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of different playstyles with them. Since
Yeah.
people sometimes just main one of them. I've seen some Charizard mains out
Yeah.
there from Smash 4. Some people just like to play Ivysaur or Squirtle, but sometimes you get like a lot of a mix between the three.
Yeah.
And we're going to see the form change characters like start their fight. Mithra and Squirtle, the
Yeah.
two speediest ones out of all of them.
Yeah, I haven't played a lot of Pyromithra, but I do quite like playing Pyromithra.
Oh, I love playing Pyromithra. As soon as they got released, I was like, I'm maining them.
Yeah.
These were like some of the top 10 characters I wanted in Smash, so
Yeah.
I'm really glad I got them. But it's
Yeah.
really fun to play. Mithra just, being a rushdown character, building up damage, and then Pyra's really nice to finish them off because she's just really strong.
Yeah. We do see some good edge guarding here from the Kingsmakers, utilizing their Ivysaur, going into Charizard and sending the Giant Slayers off the field.
Yeah, they've been really making use of Pokemon Trainer's like unique characteristics here.
Yeah.
Building up damage really quickly with a Squirtle, like in the low low percents. Then
Yeah.
going to Ivysaur just to build up a little bit more damage and get
Yeah.
Charizard to finish him off.
Yeah.
Which is a really useful tactic. Just because Squirtle's,
Yeah.
getting a kill with
Oh
Squirtle now
my
as
God.
well.
Greyhound just juggling Foxy here and not giving them any room to breathe. Now
Yeah.
I don't know these guys' Smash history at all, but I feel like we can clearly see somewhat of a different in skill level.
Yeah, there is a lot of skill being shown off by Pokemon Trainer here.
Yeah.
While Pokemon Trainer is on like a decent high percent, like they've already matched Pyra and Mithra
Yeah.
match. But Pyra getting a
Ooh.
very nice hit there.
Yeah.
Switching back to Mithra, which is interesting with such a high percent, because Well, Mithra's not a great switch there. Like getting Charizard just punishing with a Flare Blitz.
And even then, like even if Pokemon Trainer was about losing a stock carry, what was that?
Unfortunately, Pyra doesn't have the best recovery in the game. Like she's like Little Mac in a way.
Yeah.
She's got a bit better recovery, but it's more like vertical rather than horizontal. Like she just can't get back to the stage in that way. What you want to do, you kind of want to go Mythra when you're off the edge.
Yeah.
Because then you can side B. She's got like a very long range side B hit. And that can help you get onto the stage a lot easier. But when you up B with Pyra, you're gone. Like unless you're really close to the edge.
It seemed like they were just about not close enough to the edge.
Yeah, it's always the case. You're just slightly off.
And I feel like these situations, at least personally, always feel bad because it's like, I just like sent myself off the stage.
Yeah, it's never fun with a self KO, especially when it's like by such a short margin.
Yeah.
It can just become to like just miscalculating like how close you are to the edge. Sometimes you think you're just in reach of it, but then something like that happens and you're gone.
Yeah. We'll see though. We'll see what stage we're going with.
It looks like small battlefield this time around.
Okay. We're looking at the Pokemon Trainer and Pyra/Mythra again. We have a skin change, though, for the Pyra/Mythra. I do quite like that one.
Pyra/Mythra does have some nice skins. We had the Punomia skin, I think was the last one, and then we've got the Edgelord skin.
Yeah.
I don't know what character it's based on, so we're just going to call it the Edgelord skin.
Yeah.
This is Pyra/Mythra in the edgy phase.
I do quite like the more like edgy skins myself.
Yeah, I tend to as well. I tend to go with the like the reddish skin for Pyra/Mythra, though. But like there are some good skins.
Yeah, we'll see if the Giant Slayers can bring it back. Maybe show a little bit better play here compared to last round.
Yeah, but Greyhound's already building up the damage though. Pyra/Mythra not able to land a hit just yet.
Yeah.
It's like very similar to last game where there's a lot of juggling going on.
Ooh, they are getting some hits in now though.
They are. Almost caught up to the damage that Squirtle's inflicted on them.
Yeah.
And Pyra doing some insane damage. That's the best part about Pyra. She's such a great damage dealer.
Yeah. But we do see the Squirtle juggling them on the edge here, switching to the Ivysaur.
Yeah, getting some great edge guarding in.
Yeah.
Ivysaur's great at dealing, it's a great hybrid between Charizard and Squirtle. Like, bit faster than Charizard, but also a lot stronger than Squirtle. So you can get some good KOs with them.
Yeah.
Like, a lot easier than with Squirtle.
And,
unfortunate
Foxy going off. Yeah. It seemed like they got some nice damage in. They weren't afraid to get close at the start, but then from the middle, when they switched to the Ivysaur, they seemed to be a little bit more skeptical about getting close to it because of the damage.
Yeah, we're not really seeing a lot of risky plays here. Like we saw a lot more edge guarding from Charizard earlier.
Yeah.
But they're not really getting close to the they're not really getting close to the edge to build up some more damage.
Yeah. Foxy here trying to get back on stage, but the Kingsmaker Greyhound is just not letting them.
Yeah, Charizard knows, they can fly, they can go off stage if they want to, but they're just standing there menacingly, just waiting to get a KO, which they just landed.
Yeah, Foxy made it back, but Greyhound was just like, no, this stage is mine.
Yeah, as soon as they get back on the stage, they're like, let me just grab you real quick and go for a little chomp.
Yeah, because did Greyhound lose his stock last round?
I believe they did.
Yeah.
I think they might have lost one. I remember the game being a bit, a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Charizard got a great recovery there with a Flare Blitz, and they've got multiple jumps, one of the few characters to do so, so it's quite hard to get Charizard off the stage.
Yeah.
Pyra/Mythra landed a bunch of damage, though, so maybe they'll be able to land one more hit.
Yeah. Switching back to the Squirtle, though, and then Ivysaur. Obviously, they are easier to send off, as we just saw. Foxy's sending Greyhound off the stage.
Yeah, Squirtle and Ivysaur are a lot lighter than Charizard, so it's a bit easier to knock them off. So Pyra managing to get a kill there with such a high percent. And there we have it. Charizard getting the last KO. So we didn't see a free stock, but unfortunately Pyra/Mythra couldn't
another
come back.
2-0.
Yeah, we've seen, it's been quite a landslide victory so far.
Yeah.
We haven't seen too many close games, so it's going to be great to see Drowsy v Money soon.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be Foxy versus Drowsy.
Foxy versus Drowsy.
Yeah, and then J Money versus Greyhound.
My bad. But
yeah, no, it's
you know what I mean? It's going to be good to see those, because
Definitely.
that was a very close game.
Yeah. Now, it's gonna be interesting to see how these matchups turn out, because I do feel like Lil Mac might have a better chance towards Pokemon Trainer.
That's true. Well, they've got a lot. Charizard's still got a lot of recovery compared to Lil Mac, of course. Lil Mac doesn't have a lot, but the thing is, it's going to be a lot easier to knock out Squirtle and Ivysaur than it is Diddy. They can't. We saw a lot of juggling from Squirtle, but you know, maybe not as proficient at it as with Diddy Kong.
Yeah.
So it might be a bit of a matchup, but I think it's somewhere that they're going to struggle. I think Little Mac versus Pyro and Mythra, though, that might be a bit better, since Pyro also doesn't have a lot of recovery. They're both really heavy hitters, so as long as Little Mac can keep grounded, make sure to land some clean hits on the ground, I think that'd be a much closer matchup.
Yeah. The question is, which matchup are we going to see next? Is it going to be the J Money versus Greyhound, or are we going to go into the loser bracket first with Foxy versus Drowsy? How do you feel about the Pyra/Mythra versus Lil Mac?
Yeah, I think that will be a very close game. It'd be a lot closer than Pokemon Trainer and Lil Mac. As I was saying, like, they neither character has a great recovery. Mythra is a little bit better. You can tend to side B and then up B if you're a bit far off the stage. I think we saw Foxy try a bit towards the end there. Like with the Self-Care when they side B'd onto the stage, it was just a bit too low for it. But you can tend to have some great like vertical recovery with them. But with like Pyra, you don't tend to have that recovery. So if we see Little Mac versus Pyra, then it's going to be, you know, it's just going to be a matchup between like the strong characters. But with Little Mac, like Little Mac is kind of like Pyra and Mythra combined, if that makes sense. Little Mac has the speed, it's got the power. It just doesn't have the air game. Whereas Mythra's got a bit more air game and it's got the speed, but not the power. While Pyra doesn't have the air game and has the power. So, like, it's going to be a bit of a closer matchup, I think.
As we've been informed, though, it is going to be the Soul versus the Giant Slayers. So we might be actually seeing the Lil Mac versus Pyra/Mythra, unless we see a change in characters here.
Yeah, and again, another, like, high tier versus a low tier.
Lil
Mac and Pyra looking like they're being the ones chosen on the screen here. We've got another skin change for Pyra/Mythra, gold and silver, which is quite nice.
Exactly, and it's not even a high versus low, it's the top of the tier versus the bottom of the tier.
S plus versus D minus.
Yeah. So it's going to be, we're going into it here. No one really getting a hit in straight away, kind of just dodging each other here. But
Mythra getting a nice hit. Switching over to Pyra with a nice, getting some good side Bs off here, building it with the first one. Getting another good hit in. But now Lil Mac's coming back with some damage. Like quickly building up, like closing the gap between them.
Yeah, both of them kind of trying to avoid each other. Obviously, Pyra/Mythra has this like rush attack, that I like to call it, where they can easily cover some area.
Yeah, Lil Mac and Mythra especially are both rushdown characters. Like they can close the gap in an instant. Lil Mac getting a bit more stronger hits than Mythra, but you know you can like. You've got the flexibility of Pyra/Mythra.
Lil
Mac getting a KO,
sending them straight up and out. This is a much closer game than what we've seen so far.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, Pyra coming back with the neutral B here.
Yeah, but will it be enough? Oh, Lil Mac trying to get back up, gets sent away again, but gets back to the edge.
Oh, we had a little bit of edge guarding there from Pyra. Unfortunately, not close enough, but we did get a KO here.
Yeah. Back to 2-2 stock.
Yeah, we've got Pyra trying to build up some damage, but Little Mac's just trying to make the gap as wide as possible, looking like.
Getting some nice blocks in. Mythra getting back here. But getting sent out by the Crown Guards. Straight to the left field.
We've got the super shield from Little Mac, just like, you know, even if you hit them, it's just, Little Mac can just keep going with the attack. Super armor, that's what it's called. You know, so even though we both got a clash of attacks here, Little Mac just managed to go through and get a KO.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes, though. They're kind of... It's like they're very playing around each other, but once they start attacking each other, ooh,
and a KO punch, there it goes.
Yeah, Oh, that was beautiful.
That was a lovely KO.
Now, that's the kind of play you would like to see from a Lil Mac.
That's what you want to see. Like, as soon as Lil Mac's picture, just like, right, where's the KO punch? Because it's so satisfying. Like the bell ringing and then like the sound of a punch. It's just nice.
Yeah. It's actually quite interesting because Drowsy also plays other fighting games.
Oh, okay.
I do think their main game is they've been talking a lot about the new one, Street Fighter 6. Yeah.
I do need to get myself some Street Fighter 6. Like that does look really good.
Yeah. But obviously now we're on Smash. They're trying to figure out what stage to pick next.
Yeah. If Drowsy plays like a lot of Street Fighter, it'd be nice to see some more like fighting game characters. For those that don't play Smash, it's like a celebration of the gaming industry. We've got characters from all over the place, even Street Fighter. And the fighting game characters like Ryu, Ken, Kazuya, Terry, they all have a lot of fighting game inputs, which if you're familiar with other fighting games can be really handy because it's not something Smash players are really used to, having to learn like really complicated combos like that. So it can be a nice weapon to use against them.
Exactly. Now, it is quite interesting because Ultimate has such a huge roster, but from what we've been informed by the creators, we're probably not going to see a roster this big again. Because it's just so much work.
This one was supposed to be like everyone is here. So they wanted to get every character who's previously been in the game in this one, and it's just a lot of work trying to get deals with other people. To like have their characters be able to be in the game with all the third-party guest characters. So we might see like a reboot with like a smaller roster, a lot more moveset changes. I'd like to see like some declones, like maybe making like characters like Dart Pit more unique, giving them like some more movesets, not having free links, and getting characters KO'd with Mythra and Pyra just gone.
We are on Pokemon Stadium here with 2 platforms. Look, making a nice clean work of Mythra here, but Foxy getting some hits in.
Yeah, Lomite has just been doing the work this game. It's like we're seeing a whole nother player seeing them against Pyra and Mythra.
Yeah, compared to Diddy Kong.
Oh, and we got a KO punch ready here. Are they going to land it?
Oh, that is the question. Doing some nice blocking there.
Oh, unfortunately not landing this one, but still landing in quite a nice neutral B there.
Yeah, really closing the gap here. 1 stock difference, 90. The percentage is somewhat similar.
Yeah, we're at the point where 1 strong hit from either of them is going to get a KO. Like we see now, Pyra just getting knocked off the stage.
Smacked onto the screen even.
Yeah, Smash is fun with the KOs. Like you see him, like, you see the Team Rocket blast off sometimes. Sometimes you just see a little explosion off the side, and sometimes you'll just see him face plant into the screen.
Yeah, we do see like both sides trying to get some hits in. Obviously, Lil Mac sitting on 118%.
Yeah, Lil Mac's been getting some nice counters here. Like,
but
Pyra's trying to go for a finishing hit, but Lil Mac's just not letting him with a counter. But there we have it. Pyra's managed to get a KO.
Yeah.
They've still got a lot of work.
There they go.
They're gone. I was about to say they've got a lot of work to catch up, but nope, they're gone.
Yeah, and that is a victory to the Seoul campus, the Crown Guards, moving up in that loser bracket.
Yeah, so I think they maybe we'll see them stick on Little Mac for the rest of the tournament. They seemed a lot more confident with them this game.
It really depends because when they make it to the final, because obviously next we'll see the semi, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see the juggler battle here if we see Diddy and Pokemon Trainer again.
Yeah, Diddy and Pokemon Trainer, and then the one who loses there will be facing Drowsy in the loser bracket, and then one of those will go on to fight whoever wins this next round.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting game for sure.
Yeah.
I think based on the games we saw previously, I think this is going to be the closest game we've had yet.
Yeah.
Since even though that was a lot closer of a game, it's still been 2-0 every match so far.
Yeah.
So I think maybe we can see this go to game 3 this time.
Yeah, hopefully. My bet is obviously on Pokemon Trainer. As a Pokemon fan myself, I gotta go with Pokemon Trainer on this one.
See, I think I gotta go with Diddy.
Yeah.
Like, I used to play Donkey Kong 64. Like that was my favorite game as a child.
Yeah.
I love Diddy. I did for some reason I never really played him in Smash, even though like he's one of my favorite Kongs. I'm more of a K. Rool guy in Smash.
Yeah.
But I think Pokemon's been falling off for me lately, so I've got to vote for my boy.
That's fair. That's fair. I've been playing Pokemon since the start. Not such a big relation to Donkey Kong.
It's because we need more games. We haven't had one since 2014.
Oh,
Nintendo,
really?
Please.
No, but they've been like porting games, right, to the Switch. Didn't they port like Tropical Freeze?
That's the last one. Just please. We've had a Tropical Freeze as like 2014, I think, maybe, and then they ported it to the Switch, and that's it. That's all we had. Like Nintendo, feed me some bananas, please. I need my monkey.
Yeah,
monkey. I need that. I need more.
We do see the Diddy Kong versus the Pokemon Trainer here, though, as predicted.
Yeah, Battle of the Jugglers here, so we're going to see a lot of juggling from the two.
On the, which map is this? Smashville?
This is... No. I always get... I think this is Town and City. It looks a bit newer.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, it's always confusing. They do look really similar.
Yeah.
But this looks like a bit more graphically pleasing, I want to say. So I think it's Town and City.
Yeah, we are seeing some nice work from Pokemon Trainer here, though.
Yeah, already a high percent on Diddy, but Diddy like starting to come back, build up a percent, getting some edge guarding in. But Ivysaur getting back on the stage, and now they're off again. Never mind.
Now they're fighting over the edge here.
Yeah, we're not seeing much neutral gameplay here. They're just fighting on the edge here.
Switching to the Charizard, which I think is, with that high percentage and all of this edge guarding that's happening, is a really good choice.
Yeah, Charizard's got a great off-game style. Yeah. You've got so many jumps. You've got so much power. I don't know how that didn't KO, man.
Definitely. Diddy Kong being really stubborn.
Yeah, Diddy Kong just doesn't want to go here. He's just like... If I win this game, we get a new Donkey Kong game. That's what they're thinking here. So they're struggling.
Yeah. Oh, and their Charizard goes.
There they go.
Unlucky.
But now Diddy's gone.
But there's Diddy. And we're just back to the equal field again.
Yeah, we're getting a nice reset here. Ivysaur getting some really great early on hits here.
Yeah.
But Diddy Kong not letting them take the lead forever, having the exact same, again back to the exact same percent, but now Diddy taking the lead again.
Yeah. Looking at the percentage, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a switch over to Charizard here soon, as it just happened.
The profit over here. Damn.
Yeah.
Speak of the devil, and Charizard's here.
Yeah, G-Money is really feeling the flow of the battle here, while Greyhound isn't really able to keep up.
Yeah, Diddy Kong's done some amazing damage there. It was really close for the first bit of that stock, but then they just managed to come back, get a ton of damage off, and get a KO. So with it being 2-1 now.
That's the thing. Pokemon Trainer was in the lead, but Diddy Kong is just... There's one stock difference. The percentage is somewhat equal.
Yeah, Pokemon Trainer started to get some momentum there, but that's the thing with Diddy. He can just make you slip up with that banana and just kill any momentum.
Exactly.
Getting a momentum for himself and stealing it, and
getting
a
there
KO.
Pokemon Trainer goes.
There we go. That's my boy. That's Diddy.
Yeah.
Is this why we need to make a new? We need to make a new Donkey Kong game, Nintendo, please. Diddy's trying his hardest out there. He was in the Mario movie. He just wants some more screen time.
Yeah, so that is 1-0 to the Flamebringers, which we've seen a lot of good plays from Flamebringers so far in this tournament. Definitely I would say, maybe one of the favorite teams to win.
Yeah, they've been really bringing in the heat this time around.
Yeah,
you could say they've been doing the most. You've been seeing a lot of good gameplay so far versus Little Mac and versus Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, you could say they've been blazing through this tournament.
They really have. They really have.
Bringing the heat.
they've been pretty fire, one might say.
Yeah. We are going in, though. We are seeing the Diddy Kong and Pokemon Trainer again. People are definitely sticking to their picks here.
Yeah, we haven't seen, for a game with such variety of characters, we haven't seen too many of them. We've just been seeing, the main four.
Yeah.
I think what's nice is even though they haven't been changing off characters, there's been a lot of characters that, have different forms. So it's not necessarily just the same four. It's been, 7 characters, something like that, because you see Squirtle, Ivysaur, Charizard, that's 3 in 1, and then we got Pyra Mythra, which is 2 in 1, and then we get KO right off the bat.
Beautiful edge guard and the spike there from Pokemon Trainer. They definitely want to bring back the win here.
Yeah, after the last game, they're definitely going into overdrive here, trying to slipping on a banana, unfortunately. But you know, they're not going to make this an easy 2-0 for sure.
And we are obviously on the Kingdom Hearts map again, Hollow Bastion.
Some great music as well.
Yeah,
Kingdom Hearts just chef kiss.
A little bit different from the previous map, as it doesn't change that much.
Yeah, you see a nice little scenery change in the background, but not really much in terms of the stage.
Compared to the previous one, who could have up to 2 platforms at a time.
Yeah, this one's got just the one in the middle.
Yeah, which I do think sometimes do disappear.
It does?
I can't remember. It has been a while since I played this map.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I think this one just stays around.
Yeah.
We're getting Diddy Kong coming back here.
Yeah.
Getting another stock.
Yeah, but the percentage is really big. Diddy Kong getting flung off to the right side here.
Yeah, there is a big gap. Diddy Kong's definitely going to have to bring some more work here and to catch up here.
We see Greyhound just taking it back, putting on the pressure, not like doing some risky plays there, trying to spike Diddy Kong down even.
Yeah, Charizard, because of that insane recovery, they can just make a lot of risky plays because you can go off stage, try get a KO, and it's quite easy to come back with that side being up B.
Yeah, and especially now with the 2-1 stock difference, there is like if you get that spike off, there's no reason not to.
Yeah, even if you get a KO, it doesn't work out, you KO yourself, there's still like a massive difference in terms of damage.
Ground protecting the ledge here. J-Money trying to get back, but get flung off straight out, making it 1-1.
Oh, finally seeing this go to Game 3, which is really great to see. Haven't seen that yet in the tournament, so this is a lot closer.
Yeah. This is exactly what we would like to see here at Campus Clash.
Yeah, we want to see more closer games like this. We want to see some great competition.
The cream of the crop, as they say.
The creme de la creme.
Yeah, the top players utilizing all their skills to the maximum. Yeah, expanding their galaxy brains.
Expand Dong. Kong.
Kong, yeah.
Expand Kong. That's what we should say.
Which is very fitting with the Diddy Kong.
Exactly. Expand, it's time to do that.
Now, it isn't over for whoever loses here, as they will go down into loser brackets.
Yeah, so, we might see a revenge match coming up for the two of them soon.
Yeah.
I saw with that neutral bead getting a ton of early damage.
Definitely. It will either be a revenge match of Pokemon Trainer and Diddy Kong or Diddy Kong and Lil Mac.
Oh, true.
So
Lil Mac was doing the most last game.
Yeah. Now, we do see the percentage are kind of equalizing here. Both of them not really getting many hits in here.
Oh, but, the thing with Diddy, you can just... very opportunistic. Soon as Ivysaur slipped on that banana, Diddy was in and managed to get some extra damage in there. Charizard doing a lot, though, and not quite getting a KO, but is at the point where any hit really is going to do some, major damage, and probably not him off if it's a strong one.
Diddy Kong getting some hits in here, starting to juggle the Charizard, but Charizard managing to get out of it. Yeah,
Diddy's not going to let Charizard kill them early, managing to catch up in percent. Yeah. It's a bit tougher for Diddy to get KO compared to Charizard, just because, it's a small boy. And speaking of that, for Squirtle
that was a questionable switch there.
Yeah, Squirtle, especially at the high percent, is just a lot easier to KO than Charizard.
Maybe they were trying to take the Diddy Kong out with the speed here. We do see the Ivysaur getting the kill though.
Yeah, getting back to 2 stocks. Almost resetting the playing field with Charizard catching up to getting Diddy Kong some most needed damage right here.
Yeah, Ground taking the lead in percentage here. Diddy Kong almost falling off stage but managing to get back up.
Yeah, we didn't see too much edge guarding there, which would have been nice to see. Just like we said, Charizard got the recovery to be a bit more risque with that.
Now the question is, realistically, Greyhound should have realized. Oh, and there goes
Lovely
Diddy Kong.
flare blitz from
Going
Charizard
back
there.
to Squirrel though, really questionable with the percentage here.
Yeah, I feel like Ivysaur might be a bit of a better play here, considering it's like that good middle ground between the two. So It won't. Oh, there we go. There he comes.
Yeah.
So Ivysaur, like, you know, can build up damage a bit quicker than Charizard, but also is not as easy to knock off as Squirtle. So it's just that good middle ground character out of the two.
Definitely.
Out of three.
We do see both of them trying to fight over the edge here, going into the Charizard, but gets him straight off by the Diddy Kong.
Yeah, not enough. Like, even though Charizard's quite hard to knock off, unfortunately, just not enough. Like, it was at too high % there, so we're taking it back to 1-1.
Yeah, this is definitely the closest game so far here at Smash in Campus Clash.
Yeah, like, both players bringing in the most right now.
Yeah.
Pokemon Trainers got, like, still a massive lead, though.
Yeah.
But, you know, Diddy Kong, with how quick they are as a character, they can just rack up the damage and the combos really nicely.
What was that?
Ooh, like, I think that was a jetpack just doing some damage.
Greyhound just not putting himself in a great position. But Diddy Kong looking really frail there with the 117%.
Yeah, Charizard's not too far away. They're still going to need to rack up a lot more damage to get a KO. But, you know, it's still anyone's game. Diddy can just rack up some combos right now, get to a high percentage, and potentially get a KO. But no, Charizard's going to get the KO instead.
Goes.
He's gone. Charizard coming up through the win here.
Yeah, Pokemon Trainer making it onward. But we will see that Diddy Kong Lil Mac rematch.
That would be a great rematch to see. I think like Lil Mac's got a lot more into the character from the last game.
Yeah.
It is a tough match between the two of them, so Lil Mac's gonna have to put in a lot of work to beat Diddy. If they do stay on the characters, but it'll be a bit closer game this time, I think.
Yeah, well, that is to say, if Drowsy is going with the Lil Mac, maybe in this situation we will see a different pick, maybe.
Maybe so.
Unless he's confident that he can bring it back this time around against Diddy Kong. Maybe he's been off to the side, practicing.
Yeah, like Lil Mac, might have had some confidence from the last game with that win. The 2-0, so like, you know, the first game was just a warm-up, second game getting into the swing of things. So we've got the third game for Little Mac, we might see like an entirely different character.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe a different skin, if anything.
Yeah, that's it. That's how you win. Skin, you know, if you have the wireframe, that's how you win. You need to have the best one.
Yeah. It is quite interesting, though, with Smash, because obviously we haven't had an update since December 2021. That's almost 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while. There's been a lot from the modding community adding characters, like patching characters and things like that.
Yeah.
But in terms of the official game, we haven't really seen much.
Yeah.
Last time, I think Sora released a few months before December.
Yeah.
And then we haven't had anything since.
No, but that is very typical of Nintendo, though.
Yeah, they don't tend to, like, you know, listen to the community too much. And, like, they're just like, right, we're done. This is it. Have fun. And then Steve came around and is like, oh, no, we need to ban him, please.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's also interesting to see, because Smash was removed from Evo 2 in 2022, I think.
Nintendo, it's just Nintendo. They hate the community. I don't know what it is. Like, they just see them doing, they're just like, oh, are you having fun?
Yeah.
You're doing tournaments? Not allowed.
You're having fun, but not the fun that we said you could have.
Yeah, it's just like, how dare you turn these items off and ban these stages?
Now, personally, I am an item player. I do prefer playing Smash with items. I do at least think, like, in a professional setting, maybe, because the Smash Ball is kind of part of the ability, like the Ultimate Smash should maybe be more used in tournaments.
That's the thing. It's I feel like if they balanced Final Smashes enough, because like
some are more broken than others.
Yeah, there's a lot more broken than others. Some do different things than others. If they all did like similar damage and got them at, like, you know, like if they balanced it up, because we've got the Smash meter now. I think if they balanced all the Final Smashes, it'd be nice to see them in tournaments, because that's something I like to use. I don't really use items, but I do like the Final Smashes.
Yeah.
Because you see things like Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, like other fighting games, they do have like ultimate moves.
Yeah.
And it can be really hyped to see, and I feel like that's the thing that Smash is missing. Like, you don't tend to see it. There's not a lot of characters with those like big hitter moves like Little Mac does. So having like Final Smashes coming around would just be like, you know, it's good to see.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. We are on the Diddy Kong and Lil Mac here. So will this be the revenge Mac for Drowsy, or will we just see a rerun of the first game.
Yeah, this is it's definitely going to be a tough match for Drowsy with this matchup.
Yeah.
But after last game, it might be a bit closer.
Yeah.
What's Skinner going for this time?
They
They
are going for the red and blue, which I do feel like they might be going for, as it represent both Seoul and the Stoke main campus. Because your campus is obviously all about the red.
But we do like red here.
Yeah, while our campus is all about the blue. So maybe we're looking at like the unification here, which obviously is something that Campus Clash is also about.
You're not wrong there. Diddy, they're not about that. They're just let's go red.
Yeah,
we don't need blue. We got yellow. We got yellow stars, but just the red's enough for them. But Little Mac, good job. Good job, Little Mac.
Definitely. We are waiting for the players to go into the game, though.
Yeah, the game will be starting pretty soon.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll see a free game, like 3 rounds this time, like the last one. We'd like to see these close matches.
Yeah. It is, yeah. I've been also looking at some recent like big tournaments. We had Kagaribi 10, where I was looking at like the top the characters played by the top 3 players. We'll get back to that as we are heading into the game now. Finally, will Crown Guard manage to get their revenge here?
Yeah, Diddy already like setting up that banana.
Yeah.
Diddy's really good. You know what? I'm gonna leave that comment. I was about to say it didn't sound right, but Diddy's making use of his B special. Let's say that instead.
Yeah.
It didn't sound right when I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
But Diddy's getting some nice combos off here.
Yeah. Getting some nice percentages in. Lil Mac not really. Ooh, but there he gets some combos.
Oh yeah, getting some nice juggles here.
Yeah.
Lil Mac's trying to get some percent, but Diddy's just not letting come close. But we got a little bit of damage here.
Nice counter there. Getting the KO punch ready.
Yeah, we've actually got a nice range here. If Lil Mac lands it, which he doesn't, it might have been able to KO at a percent.
Takes the banana, gets some hits in, but sitting on 160%. This might be the play, though, taking control of that banana peel.
Yeah, it's a lot closer this time around.
Yeah.
As long as Lil Mac can get back on the ledge, which they do on this occasion, but probably not now. That's a bit too far.
Yeah. I think the play there would have been to grab onto the ledge instead of getting on the ledge, letting Diddy hit him off again.
Yeah, Diddy's just, coming through with that edge guarding. They're just really good at it, really good at the juggles.
Yeah.
Lil Mac just doesn't want to be in the air, and that's where Diddy wants him. So,
even like his shields are getting red too. Why Diddy just grabbing him and throwing him instead?
Yeah, Diddy's like goes for the grabs quite a lot. Which isn't something allowed in boxing. So Lil Mac's probably just not used to that. It's just like, why am I being grabbed right now?
Yeah.
I just want to punch. Just bananas on the rings. I'm just confused.
I know Drowsy do quite like using the blocking. Gets sent out again. 3-1 on the stock.
Yeah, Lil Mac, they're close to getting a KO, but that's getting the KOs.
Getting the KO.
Commentator's curse right there.
Yeah, but Diddy Kong is still sitting very comfortable on that 2 stock.
Yeah, they've just got a lot of great grabbing moves. So even when Lil Mac tries to go for the counter, you got that side B just to latch on.
Yeah.
Using it effectively just to give him a good old smack.
Yeah.
And just tripping him up with that banana as well.
Yeah, finally getting some percentages in here on Diddy's second stock. But I do not feel like it will be enough.
Yeah, Lil Mac's got to do a lot to come back here.
He's very determined to get that revenge match against Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, like they're doing the most they can. They're getting close to that KO punch here, but are they going to be able to land is the question.
And will it be enough?
Yeah, at this percent, it might not be.
Yeah, and no, he loses the
denied
KO punch.
anyway.
The Diddy Kong, like J-Money is not afraid to get close, and there Lil Mac goes.
I love how like at that point, they just know Lil Mac's recovery, and Diddy just stood there. They're just like, he's not coming back. I can chill. I can vibe.
This is what I was like we were talking about earlier. Like Lil Mac might be a really good pick, but once you start facing people that might be around your same level, and they know the recovery and what to do, it's just not much you can do.
Yeah, all you need to do against Little Mac is just give him a, just yeet and then get him off the stage. And then they just can't come back. They're like, bye, Little Mac, and they're just gone.
Yeah. We are seeing the Little Mac again, but yeah.
Yeah, Little Mac versus Diddy as well. Like, there's no need for J Money to change character.
Yeah. He knows it works. It's worked every game so far.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So Diddy can just keep at it. Landing like a nice little combo here.
Yeah.
Getting a big string of attacks. Lil Mac just trying to get back on stage.
Yeah. I feel like maybe the stages too might be disadvantage for Lil Mac.
Yeah, Diddy Kong can just like kind of dance around the stage a lot. Get on
the platforms.
Get on the platforms, get on the ground. Lil Mac doesn't really want to be jumping between them. Like, he doesn't want to be in the air at all. So you kind of want like a Final Destination-esque stage where there's like no ledge, no platforms really.
That's what I was thinking. Lil Mac losing the KO punch here, losing a stock while not even getting a hit in on Diddy Kong.
Yeah, Diddy's chilling. Diddy.
Yeah.
Like, getting a lot of nice hits in on Lil Mac here.
It was looking so good at the start of the last round, but now, not so much.
Yeah, I think, while Lil Mac was kind of getting into a groove in the last, with their last opponent, like, Diddy Kong was also, like, doing a lot as well. So they've been playing Diddy Kong all day.
Yeah.
And they're just really confident with the character, as you can see, and they're just going in.
Yeah. It's definitely showing that Lil Mac shouldn't take his boxing career to the jungle.
Yeah, like, we've seen Lil Mac fight Donkey Kong before in the Punch-Out series, but Diddy is not an opponent he really wants to fight. He doesn't want to fight with Diddy.
But then you could also argue like and there Lil Mac again, he just can't recover.
His legs, like, he's got little legs. Look at him.
Yeah.
Like, he just can't jump that high. He's a small boy. Short kings matter.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, getting Diddy Kong off here, but not really. He's not really utilizing that guarding off the edge either.
Yeah, like Diddy's like showing some great neutral right now.
Yeah.
Like getting some good edge guarding as well. Again, the peanut, like, Lil Mac's got the KO punch, but he's
it's not
going to
be enough.
Gone.
And there Lil Mac goes again, and that's Crown Guard's out.
Yeah, Crown Guard is unfortunately out. Diddy Kong, they're just doing a little dance. Look at them.
Yeah.
Like,
getting ready to get a rematch, actually, against Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, so this is going to be quite a close match indeed, again, after what we saw previously. Yeah. It could be anyone's game.
Yeah, we're probably going to... Looking at how it's been so far, we're probably going to see the same character picks, but we do know it is a close call. It all depends on how Pokemon Trainer utilizes their Pokemon and how Diddy Kong can read them.
Yeah, Pokemon Trainer, you've got a lot of mix-up between them. Like I said, it's 3 characters in one.
Yeah.
So, it's a lot to consider while going up against them. You can change your playstyle in an instant, and... they used that quite effectively earlier.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens this game.
Yeah, definitely. We are. Yeah, it's just been so good. Again, looking at previous tournament results too, like big tournaments results, there have been a lot of like Pyra/Mythra, as we've seen, obviously have been very frequent. But there have also been like Clouds, Steve, Pitts, Kazuya, Pac-Man, Yoshi. Actually,
yeah. Some tournaments you've seen like. Pre-ban, you just saw Steve winning a lot of the time, because Steve is a busted character. There's like some sort of glitch in the game where like you just can't be hit with him or something like that. But like a lot of tournaments nowadays actually ban Steve because of how good he is. I think Kazuya was getting close to that ban as well.
Yeah.
Like on this tier list, it's like neutral S tier, but Kazuya's probably the closest character we've got to Steve.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many of those characters though this time around. It's just been we've seen Pyra/Mythra, which is one of the best characters in the game, and Diddy Kong's quite high tier as well.
Yeah,
but we haven't seen a lot of those other high tier tournament heavy characters recently.
No B or C tiers either.
Oh yeah.
At all.
No, did we see an 8? Yeah, we did. We saw an 8. No BLC
Pokemon
characters though. We haven't seen.
Pyra/Mythra is DLC.
No, BLC, not DLC.
B and C, yeah.
Yeah, DLC we've seen. Pyra/Mythra was part of Wave 2 of the DLC.
think. How many waves were there?
Only two. There's two
yeah,
waves.
They're part of wave 2. Yeah. I think the first DLC character that wasn't Piranha was
Joker.
Yeah.
Joker was the first one. They got announced at the Game Awards.
Yeah.
I remember being so salty about that.
Really?
Because I love Joker.
Yeah.
But I was watching the Game Awards just in case they announced something Smash related.
Yeah.
And I had like election the next day.
Yeah.
And I was just like, no, I need to go to sleep. I've got election next day.
Yeah.
And I think like 20 minutes after I went to bed, Joker got revealed. I was like,
oh yeah.
no,
I was losing. I remember just losing my mind. I was just like, big Persona fan is like a character that's not a Nintendo like first party. Let's go.
I was so happy Joker got in the game. I'm just so salty. I missed the reveal. I was like, no.
Yeah.
It was like 20 minutes. If I stayed up, to peak gamer hours.
Yeah.
I could have seen the reveal live, but no, I was weak.
But we are gonna go to a break now. So thank you guys for now, and enjoy the break.
Yeah, we'll see you in a little bit.
to day 2 of Campus Clash Generations. I am, of course, Affinity, and I'm joined by the one, the only, the magnificent Walker.
How you doing? I'm having fun. We just saw some amazing Smash Bros. Go underway, get its action done, and, well, it was quite the bout. We saw some very one-sided games and then a very, very close game between level 5 and 6.
We did, and there was a lot of support, a lot of cheering in the room over there. I got to watch the level 6 go absolutely crazy when I believe it was Tom took the victory there.
Yeah, Tom coming out on top in that game, and it sets up a really nice finals for a rematch between both the Kingmakers and the Flamebringers to get themselves in position. You know, it's looking like Smash could be some key points, you know. For level 6 especially, they kind of need that extra point in Smash if they want to build on from and try and close the gap to the Flamebringers.
Now, I think there's also something that we need to talk about. There's a new addition.
An elephant in the room.
Very pretty elephant in the room.
It's quite a vibrant elephant in the room as well.
Shall we talk about it?
I think we might have to. You know, everyone's interested about it.
This is the one and only Campus Clash trophy.
It is the official one.
Handmade.
Handmade, 3D printed, hand painted. And I can't lie, it's quite beautiful.
It's very nice. It's got Campus Clash up there. You can't really see it. It's got each of the teams and their colours on the bottom as well. Absolutely beautiful trophy that everyone is fighting to take home.
They are indeed, and have the pride of lifting it. Obviously, last year we didn't have this trophy. We had a slightly different iteration of the trophy, but obviously
what was it?
Will be the first one. It was like a shield sort of trophy.
Ooh.
One of those ones that you like
engrave into.
Engrave, that was the word I was looking for. Engrave into. We had one of them, and it got London engraved into it because London won.
They did indeed.
But obviously, works differently now. Seoul is an entire campus, but us as a collective up here in Stoke is no more. We all are rivals. We're all competing against each other. All of the years are competing against each other and trying to lift the new Campus Clash trophy. This no bad boy.
Now, we are going to look at the schedule now, I think, actually.
Yeah, I believe we are, actually.
That was only the first game of the day. We still have CSGO and Overwatch to come. Look, so we've just finished Smash Bros. Now we have CSGO.
Yeah.
CSGO, very intense one.
This is going to be a very, very heated set of matches.
It is. And then, of course, we've got the Overwatch afterwards. We'll get to that later. You know, we've got a whole afternoon of Overwatch. You're going to be sick of it by the end.
Yeah.
But moving on to the CSGO. Now, this is the one that I'm super excited for. I'm a CS player myself. Well, I was. I've no motivation to play recently, but I'm a CS player at heart.
You're a CS fan. Is what I'd call it. You're a big fan of the Counter-Strike. So I think it really makes sense. And, you know, I'm sure you've got a lot of things to talk about. You'll be very much analysing every play that all of our players make and judging all of them. As our job makes us do, we're allowed to judge you lot, and that's what that's the best part.
I'm not allowed to be too critical. That's the caster's job today. Today, I'm just here to hype everyone up, you know. I've had a look at some of the teams. I've had a look at some of the skins as well. And I'm telling you, if it was a competition based on skins alone, level 6 has already won.
Yeah, I can't lie. Shout out to my housemate, my dear friend.
Mr.
The new loadout is clean.
It is
Can't lie.
Bought a pair of gloves just for today.
Just
a couple of case openings I saw happening earlier, maybe just for some good luck, you know.
I know, and we planned it. We were gonna do a little case opening on stream. You know how they do it at all of the majors, on the laptop. Yeah. See what we get. We would have pulled a knife, I reckon.
Production said no.
It's all on production. Sad times.
Blame them.
But I'm really excited for some CSGO. You know.
So am I.
I'd argue it's probably going to be the most sort of evenly distributed game. Every team has that sort of standout player, and you know, with the format of it being a single elimination as well, it really puts pressure on them to perform from the get-go. So as we say, best of one in a single elimination. Once 2 teams are eliminated, they will be in a third, fourth playoff to determine the extra bits of points, and then of course the 2 winners will go against each other in our grand finals tomorrow to decide who goes home with all of the money.
The money?
The hypothetical money.
The hypothetical money,
The hypothetical money of
take
points.
Take home the crown, the trophy, the glory. The glory is what we're really playing for
we'll
here.
Go with the glory.
But yeah, I'm super excited. Best of ones are an interesting one, though, because, you know, there's no room for error. And, you know, it's very difficult because everyone wants to play Mirage if they're not confident or they don't know their team. And I've heard rumours that that's definitely going to be the hard ban for some teams because they want chaos. They want pandemonium.
Yeah, we were having a little bit of a discussion about what we feel is likely to come out. And Mirage is definitely something that it makes sense if you know CSGO, and it's kind of easy to understand if you don't really play CSGO, but some teams want to use that to their advantage, and they want to go to a map where it's very difficult for newcomers.
I want to see Anubis.
We had this.
I hate Anubis, but I want to see Anubis because nobody knows how to play it.
You want to see Anubis? I want to see some Ancient. I can't lie. Ancient's a great map. But with that, you've had enough of us.
Yeah.
We're going to hand you over to the ever so lovely Matt the Mighty Sloth and a new face on the broadcast. It is the Cole Cheeseman, a.k.a. Moonin. We'll hand you over to them right away.
Thank you very much, Lena and Nathan. Yes, I am Matt, also known as the Mighty Sloth. You saw me yesterday. But joining me today, he's finally here at Campus Clash.
Yeah, finally. On day 2, we're here. Really excited about what we're going to see today.
CSGO,
yeah.
The most, probably one of the intense games. You know, we've had our, FPSs yesterday with Siege and Valorant, but CS is one that, here definitely at the campus, it's one people get very intensely in.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly I know some of the players on my year that are really, really into it, like Nathan and Affinity was saying. Harvey and Ballads or Josh, one of our lecturers, really into the game and really, really down to play today. Yeah,
and it's going to be interesting, especially with the teams we've got coming up. But if we have the Giant Slayers versus our Kingmakers now, our level 6 representatives here at the university, they're CSGO nutters. They love the game. They're always talking about it. They're very hyped for CS2 upcoming. So having a nice CSGO tournament, to end the university stand here, I feel like it's going to be a nice send-off, especially with people like, Mr. Peapod, very CS heavy.
Yeah, certainly. And it's like the desk was saying, some really obscure maps we're probably going to see. And like they were saying, the chaos and the fact that not all levels of knowledge of the game are similar. There are some players that have, obviously, the greater knowledge who are going to lead teams in their respective games. But the fact that we've got Anubis, Ancient, Vertigo, all those sorts of extra maps that you haven't seen, obviously Vertigo being a main one as well, but you haven't seen as much of for obviously players that have not recently played.
Yeah, and obviously some of these players, like I can already see names on here, definitely on the level 4, level 3, level 4 representatives. Toast there, I know he joined us for one of our events in the CSGO side, and he's very knowledgeable in that sense, so he's probably going to be an IGL for the side of the level 3s and 4s. I feel as if with our level 6s coming up, I'm not really sure. They've got a lot of big names on that sheet. I don't know who's going to IGL, who's going to be a standout player, but I know a lot of them are going to have a fun time. I know some of them love that LAN environment, especially when they go straight into just their game, like their gamer zone. But coming into map bans here, what do you want to expect?
I mean, like the desk saying, some of like Ancient or Anubis, they're really expecting. I personally really like Overpass as a map, very good rotations and really good flank opportunities throughout. Yeah, just a map I'd love to see.
Yeah, obviously Mirage getting taken off the board. Lena obviously instantly told us that Mirage was going to get banned because, it's a map that everyone pretty much, even if you've only started playing CSGO, you're going to be comfortable with Mirage. Getting that taken off the board forces those players, adapt very quickly because if they're on a map they don't really know, they're going to have to try and pull out all the stops. What's a map that you want to see, like, just taken away straight away? We have Anubis taken away.
That's one of the ones I had an idea about, that the teams that obviously don't necessarily fully put themselves into CSGO, Anubis was going to be one of them, or Ancient, like I've been saying. It might sound like a broken record, and I'm going to say it a lot, but it's just something that if you don't know a map in especially FPS games, it's going to hinder you quite heavily, especially with angles and corner peaks in certain ways and all the lineups as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm obviously going to see what Band 3 comes out from the side of our SUL Crown Guard. I did get mistaken. It's not Kingmakers and our Giant Slayers. It's our Crown Guard and Giant Slayers. So the SUL representatives versus our Giant Slayers. So it completely negates what I was talking about with the level 6s. However, they're a team to reckon with, especially when we see them on stream. But looking at SUL, looking at our CSGO roster, we've got the likes of Victoria. I know they're a league player. So going in CS, that's quite nice to see. And obviously some of the other SULs have been throughout that whole entire game because they're here up in Stoke. They're using the rotations of who wants to play what game. And it's going to be nice to see a familiar faces. Nuke getting taken off the board, as well as Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map I do like to see as well. But it's something to consider, again, through priority on maps as well. The obviously Mirage being the insta-ban to make sure that maps like Vertigo or Anubis and Nuke, Overpass, Inferno were being played.
Yeah, and obviously
Brothers.
Ancient still on the board here, so it's a map that a lot of players, if you don't know it, you struggle on it, definitely. We've seen it a couple of times here at the university. A lot of players get lost in the mayhem that is Ancient. Obviously, Lena, one thing, that Pandemonium. I feel like that might be, so Ancient's still on the board, Inferno being banned, because that's another map that everyone pretty much knows.
Yeah, we'll see what level 3 and 4 want to do out of the last remaining max of Ancient and Overpass. And like I said, personally, Overpass would be great.
I love Overpass. Overpass is, it's a map, it's a staple. If you've played CS for a long time, you love the different feel that Overpass has, especially with those tunnels and those rotation speeds, as you said. But we'll just see what they pick. They could just do a situation where you're like, no Overpass for you.
Yeah, well, again, we'll just have to see. And then obviously the remaining team left over with the final pick will get side select. Just have to wait and see what happens next as we do get the Kingmakers.
Yeah, Kingmakers did get put on there. Obviously, it wasn't our Crown God. It was a mistake on our part, but it's okay. We now know that it's Kingmakers versus Giant Slayers, and the map pick is Overpass, so you're happy. You're chuffed.
I'm chuffed. Absolutely belated with joy.
Yeah, so Overpass as a map for side selection, obviously our Kingmakers will be having... Which would you prefer going into the first half? Do you prefer CT or do you prefer T on this map?
Well, I think both sides are actually fairly evenly matched. Maybe with the fact that the rotations of the T side coming in, obviously through the upper sides and the sewer sides as well, is a lot easier through the middle there as well. So I would maybe give the T side a favour over the CT side. So I'd maybe want to start on the CT and then end on stronger, but it all depends on what the confidence of each team is going to be.
I mean, if you want to talk about confidence FPS games, Kingmakers in their Valorant section were heavily favoured. I think they went 13-2 in both games. So I feel like a lot of them have that FPS knowledge, especially because it's very applicable from CS to Valorant. There's a lot of different changes, but they're very, same way as some form of gunplay. So I think Kingmakers here, I think they have a game plan in mind. It's as if it's all on Giant Slayers to kind of react to it, though.
Yeah, and there'll obviously be a lot of flow with the Kingmakers. Obviously, the fact that there's Valorant knowledge and experience, and then also having the CS, which is obviously the gameplay, but the general and knowledge of CS and the way it plays, there should be easy rotations, quick rotations. It shouldn't be clunky or mistimed, and they should be well communicated as well.
Yeah, I hope so, because a lot of the level 6s, they're quite a tight-knit group. They obviously know what they want to be like together. I feel like they know what their roles are in this situation. We'll be getting into the game shortly. I believe they are on their warm-up round. So overall, do you have a favourite going into this? I know you're a level 6 representative yourself. Do you feel as if you're always going to be on the Kingmakers side, or do you feeling Giant Slayers might take it to them?
In certain games, certainly, Kingmakers will fall. But in CSGO, which we're on now, I think it's a very favoured for them. Obviously, the level 5 team is also reasonably good as well, so that was probably our aces of the games, but we're here now for the level 3 and 4 and 6.
And I want to see level 3 and 4s come alive, because in some of the games they've been close. They've just fallen short, some hurdles. So having that level 3 and level 4 representatives, if they can come alive in CS:GO for day 2, going into day 3, I feel as if, they're going to have more of a positive life, especially in the event, especially in the games they're playing. But if they can take it to Kingmakers, I don't know, because I've played CS with some of the level 6s, and they are just 100% better than me. I don't know the level 3 or 4 skill level, but I know that Kingmakers are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, certainly, and just like we've been saying, it's going to, again, sound like a broken record, but it's what happens with this.
Yeah,
certainly.
I feel like a lot of them are FPS heads. Whereas I think our level 3s and 4s, they're more league favours. So they have the league yesterday.
Yeah, they do have a couple of league players, but again, like all the teams, they don't necessarily have a 5 or 4 in some cases of one game. So there's obviously needing to be leaders, IGLs, and who are going to take charge and then use that and just become the one player in the game that takes over.
Yeah, I feel as if it's going to be level 6, it's going to be they're going to show it very, very quickly. Obviously, on the desk, they were talking about skins as well.
Yeah.
Now, I want to know how much money these level 6s have definitely spent in it, because if we see some interesting skins today, especially some rare ones or some just wacky ones on loadouts, I feel as if that's going to be something interesting to see.
Well, like they were saying, Mr. Harvey Peapod, they're buying skins certain for today.
Yeah, that's unheard of. I don't think I've ever heard of someone just buying a skin specifically for an event. But I think it might be a lucky charm.
Yeah, we'll have to see when they get into, and gloves, a very mainstay on the screen as well. Yeah. So we're going to be seeing them a lot as well.
Because I know I started playing CS:GO when gloves actually got integrated into the game, when the gloves started getting packed, and I remember being, that level 2, level 3, and my friend unboxing a knife on his second ever case.
Wow.
And that did make me salty because I've never packed anything better than a blue.
Oh dear.
So my CSGO luck is very, very poor.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, unfortunately, and you just wish that one time you'd get a knife. But
I know, they just look so nice. And obviously, you have the opposite, which is Valorant, where you spend copious amounts in the shop just to have that. But, you know.
Yeah, well, you know what you're going to get as well.
Exactly.
And, well, everyone really likes picking up the same stuff.
We're going into CSGO soon. I feel as if we're going to see some... I don't want to say we're going to see a stomp, but I feel as if level 6, they definitely have a game plan, especially with the certain players that they have. I know some of them are very aggressive players. I know people like Ballads, who is our lecturer, Josh Ferguson. I've seen him play CS, you know, all throughout my university stay here. And he is an aggressive, but he's one of the players that's saying calm and collected. Do you feel as if that's going to be what's the main thing, stay calm and collected, and then have an explosive reaction when stuff goes good?
Well, I think that's just with any FPS game specifically. Like, I mean, all three that we're playing here, Siege, Valorant, and CS, the fact that you know when the aggression is needed and when it's not is a high skill ceiling possibility for any player. So, yeah.
And I did say yesterday, I did bring something into fruition. When we were doing League of Legends, I said, I've never casted a pentakill. Yeah. I really, really want one. And we got 2.
So what you're saying to me is...
We're going to see an ace.
Aces.
I want to see a 1v5 clutched post-plant situation ace. I'm bringing it in. If someone can do that, you get a handshake. You just get the respect from us here on the casting duo. Because having an ace, you know, it's just going to be a hype. And I will probably hear them in the other room, even with these headsets. And through 2 doors.
They'll certainly try anyway.
Yeah, and I feel as if it's going to be anyone, you know, put names down. Obviously, Texit Toast, I know, is a CSGO, you know, I've heard from Lena that he's very, very comfortable with CSGO. But will they be able to push forward against level 6s? Because I feel as if most level 6 there, they definitely play CSGO a lot more. Obviously, I know also Foxy from level 3 and 4. They played Valorant very, very well yesterday. They were quite calm and they made some very crucial clutches. So if they can implement that, because I don't know if they play CSGO, if they can implement that knowledge from Valorant into CS, I feel as if we could have a back and forth game.
Yeah, and based on what I saw yesterday from home, unfortunately we didn't get to see the Kingmakers in the Valorant yesterday, but we will do later tomorrow as we get into the map.
Yeah, we're actually in, and obviously our Kingmakers here opting to go to CT, like you said, and then going for the T side later. And we're seeing, you know, I feel as if this is the one. CSGO is going to be one where it all kicks off. Definitely for our players. They're very, very excited for us as we go into round 1. We're seeing a heavy push from the T side. They're already closing in onto the B side. 4 members strong for the CT side as Foquim picks up a headshot onto Beans and kills down Foxy as Purge takes down Stimmy as well. It's already a slaughter. CT have taken down 3 members as Breadboy takes on Foquim with that classic there. Not classic, sorry. It's a Glock. I've got my Valorant head on.
Oh, dear.
That's a mistake there, but no.
No, it's fine. Yeah, Breadboy also just sending a few pop shots through the tunnel to the B site there. Getting a few catches there on Purge and Ballads as well. Just generally the off angle, you having the 2 people on the site there covering as much of the site as you can, and obviously Foquim taking a really good double kill.
Yeah, having first contact from Foquim. As you see Manny here. Whoa, beautiful flick onto Peapod. Clips his head straight off as another fight goes down. Ballads here. This is Ox taking on Breadboy as Ballads gets taken on by Manny. Manny here on a one-man army mission in a 1v2 situation against Purge, and this is Ox. Manny here having a very comfortable position, though. They've got the flank off. They throw it on the flashbang, see if they can find any more picks.
Oh, I hit around that corner. It's perfect timing, making sure that the stun goes off and then waiting and making sure that they're in that hallway, and that's where they pounce and take the lovely kill. So good bit of money and a good bit of eco to start off the next round. We're going for a full buy straight away from Purge here.
I mean, he has the money, he has the guns from last round. His Kingmakers, you know, striking first, winning that first round. Do you think as if that's where they start, just building this lead? Or do you think, Giant Slayers are definitely...
I mean, that's kind of the play of CSGO, the tumble, you might say, down a hill, the rolling and building up of a snowball. So we'll just have to see after this first round whether that can come into play. And as a really fast push here from the Giant Slayers, getting one with Femboy Foxy.
Kills Purge here, and it's already a B takeover. You got 2 members of CT on the flank there. As we see another kill from This Is Ox. Foquim takes on Foxy again, and Foquim taking down Manny as well. I feel like that was a beautiful spray transfer. You see Beans and Breadboy, the only ones left as Breadboy gets taken down from the flank, and Beans here Taken down by Mr. Peapod again. Even though Peapod was looking in the opposite direction, flicks onto Beans and finds another kill. 4 members alive from the side.
Yeah, it's unfortunate Purge does down there because one of the players that does fall by into the round, and they couldn't unfortunately pick up the gun there either. And a really good nade into mid just to make sure that any gunfights would 100% favoured for the CT side as well.
Yeah, and obviously, 2 rounds already. If this momentum can carry forward, it will spell defeat for our Giant Slayers. But, Kingmakers, they're looking confident. Most of the rounds, they have a lot of members alive in the... So we're just going to see what they can do. And maybe it's a change in strategy from our side of our Giant Slayers. They're going for a slower kind of play. I don't know if this is the correct answer. They were getting really aggressive, and they've opted for this very slow push.
Yeah, and that's just a heavy presence in mid as well. Just above these stairs, we could have contact coming through.
As Beans finds 2 members here, whiffs a lot of shots though, takes down Peapod. And he says it's a easy pickup for 1 kill. And Breadboy takes down Ballas, who was also there. Door opens and Beans slays Folkwim. And, Giant Slayers, 5 members strong, have taken down 3. And now they're going to look to capture the A site.
Yep. Purge here using the scout. It's a nice long angle. That's first seen on the left side of sight here.
Stimmy flashes themselves and gets taken down by Purge. A lot of utility coming out. Breadboy getting low, but Purge takes down Beans, and it's all up to Purge in a 1v3 situation. You've taken down 2 already. Can you find any more? Foxy here.
Yeah, Foxy, more health right now. It's best to take this engagement. You really don't want to be losing Breadboy here, especially with the amount you've invested into this round.
I feel as if they're actually opting to go to B. They're faking it, and Foxy misses a couple shots. Purge here. Dying a bit of high, merry-go-rounds. He gets the spray down, though. Foxy taking down Purge, and that's, a good answer from Giants.
Yeah, certainly. And the good now switch of momentum. We see this in both Valorant and CSGO. The fact that you get 2 rounds and then you move on, and obviously the gun and economy flip evenly. So we see Stimui having to pick up the P90.
I think that's a comfort gun, though. They picked it up for the past round as well. I know that's one of our lecturers, Maddie. I believe that's Stimmy.
That's Dan, the team manager.
I thought Maddie was going to be playing us today, but obviously not.
I think Maddie might be Breadboy?
I don't know. We'll just have to see. Obviously, we might go talk to some of the players in the green room, but we are seeing another slow advance from the side of our Giants. I feel like they're waiting because they realise that our Kingslayers, our Kingmakers, they're very aggressive.
Yeah, and that's just something they've taken into consideration the last 2 rounds as one of the main reasons why they did win that last round. Just waiting and having caught the 2 players off guard in stairs as well.
Breadboy here, sneaking on the stairs, but they're playing patiently. The side of the CTs, they've kind of fallen back and they're going to let the others come to them and try and find as many picks as they can. And it seems like that's what Folkwim wants to do too.
Yeah, I mean, just Folkwim getting those 4 kills in the first 2 Kingmaker rounds as well kind of set the tone as well for the team.
Yeah,
they wanted then to play off the aggression again as Folkwim gets the 1 onto Manny.
Yeah, and this is Ox backing up Folkwim, taking on Beans, and Breadboy taking on Folkwim. But, they lose 2 members just for 1, and Peapod taking down Stimmy. And this is the CT's patience coming into play. T-side had that aggression, and they're trying to force themselves on the site, and they lose 3 members. It's all up to Breadboy and Foxy right here in a 2v4 situation. But I feel like the members of Kingmakers, they're just going to collapse on. They know where the util's getting fired. And Peapod here, looking to maybe find a kill with this frag grenade. Does hit Breadboy for a chunk of his health.
I think Foxy also got caught there as well. And they're just, lovely swing there from Peapod to collect onto Breadboy as well.
Just slid across the screen, finding an easy head. But Foxy, trading on to Purge here. What can Foxy do, though? The time is running out. I think they're just going to look for exit frags or anyone moving around. And Peapod here, trying to sniff them on. I forgot. Yeah, there you go. People are taking it. I forgot that music after an MVP round was a thing.
Yeah, well, we get some dutty raps up in his after the round.
If it had to be level 6, it would be level 6 as Peapod coming in very clutch, especially with a very nice aggressive swings, which, fits Harvey's style. We've seen him play CS, and having that aggressive, even though they're in, sometimes unfortunate situations, they still play aggressive and they still manage to find picks.
Certainly, and that just showed in the last round as well as we get the smoke here for backside of B.
Yeah, they're looking for an
Flashes as
aggressive
well.
push. They've changed their mind with this slow push. I don't think it's going to work as Breadboy enters sight, but actually gets flashed there. And Purge taking on 2, and this is Ox. They defended beautifully. Takes down Stimmy. Breadboy here getting tagged up very low, but this is Ox also gets taken by Femboy Foxy.
So they have the site, but there is Fulcrum flanking and does get one, is seen. The gunfight win for Peapod.
Yeah, and overall, that rotation speed from Kingmakers, you were talking about it in our pre-game, that the rotation speed on Overpass can be, underestimated. And the fact that Peapod went from all the way on the A site, rotated and find a kill within, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, it's the advantage of Overpass, especially if you're CT.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, it's not the fact that the strategy isn't there for the Giant Slayers. They obviously have their lineups for backside with the smoke we saw and some of the flashes that were going through as we have our first AWP.
Oh, bring on the AWP from Bread Boy. Can
Whoa.
he find a what?
The damage.
Wait, where was that damage from? Was that a cross-map nade or something, or did they nade themselves? I'm very baffled. We didn't actually see what went on there, but two members cut in half. You see Bread Boy playing as a lurk, finds contact with someone though, and actually dies to Purge with the pistol. Okay. That's a free AWP for you, Purge. I think you've deserved it there. And overall, it's a 4v5 situation. Ballad's here getting tagged up. They've spotted him. I feel like that's just going to be a cheeky smoke to come out, but Ballad's spraying through the smoke. Can't find anything, but
Foxy taking a lot of damage there from that trade, taking the majority of their health with only 13 left. And we just have to wait and see what happened with the damage that the majority of the team took. Yeah. Stimui also taking 25 as well.
Yeah, and there we go. Ballad's taking on Manny with a quick headshot. Ballad's showing confidence and just holding sites, in a different angle from that own. And they have an AWP now, and it's a 3v5. I feel as if you're the side of Giant Slayers, do you feel as if you have to either make a very crazy play or just get taken down by Fulcrum, who slayed two with this AK.
That's bombed down as well.
Peapod picks up Femboy Foxy after trading on to Ballad. So our Kingmakers here, surviving strong. They're very heavy in terms of members. On each round, they've just shown that 3-4 members are going to survive each time, even if you trade off of them. And Giant Slayers, they're not looking alive almost. Yeah, they're forcing plays and they're trying to figure something out to take down this level 6 side, but nothing seems to be just working just yet.
Yeah, and we only have the God gun or the hero gun here from Giant Slayers of the AK on Manny.
The rest are opting for Deagle, so maybe they're looking for a shootout, and Peapod finds Stimmy. And Peapod here just plays so aggressive. Look how far pushed up they are on this A side.
Yeah, and it's around the rotations as well. This play can be played off so many angles around Playground as, Peapod collecting the second on the round. Can't quite get the third, but does get a lot of damage down onto that bomb carrier of Foxy.
Yeah, and that's Peapod, just aggressive plays of just catching the slide of Giant Slayers off guard, and now the situation's quite dire. You've got someone with no HP, and it's almost a 2.5 player count versus 4. And this is where CTs, they just have to play patiently.
They're also
have
playing
to come to them.
What looks to be a little bit scared. They haven't quite pushed up to the angles they've cleared.
This Manny gets taken by this is Ox. This is Ox, just kind of sits on B and just has that defense written down and memorized. It's very nice to see. And it looks dire for the side of Giant Slayers already. They're running out of money, they're running out of resources, and they're running out of members.
And they're calling at the minute the re-rotate. So the slow play of Giant Slayers is possibly quite good here. Ballad's trying to cover 2 angles at once. The slow play kind of knows, sees the body of one, gets the first.
And Ballad's here, takes down one, re-picks for a second and finds it. Ballad's here. I thought that was going to be a timing thing where he looks away and then 2 members pounce him, but it wasn't. Ballad stays strong, stays focused, and takes 2.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate that the AK couldn't catch the rest of Ballad's health there to maybe even just get 1. I know the money is absolutely fine for the side of Kingmakers, but just to dent it a tiny bit and maybe have that regress next time in the coming rounds.
Yeah, but it's 6-1 right now for our Kingmakers, showing aggression. And we already talked about it in the pre-game, but this is their game. CSGO is one of the titles that all members are comfortable on. Obviously, Peapod running and gunning straight into Femboy Foxy, finds the quick kill, throws on the fire to cover his escape. See what more he can do as he closes down into this area.
Takes damage of his own molly as well, and there's Fulcrum getting 1 for the Kingmakers, really covered here. He's thrown his own smokes to be able to possibly rotate as well.
And this is what's unfortunate. The T side, they're just hiding. They're all in the vents. And this is Ballad's time to shine. I think he's closing in on most of them. See if they can find a pick.
Just waiting here. Slight peek on the door with the hole from the AWP. Does Bread Boy know?
Ballad.
Does, but can't quite get the kill.
Yeah, had the nice idea to throw the angles at Ballad's here. Just throwing on the fire to stop them, and they're working in duos. This is Ox and Fulcrum work in tandem very well on this B side, whereas Peapod plays kind of alone, and Ballads and Purge they also work together. So and Ballad's there taking on Beans.
Yeah, it's like we were saying prior to the game, the known aggression and when you can and can't, as we get Ballads there finishing off the next 8th round.
Oh, that's a beautiful AWP.
Oh, hello.
Hello. If it's got to be a good skin, it's got to be that. And a match pause coming out. I bet you that's from the side of Giant Slayers. They want to break up this momentum that Kingmakers are actually progressing.
Certainly. They're also talking about economy right here, because certain players can buy, but not all. Manny is struggling there, as well as Breadboy. Breadboy can definitely buy. It's just whether they want to control economy to even out with Manny or the rest of the team and just force into the next round.
And 2 AWPs picked up on the side of Kingmakers. That's that aggressive play I want to see. The fact that it's on Persian Ballads, people that, work in tandem, I feel as if that A site is going to be very much covered. Although, you're not going to count a P-Pod. I feel as if the Giant Slayers have to pick up that P-Pod is always going to push up this A site, and you just have to expect any corner that they're peeking around.
Yeah, certainly. And we'll see, obviously, one AWP dropped there to give to someone else, as we are back with our lovely faces.
Already, that was around 8 rounds down. Level 6 is only dropping 1. And that was on round 3 after the overaggression of, some of the members. And, what can you digest from that? Because Kingmakers here making an early statement in this, first round of CSGO.
Yeah, and I mean, I was really surprised after the win from Giant Slayers that it didn't then snowball a little bit and get a couple rounds in and make sure that they were staying even with what is a very good CSGO team at this tournament.
Yeah, and I feel like they're the ones to watch. But we got to look at Flamebringers and the Crown God when they come, and show themselves on stream, see who else is going to be the most dominant, factor in the terms of the game, especially when we go into the finals tomorrow. But right now, it is Kingmakers heavily in the lead against our Giant Slayers. And Giant Slayers, they're going to have to, bring something back. They're running out of funds. They're kind of losing their mental. They're acting scared. They need to show that confidence. I think we need to see, at least one player from Giant Slayers paving the way for his team.
I mean, this also could be perpendicular to the fact that, like I was saying, both sides can be very even. And the fact that you have a strong team on one side is where the gap is coming from. The fact that they can rotate quickly, both sides, and the fact that they know the rotates, they know the maps, and they know angles and all the Molotovs, grenades. Like in that one round where 3 players took 2 of them half and 1 of them 25 damage from the majority of their health was very pivotal to what this Kingmakers team do in CSGO.
I think like that's a knowledge differential, because from the side of Kingmakers, their utility usage is quite strong, whereas on the side of Giant Slayers, I believe, in one of the rounds, one of the members flashed 3 people and it caused, one of their members to fall. We saw in the kill feed an assist go through on their own teammate. So maybe it's Giant Slayers needing to clean up sort of their game plan, their style. I know it is still early days within, a CSGO match, because it can go on for a very long time.
Certainly.
But they've got to act now before it's too late.
Yeah, and I think they just need to be confident in what they're doing, slowing down, making sure that every play isn't, rushed or panicked when one person goes down. The fact that you drop a player early on is not the end of the world. They need to restore faith in themselves maybe when that happens.
Look how far pushed this P-Pod player is. I know I talked about aggression, but this is just uncanny.
Yeah, it's crazy at the minute. Yeah, just backing off as well slightly. There is a pincer coming around onto P-Pod possibly. The fact that they're in the mid-chambers, sewers, ventilation area.
Yeah.
To get a peek from Breadboy.
I know you were talking about like the funds and maybe having to opt for a save, but no. The side of our Giant Slayers opted for an AWP, 3 AKs and a P90.
Yeah, I mean, they did have that money, and Foxy buying the AWP, I think, for Stimui, who's just slowly pushing up.
He's getting tagged here by P-Pod. A quick headshot comes down, and, Bean's also getting taken low too.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, like you were saying, aggression in general has favoured.
It's almost a hit-and-run tactic. You see people maybe find a pick and then instantly falls back to the back of A site, and just to support Ballads there. And it's a very nice strategy, and it looks like that's been practiced almost, because I feel like P-Pod knows where to look as Ballads finds Breadboy with a quick ult shot, as well as P-Pod working in tandem, taking on Beans. And it's now a 5 versus 2 situation. But they're all just peeking individually, and Stimmy finds Ballads at the end of that, but P-Pod here. What can you do? With Go in the AWP.
Oh.
Actually gets taken down by Stimmy. Okay, it's an AWP off, it looks like. Purge here, still with an AWP. 3v2 situation.
Yeah, Stimmy just ready more than both Ballads and P-Pod there for the long angle looking over A. As we have a slow push here from Foxy, who has bomb. Covers herself for the flash. 6 seconds, 5 seconds left.
Yeah, you don't have time to plant that bomb, so it looks like it's just going to be a CT take, as this is Ox. Bomb actually goes down, but Foxy gets taken out. And now it's all on Stimmy with the AWP. Smoke comes down just to cover that defuse. What can you do?
You can
Orc
see,
shot
though.
comes through. Stimmy taking on Purge in a 1v2. What do? Misses the shot on This Is Ox, and they find a quick kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a really good round here from Kingmakers, getting that, Giant Slayers, as they recover from 3 kills. Obviously, the money isn't a problem, but the fact that you can now start to maybe talk to each other, realize where the strengths of your team lies, the fact that Stimmy having an AWP and a long angle to make sure that the kills come through, it's very much something to look at for this team. And getting 3 kills and making sure that you can get confidence from that and push forward and gain rounds. Even though there is a 7-round deficit, there's still loads of CS to play today.
Definitely, and you want to talk about money. This Is Ox probably has more money than the whole T side combined, sitting on 16,000 there. So, you know, they have that aggression, they have the funds to do it, and now I think they're just going to get creative. Peapod here, getting aggressive again. I feel like as if the T side, they just wait now. They have to wait for that Peapod aggression and then, you know, strike first.
It has been forced off a little bit, but this, I think, is where he flourishes right now, using both lanes towards A, as he's now backing up Ballads, who is aggressive on this first rock.
Yeah, and obviously the T side, they've actually opted to go in the B site after Focum, and This Is Ox usually takes that site down very, very quickly. They're actually forcing something. I see a couple shots come from This Is Ox, you know, tagging someone. I think that's Foxy there. Takes down Femboy Foxy. Focum with the AWP. Easy shots for him. But it's quite a... I wasn't expecting Focum to have this CSGO aggression.
No, I mean, his playstyle through League is very aggressive junglers and making plays and continuing to take down as many people as can as he gets another kill with this operator. That's 2 for him on the round.
Going on for the ace, maybe. Well, let's see if we can see the first ace of the day from Focum. Has AWP in hand. 3 members strong from the side of Giant Slayers on B, but there's a flank coming in from Kingmakers as Peapod takes down Manny and Beans, and also up to Stimmy. What can you do? Focum with a triple kill with the AWP. Clean. I just want to say clean. 5 members strong.
Also really good patience. If you miss the shot with the operator there, Stimmy's getting you. So the fact that he waited, making sure he had the shot, just tracing as best he could, making sure he can secure that kill in the end of the round as well.
Yeah, obviously, with a very large lead, Kingmakers here, you know, they're showing their CSGO knowledge. 9-1 is the lead right now, and obviously when we're closing up in this half-time mark, you gotta ask questions. Do Giant Slayers have a chance to come back into this game when they switch sides?
I mean,
Peapod spraying through smoke finds Foxy.
And yeah, Ballard's just backing him up there as well, putting a whole ton of damage down onto Manny and taking out Beans as well.
And Breadboy changes onto Peapod here. Peapod's aggression does get answered finally, which is good to see, but he already finds one in a very weird circumstances. Purge here is on the lurk. Missing a couple shots, taking on Breadboy. See if he can find any more.
Just have to see how this shotgun's used. It's being used in a lot of close angles. I believe that's Manny down in the maintenance hall.
Purge here, finding one member. Actually gets taken down. Simi with a P90 kind of just rushed him there. It's now, you know, opened up the chances very, very well. It's still a 2 versus 3, but both members very, very low.
I mean, this is a very good round. The fact that they had 3 AKs and now left with a P90 and a shotgun to try and clutch out the round. I'm surprised they haven't picked up the guns that they did get, but we'll have to see.
It's probably them being scared that there's another member.
Possibly.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me, but they are opting for the very, very slow rotate. They've got about 30 seconds on the clock to try and make something happen on B. But Focum, the sniper here, you know, with the AWP, see if he can find any picks.
Whether they check their corners, obviously Focum can see into this tube, but Stimui's playing with fire here.
You know, time's ticking as Manny takes down Focum. Oh. You've got to act now. You've only got 15 seconds. Members have to rotate. You have to get the plant down. You've got 10 seconds left.
It's crazy to see that this round still has a 75% chance, which drops straight to 43 as a kill for Manny onto Ballard, still on 2 HP with bomb down.
And This Is Ox. What can you do? Finds down Stimmy. Can you find Manny? You can! And in a 1v2 clutch situation, a 1 HP! Okay. This Is Ox, you know, the confidence, got the money bags, you know, clutches a 1v2. But that's signs of life from Giant Slayers, at least.
I mean, certainly. The fact that they were that close to winning 2 rounds as the rounds change magically.
No, they've gone back to how they were.
Yeah, so something I mentioned while in the round, they had their team for the Kingmakers 75% at the start of the round with all the util and guns that they had, which dropped immediately when in the 1v1 to 43%. So, as seen by that, you can see that there's any chance that a round can flip instantly.
Yeah, it's finally a time where, you know, the side of Giant Slayers, they actually have money, and they're forcing this full by two AWPs and 3 AKs. But what can they make of it? Because, you know, the side of, you know, even in bad situations, Kingmakers somehow find these little windows just to strike back. As we see, Femboy Foxy taking on Peapod here. Finally, that's the first time I think Peapod's fallen to First Blood.
Yeah, I think First Blood now, for one of the first times, maybe also the round they won as well. It's Giant Slayers also putting a lot of damage down onto this Ox, who's at 11, who's probably a Valorant player going, "Hey Sage, can you heal me? Can you heal me?"
Well, you know, there's no healing in CSGO. You can probably get a grenade to the face from one of your teammates. You don't want to see that, though. Could be funny. But Ballad's here. Open hands. Stares down the barrel of Stimmy and takes him out. Looking for another peek as Breadboy tries to get on this box with the AWP as Manny takes down Foquim, and all the kills are going down here. Purge takes down Beans. A flash comes out from Breadboy trying to enter site with his AWP. But both members from CT have kind of positioned themselves where they can't be seen just yet as a frag grenade comes through. Doesn't tag anyone just up yet. And this is dangerous because everyone's kind of lurking in smokes. They don't know what to do or where to push. No one has information, and that's kind of a dangerous game.
Yeah, Manny just missing the Molotov there as the flash comes out. Looks backwards, takes first glance, but can't quite get the kill onto Ballads.
But traded back by Breadboy. Breadboy looking confident on the AWP here. Gets taken down by Purge. Purge, you know, in a spot where you wouldn't really necessarily peek, it's all up to Foxy, who has the bomb, though.
Yeah, 21 health left, and obviously this is Ox still only on 11. Still on maximum money, obviously surviving the previous round as well.
If you're Foxy, I'd rather play aggressive, catch them by surprise in the rotate, but opting to just play this defensive straight onto site. It's on our Kingmakers in a 2 versus 1. They have the man advantage. Femboy Foxy takes up 1, and now it's Purge here. You clutched up the, you know, you've clutched before, but you take damage from the fall. He takes down Femboy Foxy, who was kind of looking in the wrong position. They heard the drop, and they weren't looking in the right place. But Purge picks up a triple kill on the clutch.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly how you play a 2 versus 1. You send the low health member in to try and maybe either get pop shots or find out the position at least. This Ox does down, but the fact that Purge has a good overview of the rest of the site can get the kill onto Foxy there to finish the round as well.
Yeah, and I've just seen, you know, Peapod has 15 kills and a KD of 2.5, which is kind of unruly. AD of 137. So those stats speak for themselves. Peapod being a clutch factor for the side of Kingmakers. This aggression.
2.5 KDA, or KD I believe it is in CSGO, as we get the first bits of damage coming through. Not much, but can be influential in most gunfights.
Yeah, Breadboy and Stimmy taking a bit of damage. I feel as if the lurks here, I feel like Peapod's just going to find someone completely off guard here as gunfight goes down. Peapod takes down Foxy as expected. He's in another duel, fighting against the fire here. And Giant Slayers, you've got to make a move now before you get collapsed on. But that bomb, the person holding the bomb, oh, actually, no, they took down the bomb. That's my bad entirely. They've now got to recollect the bomb, who's, you know, Peapod's holding his treasure as Purge takes down Manny.
Yeah, a little bit of damage traded back there onto Ballards. But yeah, a really nice setup for now as Beans and Foxy take out Peapod, with Purge and Peapod trading back onto Beans.
Yeah, which is a nice trade back, and now it's a 2v4 situation between Stimmy and Breadboy. It's kind of looking dire as a nice flick comes up from Purge, but doesn't actually collect onto Stimmy. You know, they're trying to pick up this bomb and force the play, but CT's playing patiently, which is something you really would like to see.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, the fact that it's 11-1, there's not really much you can do about the economy or taking out everyone, so you have to start winning rounds to start doing that, and there you go. It's another one to try and win this one.
Stimmy, you know, playing that lurk and picking up 2. So trying to, you know, force something, an unconventional circumstances as both members, one member on B, one member on A. So if they can find this pick onto This Is Ox, take the B site, they might win another round.
Yeah, but This Is Ox taking the off angle for now. Full health, full armor, not in the gunfight so far, is flashed.
If they check their corners, which they don't. As This Is Ox takes down Stimmy and takes down Breadboy with a bit of spray and pray. They didn't check their corners, like you said, and, you know, they lose a round because of it.
Yeah, and I think it's just a rush on the timer, really. They wanted to make sure they could get the bomb down and have a chance to play off-post plant, but This Is Ox again, sitting in the off angle to make sure the kill is easy enough to claim.
And you see how dominant the side of our level 6 representatives are. All their members are above 10 kills, and Giant says none of their members have actually reached 10 kills yet, and that's the 12-1, you know, split that we're seeing, and it's Giant Slayers on the back foot, for most of this game. You know, they had signs of life in a couple of these rounds, but they're not finding anything as Peapod finds first contact against Foxy, but Foxy trades back. Very nice aggression.
I think it's just the use of the same angle with the smoke and just above it there is why Foxy can get that kill. Purge also taking a little bit of damage too, probably in a fight with Stimui.
This is Ballard's comfort zone. If they push onto A, he just holds both angles so nicely with the AWP. But I feel like they might just opt to go maybe B here. It's the decision making you have to do. It's Foquim.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. If you can find a pick with this Zeus, that would be just a bit of spicy BM. We're actually yet to see a knife kill either.
What I was going to say about Fulcrum's position was there's a nice mole in the line of the Giant Slayers, but the fact that he's using a Zeus is maybe not so useful.
Yeah, as they're opting for this A push, we see a lot of Molotovs come out, just blocking the entrance as Femboy Foxy takes Purge out through the wall. And so they find Ballards here at the back of the site. They're just trying to put as many bullets as they can. Ballards takes on Stimmy, gets sprayed down by Breadboy down the side of the bin, and Manny takes on Fulcrum. And this is Ox in a 1v4 situation, takes down Beans and gets traded. And Giant Slayers, they bring back another round.
They've doubled the rounds they had.
Woohoo! Level 3s and level 4s. Last round of the first half, 12-2. Still, level 6s, the money they have and the aggression they have. Let's not just, you know,
yeah, it
out.
can't be understated. The fact that they've been basically hoarding money since the start of the game, the fact that they're up 11-1, this is the first time that they've actually had an insignificant amount broken.
Yeah, and you said a lot of people prefer T-side on this map. It's quite the T-favoured map in some aspects, but, you know, on a CT like push like this, the aggression they're showing, you see Peapod getting a bit too aggressive, and Ballards follows suit, gets tagged up 74 as Foxy. I feel like they've gotten used to this aggression now.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing. Foxy, in the 2 rounds now, has taken first blood onto Peapod. Again, we're just flashing.
No, he misses the Zeus, and Manny gets the kill onto Foquim. How do you miss a Zeus from that short of a range?
I'm not entirely sure, but that's what you get. That's all I'm going to say.
You just had the biggest sigh as you watched that Zeus miss. See a couple shots now. Breadboy taking on Ballards, and Beans taking on Purge, and Giant Slayers look alive. They've got that momentum building. I know it's the last round of the half with all these guns that they have, and this is Ox in a 1v5 situation. Now,
here we go. This is what you wanted.
This is what I wanted. If this is Ox can clutch up this round to take it to 13-2, I will be a very, very happy CSGO catcher as they're finding first contact behind the truck. But they don't know where any members are. They're getting sprayed for the fence here, and Stimmy finds a very nice flank.
Yep, Tech9 coming in there with the final kill of the half. And it was possible, but the fact that this is Ox didn't know about the flank is why that round ended so.
Yeah, 12-3.
Yep, and we see the rounds triple over the last 2.5. And you just imagine if they had this sort of performance at the start of this half.
I feel as if now that you change sides, though, what's the mentality shift? That aggression shown on CT side for our Kingsmakers, do you think that's completely copied from T? Like they're going to show it on T side?
Yeah, this is where their play styles now fit the side they're playing. So the fact that T side can now really aggress and push and force people off certain angles to make sure that they have sights is perfect. And the fact that Giant Slayers can then also play more passive, make sure they're waiting for the Kingmakers to come onto them as we get our first kill for Peapod, who is just running.
Yeah, they're just running and gunning, and Peapod's aggression here paying off for them. This is the most aggressive play we'll probably see in our CSGO performance here at Campus Clash Generations. And Peapod here, already bouncing on to the B site, hits a lovely headshot onto Beans here, and now they've changed the favour as this is Ox, trades with Ballards onto Stimmy, and it's a 5 versus 2. And, you know, Kingmakers on a pistol round, they just look very, very clean as Breadboy trades back to Foquim.
Yep, I mean, 2 versus 4, still possible. A couple of players on reasonably low XP as Breadboy down to now 8 HP. Does get the kill with the help of Stimui and onto Purge and Ballards.
2 quick headshots. Takes it into a 2 versus 2. Breadboy trying to find another member. Femboy Foxy taking this as Ox very, very low, but it's still on this Ox and Peapod as they both go in tandem and take down those 2 members. Very cleanly, well done, and a nice site rotate.
Yeah, so just a really good round for the Kingmakers there to just clutch up that 2 versus 2 to make sure that they were playing the time on the bomb perfectly and forcing the aggressive peaks then, which is not the style of the Giant Slayers as we've seen in the T-sided half for them.
Yeah, and it's 13-3 and it's looking very dire. These rounds just keep on building up. Obviously, Giant Slayers have taken 3 rounds, but it's, you know, it's not enough to stop this aggressive train. That is the side of our Kingmakers level 6 representatives as Peapod here Manny, I don't think was expecting that at all. They were still like changing guns, trying to figure out what to do. As Foquim takes down one and Purge trays onto Beans, and now it's a 5v2 situation, and we're only 30 seconds into the half.
And I mean, that's just like you were saying, the aggression from the Kingmakers, knowing their ability throughout this game, making sure as Foquim doesn't quite get the kill.
Foquim on CT was very nicely, but the past couple of rounds, Foquim's kind of whiffed. As this is Ox, takes down one, tries to get spray onto the other, and takes down Breadboy. And on the C-side push, Kingmakers look kind of unstoppable.
And we're now 2 rounds away from this being over.
Which is a quick game for CSGO.
Yeah.
You expect these to go into overtime and to go and force all these rounds, but Kingmakers making short work of Giant Slayers, and it's on Giant Slayers now to just push back the offensive pressure.
And this is where the money problems now really are starting to hurt Giant Slayers. Obviously, there was a major problem for them in the previous half, but the fact that they now have to force basically every round to make sure that they can win is then also a major problem going into the next one.
Yeah, and obviously we're seeing an aggressive A push. They both opted for the B site both times, and now all members going in. And Peapod again, that's another first blood for him. That aggressive run and gun style just works for him. And Femboy Foxy takes on Ballads, who's in a very nice position on the flank. All members don't really expect Foxy to just pop around this corner. However, one member looking for the lurk. There's Purge here, taking on Foxy. And overall, 4 versus 3. I feel like Kingmakers take this round on again.
Yeah, and they've also got the Molotov lineups to stop any pushes from happening from the CT corners. As the first peek comes in and Fulcrum gets the one on Stimui. It's a nice headshot as Peapod's looking at the last couple of players that are left on this T side.
Beans and Breadboy seems to be the only 2 members that really survive most of these rounds. Peapod's aggression kind of sweeps them from underneath their feet as another grenade comes through, tags up Breadboy, and they know where the last 2 members are. Fulcrum pushes through smoke to take down Beans. They know where the last member is. They just hunt him down. Breadboy takes on Purge. It's all on Fulcrum, who's on the very nice flank here. Breadboy, what can you do, though, if you can clutch up nice headshot, not even a headshot to people. Take down 1, take down 2, takes down 3! Breadboy, those flicks were so clean. Triple kill with the clutch. Does he have time, though?
I'm not sure.
Ticking, 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 ticking. Common, if you clutch around like this, you have to clutch up. No! Breadboy, you look so clean. But still lose the round, and that's the victory for our Kingmakers on match point.
Yeah, I'm going to say 16.
It went grey, and I was like, that's when a match usually ends, but no, a victory of the round, but not a victory of the map just yet. Wow.
I mean, yeah, it's really good play there from Breadboy, making sure to isolate each gun play against the opposition and making sure that it was always a one-tap headshot. And like I said in the previous round, forcing now to Mac 10s, the shotguns, the scouts, and only one primary.
Feels really bad from the side of our Giant Slayers as Beans here takes down Peapod though, and Purge and Fulcrum trades onto Beans and Femboy Foxy. Peapod's aggression kind of leads his team into the sites very, very nicely, and now you're in a full v3 situation on match point. Kingmakers here looking for a very, very clean victory.
Yep, just clearing as many angles as possible with the one shotgun as shots come through. Now from Fogrim, who does take down to 4 HP, but the Molotov should be enough with the position moving, and Ox gets 1.
Manny, though, you're on the flank here. No members really spot you. What are you going to do? Shotgun comes through, takes down 2. Purge and Ballads go down from the shotgun. Fulcrum trades back onto Manny, and it's all on Breadboy. Clutchmeister Bread. What can you do against this is Ox and Fulcrum. Fulcrum very, very low, though.
Also, a lot more chance here, not the 1 versus 4, as the first one comes down. Breadboy knows where Fulcrum is after the shots miss, and
Breadboy, okay. Looking at life, I believe Breadboy might be our toast. Wow. I would get it because the bread pun.
That makes a lot more sense.
Clutches up another round.
Is then very odd to see because in the first half they had a 0.16 KD.
Maybe they warmed up.
Maybe it's the case. I've heard very cold in the room they're playing in.
Oh, okay.
So some jumpers needed to be worn.
Yeah, I feel like Breadboy turned up the heat a little for our Giant Slayer team, clutching up a couple of rounds. Obviously, the previous, not the last round, the round before that was quite unfortunate. Just was 1 second off the bomb defusal, but showing confidence here, being one of the level 3, level 4 representatives that leading their team maybe to come with a comeback. Obviously, you're in dire situations. You've got to win another 11 rounds in a row just to have a shot at winning against our level 6 Kingmakers.
But I think, again, on some of these lighter buys, Breadboy getting the 1, and lighter buys are helped by CT as we get a flurry of kills, of Purge getting a couple there, and also 2 falling for the side of Kingmakers as Ballads finishes off another.
Yeah, Manny and Stimmery, you're in a 2 versus 3, and 2 members are quite low. The aggressive members of the T side and the C side are both taken down. So now you got some of the passive players showing their stuff. Ballads here, and this is Ox, very, very low. As Manny comes around the corner with the Deagle, taking on this is Ox. Ballads finds it onto Manny, and Purge killing Stimui and finding the first game win. Our level 6 representatives, Kingmakers, you know, winning their first round of CSGO in confident fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we expected, but we didn't expect such a stomp, I don't think, anyway. It's good that they got the 4 rounds, maybe get a little bit of confidence in themselves for their next game against their next opponents.
Yeah, we see a lot of supporters for the CSGO as well. We got some. We got both our hosts supporting them there, and a couple of the fans who've been here with us yesterday as well, being very, very, very supportive of all of our representatives from SUL.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah, but overall, what do you want to take from that game? To be fair, because you've seen the level 6 dominance, and Giant Slayers do show signs of life. But do you feel as if that was expected coming into this game?
I think the fact that we saw Kingmakers take such a lead in the first half of 11-1 and then further on to the 12-3, making sure my maths is correct. Yeah, just the utter real dominance, to be fair, in the first half, and the fact that level 3 and 4 just had maybe to warm up. The fact that they maybe hadn't. I did hear that Peapod and Ballard's were warming up since 9:30, so maybe that's one of the reasons for their performance.
I mean, they showed it. Peapod and Ballard's being
Certainly.
standout performers, and also want to, look at Foquim, who I didn't really realise played CS, and they had very nice lurks and just found quick, easy kills. We've got to commend level 3s and 4s. They put on a very nice fight there. As we're getting, I've just got a weird look through the mirror there. Oh, one of our lecturers, Cameron, with looked like a Phantom of the Opera mask, stares us down. But no, that was our level 6 and our level 3 and 4s going head to head, and obviously Kingmakers coming out on top. Wasn't, you're happy, you're level 6, you just found a very quick victory.
I mean, we're finding ourselves doing well at the games we're good at, which is funnily...
Who would have thought?
Yeah, no, I know, crazy.
But no, taking from that game, obviously, our next game will be with you short. We are going to show you some of the highlights and replays of that game that just played now.
Yeah, just like the close to a clutch of the 1 versus 4.
Oh, bread boy. If they can take that into the next game, it would be very, very nice. But yes, we will be sending you to some replays, and then we'll have a short break before we come back with the CSGO action. We'll see you shortly. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Campus Clash Generations. You are joined by me, Matt, and Carl. We're here back for the CSGO round 2 of our round robin, and we're going into a very interesting game.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly we are.
Especially off the back of last game, because that was a dominant fashion victory for our level 6 representatives. And maybe the other teams can maybe carry that momentum forward, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see. And especially we don't really want to see Overpass again, even though I like the map. We'll just, wait and see what bans come through, what picks come through. And again,
Because I'm wanting to see... I at least want to see Mirage. I know it's what we've talked about and it's going to be banned because it's what people come on. But it's a home staple when it comes to CSGO. It's what most people will be like, yes, Mirage, let's go with that. It's something where some of the most CSGO iconic clips are made.
Maybe a far out called Nuke would be great as well. I just like the verticality and the fact that the good, narrow rotations through the stairs and through the ramp. It's really cool to see the plays that come around it as well.
Yeah, because it's a very different map, and a Nuke would be kind of cool to see. Obviously, you've still got maps like Anubis and Ancient, which a lot of people aren't really too comfortable on if you're new to CSGO, because you get quite lost in the mayhem. But it could be another map we come to see into fruition. Hopefully not, because it's quite hard to keep a track of the action, especially if you're down and being, players definitely in the zone. If you get lost on one of those maps, you lose your focus, you lose what you're trying to do in CSGO, and it's not nice to see. But, coming into it, we've had our level 6 and level 3s go at it. Well, obviously, we're going to have our level 5s and SUL. Look at them. We can see their level 5s on screen. They're all ready. Let's see Embo. Embo's been on fire with all these games for my level 5, year. And every game he's just been performing just to that level which you expect. And he's, we've heard from him, we've interviewed him. He's kind of a team captain, IGL player. So it's nice to see him, in-game, in-focused. And, also got the likes of My Apologies, Tortican. We see Caesar there, and we see Sago, and against our SULs right there. Our London representative have come all the way over here to battle it out in Campus Clash.
Yep, good travel for them, hopefully. We'll see what the feel is when they go back as well later tomorrow.
And obviously, level 5s and SUL have a lot of battles in these titles. And so it's nice to see, who will actually come on top. I was seeing an Alpine man. I think that's Mr. Peapod standing in front of the camera. But no, level 5s and SULs. Obviously, I'm very happy about our level 5 team. I've seen them perform in the Valorant yesterday. A lot of these members are returning, and they perform very, very cleanly. Embo, Tortican, so that transferable skill into CSGO, it's going to be really nice to see. SUL, though, they could bring something explosive to the table.
Certainly, and we hope it's not like the previous game, and you have stakes in this one too, like I did in the last one. So we'll see how your nails are at the end of the game.
Well, with the table standings right now, every point matters, every final matters. So you've got to win here and now to have a shot at that, beautiful Campus Clash Generations trophy, which, I saw the first time this morning, and it was very clean.
First time I saw it was today. Very, very clean trophy. I really like the detail of the teams on the bottom of the ground.
Because it is a nice community feel. I think all the teams here have settled in, especially into day 2 of Campus Clash. I feel like they're all raring to go, especially going into our final day tomorrow. But, we've got CSGO right now. An Overwatch layout, which is the long one.
Yeah.
I know there's Overwatch straight after CSGO. We're running all the way to the end of the stream. So that would be nice for you viewers out there who are Overwatch fans. I know our players are definitely raring for that.
Yeah, and we also see the result of it as well. So
very true. It's the first game we see the final result and the final tally of points. I know some people have worked it out due to who's in the finals and stuff, what their points could be. But Overwatch is going to be a defining one to see who strikes first blood in taking that victory in a full title.
Yeah, I mean, it will come and go, but luckily it's a long enough day that you get a lot of Overwatch action if that's what you're here for.
Which would be nice to say, but let's get back on track to our CSGO. Obviously, level 5s, I know a lot of our players here are quite comfortable on most maps. They have obviously played Valorant. They've played, a couple of them play CSGO for a long, long time. Especially Embo. I looked at some of his skin inventory. Yeah. It's very, very nice to see some of the skins he has. But we're going into map bans and, knowing what people are comfortable on, I feel as if both teams might go for similar bans that we saw last game.
Yeah, I mean, something like we've said, Ancient, Anubis, probably one of the forefront bans, as well as, like we said, Mirage. So again, we'll just have to see what happens and the way we come down. So Ancient, London's first ban here.
Which is, expected.
Yeah, like we were saying. I think the idea of London is that they haven't played as much CSGO as some of the other teams.
Yeah, I know they're very League Valorant heavy. So CSGO, I know some skills are replicable, but CSGO is a very different, very more serious take on the tactical shooter elements. So, banning Ancient here is quite expected. What do you think the next ban's going to be? Predict it quickly.
Oh, goodness. We'll go Mirage.
Got to ban Mirage. Okay. We'll see if ban 2's Mirage.
I mean, I'm not reading the future at all, so it could be completely wrong, but we'll see. Vertigo. Yeah,
okay.
Another one that a lot of players don't necessarily like the fact that you can fall off.
Yeah,
that's
I
just
know.
a free death.
I think I've seen a bit too many times where people have gone for some cheeky jump trying to get up and then just they fall to their doom. But Vertigo, another one taken off. Another one similar to Nuke with the verticality of it. So maybe that's something that they're not too comfortable on. I know, some of our level 5s, they're quite focused, confident, and straightforward with their plays and their map choices, especially what we saw from Valorant and the way they've been playing. I know with the interviews we've had with them, they've been like, oh yeah, we just want to stay calm, collected, and just play the way we want to play. And SUL, I think they're in a similar strategy. They have got that flair to them. They have got some players who are very, very confident, but I feel like a lot of them are just going to be very focused, just deadpan focused.
And a couple of one person in particular on level 5 we haven't talked about, and I've had a little bit of a chance to talk to some other level 5s that know their skill. Gav, very good at the first-person shooters.
I know, but I do believe Gav isn't joining us today. Instead, we've got a surprise arrival. Overpass getting taken on. Let's just look at that first.
Okay.
Yeah, surprise of Sigurto. Mr. Joe Simpson himself is here to fill in for that side, which is nice to see. Everyone's getting involved in Campus Clash.
Yeah.
I'm going to see what Band 4 is soon. So, a couple maps which are expected, Ancient and Vertigo, and a comfortable map like Overpass has been taken away. I feel as if we might see another comfortable map. I wouldn't be surprised if Mirage gets taken off the board.
Something like Mirage or Inferno, maybe the next one. I mean, obviously London's preference is probably playing one of those maps, so we'll see what their
I'd love to see an Inferno.
Or the third ban, total 5th ban is overall.
Inferno would be very nice to see. Or Mirage, I'm happy with the straightforward maps, the ones that people know very clearly, because that level of skill then further increases as long as you know the map. We'll just have to see when the 4th ban comes through from the side of our Flamebringers, and it is Nuke getting taken away.
Okay.
So,
A little disappointing because, one of the maps I wanted to see, but not so bad because we still have Anubis. We still have Inferno.
Ban Anubis, please.
And we still have Mirage.
Ban Anubis. It's a map that I feel as if still people are learning to this day because how lost you can get in it.
I think that's probably the next ban we'll see on ban 5 there from London. Again, they've already banned Ancient, and they're probably not going to go for one of the newer maps, as we've said, not necessarily so experienced in CSGO.
Yeah, and obviously it is from the SUL, so SUL will ban out map 5. Flamebringers will pick them up, and then SUL gets side selection, which is very crucial in most of these maps. I know some maps are quite have a nice even take on, which side is favourable, but I know a lot of maps can be very T-set side favoured and very CT side favoured. So maybe that goes into what the map picks are going. Anubis getting taken away, so that means we have the choices of Inferno and Mirage. The maps we wanted. Yes, let's go. Okay, 2 maps that I love. Well, back when I was playing CSGO, I switched to Valorant. I played CSGO a lot in high school, dumped about 500 hours in, and then I haven't been able to get back into it since.
Yeah, my experience of FPS is Rainbow Six. Most of what I've played in FPS is obviously picking up Valorant as it's come out, and that's sort of becoming my new favoured FPS. But again, CSGO, very dear and near to me. A lot of friends played it and good times on voice chat and stuff.
Definitely. CSGO is a staple when it comes, and obviously it'll be sad to see it go when CS2 gets released, but maybe Campus Clash we get to see CS2 in the future. Ooh, putting a little bit of spice on there. I know a lot of people are happy at that, but map pick, we are still waiting for the side of Flamebringers to decide what map they want to play on. But we should talk about the maps that are left, Mirage, Inferno. If you're playing CT or T, I feel as if both maps can be quite even in terms of what side you're on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you're saying, the most long maps of CSGO, so there should be the knowledge of all angles, all boosts, and all lineups for most as we get the map, and that is Mirage.
Yeah, Mirage. So this is a map that, most, if you've played CSGO competitively or even casually, you've probably played on Mirage quite a few times, and it's going to be nice to see what our players bring to the table. It is our level 5 Flamebringers going against our SUL representatives of the Crown Guard. We will be getting into game shortly. But for now, let's talk about predictions.
Okay.
I've seen SUL play their style of Valor, and there are some players who just click and it works for them. But the side of our level 5s, they were dominant in the Valorant fashion. Their first game we went 13-1, second game went 13-2. So, judging on that, do you feel as if you have a favourite going into this, or do you feel as if it's going to be a close match nonetheless?
I think we're going to have a maybe one-sided, not fully one-sided affair. I think the level 5s will probably take this in the end, but I think we're somewhere close to maybe 16-10. I think both teams are
So-
getting double digits.
Yeah, okay, that'd be nice to see a long game, one that's
Yeah.
battles it out, because obviously this is all to play for.
Yeah, and
If
we're
you've got-
just
if you win
starting
this
CS:GO.
game, if you win this game, going into tomorrow, you're in a very nice position. Going, having that first or second place contention, racking up those points, especially in the last, the last short push, because tomorrow's going to be a quick fire game. Most of our games are very short, and at the end of the day, we're finishing off with a long one. So I feel like a lot of our players, even though it is the only second layer, they are quite, tired and wary. So going into this CS:GO match, they've got to have a very strong mental game.
And that's the early starts of this event. And hopefully people have gotten the right sleep. Making sure
Well,
they're
I know.
up.
I know a lot of my sleep isn't the word they would use. They would use waking up after 2 hours sleep.
Non-consciousness.
Yeah, waking up after 2 hours of sleep, chugging 3 monsters, and then arriving late. But a lot of our level 5s, they did turn up on time. They are raring to go. Same with the SUL. Most of our players today have been very wide awake and practicing.
Yeah.
So it's good to see most of our players just they're wanting to compete at the highest level they can, and they're showing it in Campus Clash.
Yeah, and even though this is for fun, the players are out there really trying to win and making sure they're getting the points for their years and making sure they can take that trophy home.
Especially with a competitive FPS, because I know we didn't hear it, but I did see some very cheeky grins from the side of the L6s when they won. They were very, very happy with their performance, especially Mr. Peapod. I got a short word with him. He just loved the playstyle that he had. Obviously, I don't think the level 3 and 4s were too crushed by their defeat. I feel as if they can still get back into this.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see off the back of this game, our Flamebringers and Crown Guard going head-to-head very shortly for you. But, Mirage is a map. It's a map that I like. You feeling confident about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you've been saying, an iconic map for CSGO, and being able to cast it right now is going to be extreme amounts of fun.
Well, let's maybe talk about the mentality. Because if you're picking CT or T side, because it is on SUL, what would you rather play the first off as? Because I know last game you were like, I want to go CT into T because T is more comfortable. Do you still feel like that's the same?
I think it's maybe the opposite. I think you still want your second half. I know that every tactical shooter you play both halves, but if, like in Siege yesterday, we had the 4-0 going into Clubhouse for the Kingmakers, and then they only needed one round, and that's then where the pressure starts to mount, and you can really feel it when you're going into the games as such. So having a strong start, but making sure that you finish better is, I think, just a way to go for most teams. So maybe start on T, turn to C, T, and see where it goes, really.
And going off the back of that, if you're a T side, you've obviously got your very, obscure angles to push from, because obviously mid control is going to be quite crucial for both sides.
Certainly.
CT having window there, covering that, and, T, once you take that mid control going to both sides, is kind of a breeze. So I feel like that strategy you have to implement is have that strong mid dominance, but also at least having maybe a couple lurks, because I know, especially from last game, our CT representatives, no matter who it is, they get on the aggressive even though they're on defense.
Yeah, and that's something with Overpass we saw in the last game. Rotates were at maximum at all times. People were flanking and people were taking two ways into sites, making sure that they clear every angle as well.
Yeah.
It's just making sure that there's pure control when you're taking the execute on site.
Yeah, I feel as if execution is going to be a key one. We did see some stand-up performances last game, and I'm hoping to see it from some of our, I want to say, from my year at least, I feel as if a lot of our players, they're going into this very, very seriously.
Yeah.
I know that Embo, we've talked to him a lot, you've seen him on stream, he's that leading factor. He's always the one that's like, come on guys, we can do this. He's got that motivation, he's got that charisma to push his team forward. From SUL, they're a little bit quieter, but I know that they have that fire in them to push themselves forward, and I feel like it might be a battle of mentality, because I'd have said the exhaustion, the tiredness, especially people like Embo and Caesar, they've played pretty much every game in this tournament, so I feel like that's going to be getting to them. But if you go into this map and you start it strong, I feel as if that's the way to go. As we do get into the first round of Mirage, we have obviously SULs on our CT side and Flamebringers obviously for the T side. We see the first contact go down. Embo here getting on the aggressive already. Torable taking down Sagato and Caesar trading down to Corey. We're seeing a quick trade. Tori here on a very nice killing spree. Drowsy and her, getting on the aggressive, finding everyone already down. And Tortican, sorry, you're in a 1v4 already. Your teammates forward so quickly, 72 HP. It's a quick fire round from the side of SUL.
Yeah, we have to see the 5% chance coming through as some damage comes down, but can't quite get the kill onto Nobby there. Corey, the only one falling for SUL, and a really good first round. Really nice play there from Torable, playing on Puzzle and making sure that the kills were coming through.
Yeah, I don't think they expected Tori to be on to puzzle there and instantly just picks up 2 and then gets the assist from Drowsy. So obviously, we talk about CT, you have to work as those duos, those strong duos just working together, making sure you have each other's back. And T-side, they're actually opting to go towards the B push. The Flamebringers, my year group, opting to go into apps here, try and find a pick onto all the members below, because there's only 2 holding this B site.
Yeah, and one of them is main focus is mid, as the Julies come out there from Nobby, who's going to first maybe P, because there's 3 now. A little bit of damage comes down to 90, but no traded damage back onto the Flamebringers.
Yeah, and they've actually all entered site here, and, Kixi, they find the first, and Torable finds 2 kills here. Caesar actually hits the flash, kills down Nobby, and Torable has killed 3 members, killed 4 members. They're on for the ace. This could be the first ace. Sagoto's the last one alive. Got the UMP,
Whoa!
and Tori finds an ace.
And here, what you wanted, your ace, it's
Well,
here.
I don't believe it. We're round 2, and Torable just instantly gets an ace with the UMP.
Yeah, and I mean,
I'm baffled.
it's the round that it's more likely going to happen in. The gun differential from both teams is where the win from the previous round is going to come in, and we'll see what the Flamebringers can come back in for the rest of the half, as we see some lovely faces.
And we see Mr. Van Loo, obviously overlooking his SUL representatives there with the strange mask we mentioned earlier. But yeah, Torable on this UMP. An absolute, just monster, taking on 5 members in quick, easy kills.
Yeah, and again, obviously, from the previous round, a mixed match as our first AWP comes out as well.
3rd round AWP, what do? Drowsy here getting taken out by Embo off the back of Caesar's flash, and they're all entering onto the site here. They're all funneling on. Flashbangs come through. A lot of members disorientated. Sagoto here, launching a frag grenade.
Towards jungle.
Yeah, jungle there. They don't have jungle control, though. They're taking from CT. They're going from mid here. Tori finds a very nice spray transfer onto Embo and Caesar. My mix-up of words have caused a bit of confusion, but Sagoto takes on Corey. And Torable takes on 2 as Tortica finds an easy spray through the wall.
Nice placement there on Sandwich. Good off angle just below Puzzle to make sure that he's not seen throughout the first part of the round and then can pounce on any opportunity for getting, as we saw, the couple of kills there.
Yeah, and Flamebringer's knee kind of just pushed through, acted as a bit of a bait, and was able to get Tortica a very nice angle to pick up the double kill. But Tori there, being even though they lost that round, being a strong contender, especially with the confidence they're showing right now with Caesar here on the AWP, trying to find a cheeky little pick. 3 members floating to B, 2 members floating to A, to just go for this heavy push. Embo about to lead the charge. He enters sites. Very nice push into. They've got the control on boxes. Finds one on Corey the Gamer, and they found Drowsy here. They have full site control. 3 members hovering around mid. It's a 3v5 situation.
Planting exposed to the CT side here. Luckily for the Flamebringers, no one's there.
Knee takes on Torable. Caesar with a nice ore shot onto Nobby, and Embo takes on Kixi. Wow. A very different approach, 5 members strong, just instantly force their one to site, and no members fall from the side of our Flamebringers.
Yeah, it's really good early picks there as well, making sure that they can continue on for furthering themselves on that round. And we're back now to 2-2. Like I said, hoping for a very close game.
And it looks like it will be. Obviously, you got some very strong members already. Tortica, having a very, very nice round previously. But Tori, I think that's the leading figure here, leading their team around. Yeah. We see 4 members of CT opt for this B site. I think as if they've whiffed onto something. His knee. There is Embo finding mid control.
Yeah, known presence in mid here for Flamebringers for the SUL as Tortica taking down Drowsy.
And Embo taking down Nobby. Yeah. Torable though, very nice flank here, but gets taken down by Tortica through smoke. And it's all up to Kixi and Corey the Gamer in a 2 versus 5 situation. We see the win change there. Corey the Gamer though, making those odds ever so much in their favour. Kixi and Corey the Gamer. They've already got pistols though, against 3 rifles and an AWP.
That is the difference of losing 2 rounds in a row as we get apps now push. Bomb is maybe quickly on site. Caesar, lovely push around that corner from mid.
Quick peeks, and that's an easy bomb site control. I feel as if Corey, approaching from the window, only got a pistol in hand, but they don't expect a man to come from the left. And type in a very nice flick onto Embo, finds 3 shots, 1 to the dome, kills 1. Now in a 1v3 situation. It looks like the odds are against you though. 1% chance. Caesar here holding a very nice wide angle. Tortica throw down the smoke. The only way they can go through is through window, and I feel like they might just back off.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to save, so we'll see as maybe trying to get some exit frags through.
Yeah, you look at
window.
exit frags. They picked up an AK, to be fair, though, is Caesar here. With the Tech 9 looking down onto them as Tortica on the flank takes down Corey the Gamer. Very clean 3 rounds from the Flamebringers.
Yeah, and this is maybe where, like we said in the previous game, the snowball starts to roll, and we, hopefully not, but a bigger gap then occurs. See what the choice of attack here is for Flamebringers. They've still got their full buys, waiting for Segurto to pick up the Galil.
Oh, that's a weird one. Usually think people being comfortable on AK, but comfortable on a very cheap rifle. Misses the shot there from Caesar. I think they just hesitated with the shot. They knew that someone was there, and they just didn't take it onto Nobby. They have mid control now, though, and where do they go from here? One person floating around that B site, Kixie here.
Yeah, an aggression from Corey through Palace. As possible flanks could be coming in here.
Just 5 members hovering around mid, all covering each other, trying to find any pick they can. Tortica finds Tori, their strong member, already taken down. Tortica peeks again, finds Nobby, and they all full into his A site. Drowsy, though, defending very nicely, finds 2 clean headshots, and Knee tries Drowsy back.
Yeah, it definitely brings more even playing field for the round at the minute as we get the drop down, and Corey does drop to Knee.
Knee there, you know, jumped down and somehow found a very, very cheeky headshot. 3 members strong, Kixie. What are you going to do with this submachine gun? I don't think you can find many. Yeah, Sagao here, get a little confidence, takes down Kixie.
Yeah,
you know,
picks up the AK as well, making sure that they get as much profit from this round as possible.
4 rounds in a row from our Flamebringers side.
Yeah.
You know, it's good to see from a level 5. Obviously, they were slow to start in one of their Valorant games, and now they're just picking up the pace, and it's very, very nice to see. We're already seeing, though, people like Tori has 10 kills in 6 rounds. I don't believe it. And obviously, over the side of our Flamebringers, they're quite evenly spaced out. So Tori being the leading factor, it's one of the members you're going to have to focus down.
Yeah,
Is he Drowsy?
Yeah.
Whoa, gets chunked.
And they know where this player is, I believe, towards the CT side as Jungle. Embo taking the first gunfight and a first frag for them.
Yeah, and Embo, you know, just sliding in very nicely as Knee takes down Kixie. And they have A site control completely, just get the bomb down. Embo getting on the aggressive, taking down Nobby and spraying through Corey. They just lined up for an Embo here. You've pushed on very aggressively, and Drowsy falls down to Sagao. They look now like a well-oiled machine. Those 2 rounds were a slow start, but they've looked very, very confident going into this 8th round.
And I think we see this rumble coming through because the only reason I think at the minute that SGL have those 2 rounds is because they won pistol. And that's a good position to push off from and make sure that they can start winning rounds. But if it's only 2, there's not much momentum, and hopefully they can turn this around and start winning rounds now as we see a mismatch of a buy.
Yeah, this is a mishmash of a buy. It's going to be an interesting one, especially with the way that CTs are defending. They've placed one person into that window, and the other 2 are looking to defend B. It's the same with the T side. They've looked for this spread-out approach, but the match is set to pause due to freeze time. I'm not sure what that means on screen. Hopefully that pop-up was an error from CSGO's side. We'll just have to see what actually goes on.
Movement back with the players, I think. Maybe not. Oh, yeah.
Oh. Well, this is interesting. I'm not sure what's happening right now. It might just be that people are very standstill. They're just trying to find any peaks that they can. It looks like a very slow push from both sides. No one getting too aggressive. They're testing the waters as Embo finds first contact on Corey the Gamer, and Knee trades onto Nobby. Drowsy finds a bit of damage onto Sagao, but you're kind of stuck in this corner now as 2 members spray them down. Embo finding another kill. Embo here showing this aggression, finding 2 kills already. He's going to be a leading factor, as I said earlier, that charismatic person who just knows what they're doing is Torrible. Trade on to Embo. What are you going to do, though, Torrible? You picked up an ace. Can you pick up another 4? But no, Caesar takes her down. And now Kixie. You've got a P90 against 4 rifles. I don't think you're in a position to fight this.
Yeah, and there's not really a chance to pick up a gun either. So the P90... Oh, there's some shots down.
Through the wall. Aggression. Okay, so you have to fall back. If you're Kixie, you probably just try and maybe find a cheeky kill after lurking, which they can't do because Tortica finds a very nice spray down. A couple bullets traded there, though. So, you know, Flamebringers, bring in the heat. I like that pun. I've used so many heat puns from my level 5 representatives. I am very happy with the performance so far. And overall, their CSGO side, they seem very calm, collected, and well just put together.
I was going to say they seemed fired up. But oh dear.
Okay. Well, you can make as many puns. They're very hard to make puns about the other teams. You maybe can make a Giant Slayer pun.
Crown Garner, something there.
There's something there. We'll think of it. It'll be on the last day.
Yeah.
We'll have the puns for you. But no,
We'll have a brainstorming session.
Yeah, very nice performance. Obviously, Torable, you can see that they're 11-1 being a major factor. Kicks is still not finding a kill.
It's also the only player on double digits, and the fact that we see such even spread of kills. Obviously, there's a little bit of a dip off in the last two players of the Flamebringers.
Smiles from level 5.
But yeah.
They look calm, but then they're not getting too excited. They just look chuffed with themselves.
Yeah.
Which is, good to see as we're seeing the host desk.
And us now.
And us now. Look at us. Yeah. But no, overall, I'm chuffed with the fact that the level 5s are having fun.
Yeah.
And they're showing confidence. Obviously, see, the sides of our SUL representatives, they're still not out of it. The likes of Tori can definitely pull this game out of, a hat. So we're just going to have to see as, we're having a bit of a pause. We'll get back with the gameplay shortly. So any takes from that? I know we've only had 9 rounds.
I mean, we'll just have to see because, like I said, one of the reasons that Crown Guard had the chance to take those 2 rounds was Pistol. And Pistol can be very 50-50 on any map, really. So, then the fact that Torable getting the ace as well.
That was impressive,
into the next
though.
round. Definitely, certainly.
Not expected to just pick up a UMP and pick off 5 members pretty much single-handedly.
Yeah, and then we'll just have to see, just like we were saying, it depends how you start and then you want to finish strong. So we'll see then also when we get to the second half how that fares out. But with the rest of this half, you just have to... The slow play from Crown Guard is where they were winning rounds, I believe. They were obviously... Flamebringer's aggression through onto that jungle push when they came and swung window with the 2 players was one of the reasons in a previous round they did lose. But it's knowing the time you want to be proactive or just sat back and waiting for the play to happen. Like early frags in CSGO are very important for both any team that plays.
Yeah,
so
I think you're exactly right. And Crown Guard might have to step up with the aggression. We've obviously seen a couple of cheeky plays from last game. The CT side, when you got aggressive, you found some very, very nice picks. So I feel as if the aggression has to be matched. Obviously, Flamebringers, they start slow and then they pick up the pace instantly. And that's a style that works for them because they work as a unit. They obviously like that slow push. And then once they found that first pick, they know which site to go to. They know the game plan. And I feel like Crown Guard doesn't really have an answer to that. They don't know how many members are sending to which site. I don't think as if they have as much confidence in defending where they are. So maybe having that aggressive play instead of just sitting back and waiting for the enemy to come to you might work for them. We'll just have to see when we get back into game because it is on Crown Guard's game to just come back into this with some confidence.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also about the control as well. So the fact that the pace is controlled by the T side, which is we've seen in a lot of rounds and why they have such a lead, is where their lead has been increasing the fact that they're able to get that one pick and then the momentum and control to follow on the pace to then get more kills and then basically snuff out the round for Crown, not instantaneously, but fairly early on.
Yeah, obviously our Flamebringers, it's the same with the Valorant. They, lost a couple of rounds due to pistols because we were talking about on the desk yesterday. It's still being 50-50, kind of coin flippy. Yeah. And then from that, they've just escalated their lead. So, yeah, transferable skills. Although, someone I do want to talk about who's, kind of been underlooked, we've got, Sagato.
Yep.
He's kind of a field player. He's come into this, he is, part of our production crew and he's filled in for some of our team members.
Taking some lovely photos. His photography is very, very, very nice. But no, he's filled in for the side of our level 5 and they've actually come into it and, I don't think they play CSGO too much. I've seen them, play it, when we were doing stuff like Miller's Mayhem. But they've come into this and they've shown that they can still work as a team even though they probably haven't practiced with them. Yeah, and that's something we have to take into consideration as well. The fact that scrimmage between teams and making sure they get in even just 5 stacks to play into public lobbies, just making sure that their communication is on point and how they want to play the game as well, and making sure that they're one mind in all their plays.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously it's probably led by Embo. I'm not going to lie, you can probably, if you heard the comms from them, you would realise that there's a lot of leading voices. I know people like Toltica, they're quite quiet, but they're very, very good at what they do. Because that's another player I want to point out. They've not really... In every game they've played, they've just had performances which matter, especially in League.
Yeah, I mean, the Midcan, what I saw of the League yesterday in the Oriana, and in that game was just... Unfortunately, it didn't... they did win that one, didn't they?
Yeah, it was the next one where he was on the Ori, they didn't win. But it's converting into CSGO. They just stay calm and they put that forward. And it's on the, the Crown Guard to try and just find little gaps in the armor where they can just be like, look, we found a weakness. let's force it, because Tori's definitely someone that I can believe that can do it. They're obviously the IGL, they've shown that they have that confidence, and if they can pull their team with them and find those weak points, I think we're going to have a very, very close game.
And I think it's just looking back on that pistol play, the fact that where they were on puzzle and making sure that the damage was being dealt, even if the kills weren't coming through. Torrible did get a couple, but making sure that the damage is down so that it's easily finishable for anyone else on the team, that making sure that the angles are covered.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, it's going to be on Tori, leading SUL to maybe a different standpoint, because they are very, I don't want to see very far behind, but I do want to see they're in a deficit, which, is unfortunate. As we coming back into the game, it is 6-2, Flamebringers here.
Yeah,
it's just a nice game. I love the fact that all of our teams in this CS:GO section have been playing the hardest, and it looks like it's going to be a free round right here after the tech pause.
I say we're playing out the free round, not just...
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
The free round, and they go up for the knife brawl in mid.
Well, yeah, you did say you wanted some knife kills, and we just got
5. So yeah, obviously, if people, if they don't know what's going on, that free round was there due to some issues with the pause, and if the kill comes through, it's looking 6-3 from the side of Flamebringers towards SUL. And let's get back into this. From the side of Flamebringers, we're seeing a very heavy buy. Sago still opting for the Khalil. I don't understand that play.
I mean, even just making sure that his team isn't struggling for money, so it's not really a problem that he has to buy for anyone. So there's nice aggression here. Embo waiting for it, though, and Nobby trading back for the first blood of the round.
Embo's reminding me of Peapod's aggression. They just find the first blood, and then they just act with their team off of that. Nobby here, hiding in hell.
Caught under Palace.
Yeah. What can they do, though? Finds a cheeky headshot going up from there, but gets traded from Knee. Pulling out the grave from Torrible. See what they can do. Finds a pick. Toltega taking out Corey the Gamer. And now it's a 2 versus 2 situation. A duo versus a duo. Kixi and Torrible, they know where they are, though. They know one's hiding up in Palace. One on those boxes. And Kixi takes down Toltega. They know where the last member is. It's all Caesar with an AWP.
Yep. So unfortunately,
the aggressive. Takes down Kixi with the Tech 9. Moves on to Tori. And finds another headshot. Caesar there. Even though AWP in hand, the Tech 9 proficiency. It just looks clean.
And unfortunately, that looks like a round that SUL can win there. Defensive, they don't have to play so aggressive. They don't need to peek anything, but Caesar playing perfectly through that and collecting the 2 kills with the Tech 9. Just some lovely shots, really.
Yeah, they have the AWP. They're like, he's not going to push. And they just zoom in around the corner with the Tech 9. Obviously, it's a pistol that's very heavily appreciated. As we see someone get tagged. I think Tortiga got tagged in the back by a knife from his teammate. So that's going to damage him. Oh, Embo, show us your gun. Ooh. Okay, some stickers there. Embo here, already down in mid. I think he's going to opt into the underplay. Obviously, both, they've done a pincer maneuver. They're clearing mid out, and then most members are on site. As Embo finds Drowsy, flicks with a 180 onto Corey the Gamer, and that's the aggression from Embo we like to see. He gets taken out by Kixi. They know he's in the jungle as Nobby takes down Sagato, and Knee takes down Nobby through the wall. Caesar takes down Kixi, and now it's all on you, Torrible. What can you do in a 1v3? You've got an ace. Can you clutch in a 1v3?
Well, position now towards B, maybe hovering mid and seeing if they can grab one pick, as Caesar does cross, but covered by the smoke, so we'll just have to see.
The bomb is being transported as we speak. It's going a very long way to get to this A site, and Tori's kind of just biding time, seeing if they can find any cheeky picks. But in a situation like this, do you feel as if Tori can do it?
Over window right now, seeing if anyone does want to play aggressive onto the window. Not quite hearing the switch up from Caesar. Now,
Toro
through connector.
Finds Tortica through connector, okay. But most members, they've kind of just fled into CT. Caesar here going into jungle. They've got to know that they're coming from mids. Torrible, what can you do? Fight, gets headshot a bit, takes down Knee. Caesar misses the shot that gets sprayed onto. Oh! Caesar!
Double no-scope.
You can't do that to them. The no-scopes. Oh, my head hurts from watching that. The fact that Caesar there misses the first shot and then just goes straight into it. Claps Tori with the AWP shot. Tori looked very clean, though, tagging both members with that spray transfer.
Yeah.
Just to get... I'm baffled with the fact that Caesar had the confidence to know that that's where he had to aim.
Yeah, and it's just knowledge of the game. The fact that he's played this much and the full knowledge as we get a really fast push down this B and mid side. Some shots now as 50 is taken down, but Caesar gets the full on to Drowsy with a headshot.
Caesar on this AWP is kind of unkillable. They've had this AWP for about 3 rounds now, killing Drowsy. Now they have full mid control, but there is a member there. Hiding around in the B side. Tortica playing it patiently. Kixi looking around Palace. Now this is the slow. They've lost their momentum after that first pick as Embo takes down Nobby. And now they know which site is free to enter. Embo sprays through the smoke, actually gets Kixi there. And Tori falls to Caesar. And now it's a 1v5. Corey the game of the last one alive. I don't
Using
think...
the AUG.
The AUG. It's the... Gets, like, you know, called the Call of Duty gun. Gets sprayed by Tortica with a very nice headshot. Quick peeks.
Yeah, and again, just snowballing the rounds. 9-3. Now 10-3. 13. Yeah, so 10-3 there for now.
It's very nice, the fact that Flamebringers, you know, it is not similar to last game. There have been a couple of back and forth plays, but, you know, Flamebringers still coming out on top, definitely. Going into our 13th round, so you come out on top.
I think just the order of rounds in the previous game made it seem like such a stomp, and this, although there are some rounds for SUL, this is kind of turning out the same way. We'll see if the round in the first half are the same as Corey taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, Embo finding a very cheeky angle, already being so aggressive on this mid-push, flashing himself into B, gets the flash onto Nobby, and that's a beautiful play from Embo. As Corey the Gamer gets taken down by Sago, those two working in tandem. That flash was so clean off the back wall as Drowsy takes down Sago, but Tori taken down by Tortica, and they find on the member, Kixi taking on Knee. And now you're in a 2 versus 3. Most members are opting for this B because they know the B site's clear.
Yeah, and they're playing similar positions to they were last rounds, and different players. Drowsy was playing in Hell like we saw last in that one pick, but Kixi then doing the same in further rounds. As we said, there's going to be a very slow push, maybe see if they can get a pick or even exit frags, as one Caesar is watching over mid and the window.
Yeah, Caesar here. You know, a player that has come into this game guns blazing with the AWP could find a cheeky little pick, though. Opting for, if you get a knife kill, good sir, I would be impressed. Although this timing could be so bad for Caesar as he gets taken down from the back of Zixi and Drowsy here. What can you do alongside? No, they're going to just have to save. They've run out of time. That push was way too slow. You know, finding another round, though, for the side of Flamebringers. Embo gets taken down on the exit of that, and it's all up to Tortica just to survive, keep some of that money as they take down Kixi. So overall, 10-3 looks like the split right now going into our second game of CSGO. Are you feeling confident that our level 5s can close this out, or do you feel like SUL have the confidence to bring it back?
I mean, 10-3 is such a big gap, and even though that round is 4 frags, it's just not enough to turn down the money right now, and we're getting into the sort of whitewash area of how this game might go.
Yeah, and Caesar here gets gifted the AWP. Tortica literally found the AWP just to give it to him. Yep. So that's the confidence that they have in their fellow teammates as Nobby here. Try and get on the box, though. They've opted for a very heavy B push. We haven't really seen a full, like, 5-man just straight up push straight onto the B site as Flames go out down by Van, and they're already on site. Corey the Gamer, you're alone here. What can you find? Gets the spray down onto Tortica. Moves to the right. Hasn't found a member yet, though, as he gets sprayed from the left-hand side as Embo takes down Corey. Embo, though, sneaking around, finds Kixi. And that's a nice push from Embo, finding 2 members with the aggressive play that they have, and all 4 members now closing on the B side, but 3 members from our side. Oh, Crown God gets sprayed through the board there. Sago finding another Galil kill. Caesar blind finds Nobby with an AWP shot. I don't believe it. And Embo. Sago flying with the Galil, trading with Drowsy. Drowsy here picking up the UPS kill. And just has to fall back. Overall, a messy fight. There was a lot of action going on, but, you know, our level 5s, our Flamebringers coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, Corey, the best he probably could have done in that round, the fact that he was sitting next to the bomb planter and couldn't quite hear where they were, so as soon as it was planted, pushing around that corner and giving an exposed side. Yeah. So unfortunately, he couldn't get the double there, or even stop the plant, and unfortunately, Drowsy also drops right at the end of that round.
Embo just picking up 18 kills.
Wow.
That's pure dominance. 18 kills in a game like CSGO, as well as 3 assists. You've got a 1.8 KD, 44% headshot ratio. Embo is accurate and precise, but has that aggressive play that, you know, it's just not being matched from the side of the Crown Guards. But, you know, do you feel as if, what would you have to do from the side of Crown Guard to come back into this game?
I mean, just winning the last 3 rounds of this half would be a major win right now. I think it's just maybe it's the bottom and the top line, really, because you have to win the rounds, otherwise 12-3.
Corey, though, fighting Caesar. Sago trading onto Kixi. Picked up the, I can't remember what the gun name is, the SSG. which is, you know, an uncommon gun. A lot of people don't opt for these guns that can scope down, as the Negev actually gets sprayed down. Tortica finds one. Corey the Gamer trades on to Sagato. That 2 ops in hands from Corey and Drowsy, jumps through the window, but Tortica takes down Drowsy. And now you're in a 2 versus 3. Nee makes it a 3 versus 1, and Corey the Gamer, you're left alone with an AWP in hand.
Yeah, there's not really much that Corey can do. There's too many angles to clear, and AWP only having 1 shot after forcing a reload is not the best for this situation.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, they're just going to hunt Corey. They know they have an AWP, so they kind of have to make that pick if they want a chance of not having it. Oh, wait, no, it's the end of the round anyway. So the fact that they're just looking for exit frags to try and do anything, just build up the confidence because you know you've lost the round.
Yep.
But no, going after this game, the half finishes 12-3.
And in similar fashion as well, unfortunately, we have to take into consideration the free round as well. So if we had maybe played that at 2-13, sorry.
That's, you know, it's a struggle from my SUL. You know, the first couple of rounds, you did say they were quite coin flip, but Tory did show complete dominance.
Yeah.
It's not since those couple of rounds, it just hasn't been there. They haven't showed that confidence, but maybe them switching onto this T side now, they can bring that back.
Yeah, and like we've been saying, pistols, 50-50 coin flip. We just have to see how the SUL want to attack this time. There's a major B-sided presence as we're getting the good old rush B as Embo is already in under.
There's no way you have this aggressive and it's not punished. They don't actually know he's coming up from there. He finds 1. He's already on the flank, finds 2. And gets taken down. Embo, you've already just pushed through mid, found 2 kills. That's a crazy performance. It's giving me Peapod energy.
Yeah, and now they're pincering in the fact that Caesar now with the dualies is watching under and gets a fair amount of damage and gets the headshot as well as Sugurto, with Torable picking up 1 to make sure that it's not a 4-person.
Yeah, Torable. You know, you've got a clutch in a 1v3. It can be done, you know, in pistol rounds, and they've shown pistol on dominance before. Picks up 2 kills. 1 onto Caesar. You've got the P250. Can you make any work with it? They have the bomb. They're opting to A, but I think someone smelled it out. Not sure if that's Nee or Tortica.
Already inside the connector part and playing now onto the puzzle stairs. See how aggressive Torable wants to be. Does the pixel peak come in? There's shots coming down onto Nee.
Down to the fully number level of health and gets a quick kill. Nee there finding a cheeky headshot through the gap in Palace. So overall, you know, you think like they'd have a chance in these coin flip pistol rounds, but it looks like Flamebringers, they're just not letting them find any room to breathe.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where the good old saying could have come into, you don't take your foot off the lion's neck, but it's still firmly in place.
Yeah, and obviously they're not, you know, they don't want to lose any more rounds. They're obviously noticing that the more dominant they are, the more confident they're going to be going into the final day, which is tomorrow. As we're seeing Embo here, the aggressiveness is so nice to see, especially with the confidence of Nobby here. Actually finding his aggressive peak themselves. They're actually already opting into this, you know, window push as Caesar finds Drowsy. Embo actually finding Nobby and Corey the Gamer. Clicks 2 heads, finds 2 kills. Torable, though, trading onto Embo, and now it's switched up into a 4 versus 1 as Tori all left alone. Caesar having to reload their gun. They hunt them all the way down into the bottom of mid, and, you know, taking another very clean round, 4 members strong.
Yeah, well, we're getting towards, we're on match point right now.
We're on match point right now?
I think so.
14-3?
I don't think the score has changed.
Oh, we'll get back to you with that if it is match point or if it isn't. Obviously, the graphics there.
Yeah,
probably being...
that's 17 rounds. Oh, no, this is 18.
This is round
so
18,
yeah,
though.
no, not yet. I'm bad at maths.
It's fine, you know. I did it the first game. You can do it the second game.
Yeah.
It's all good. 14-3 is the score right now, though. You know, Flamebringer's looking in the driving seat. We see go there with the shotgun kill straight onto Drowsy. Kixie trades back on score, and Tori finds Nee, and now here comes the rotate. Caesar here finding onto Torable. And now it's up to Nobby, Corey the Gamer, Kixie. But there's Caesar taking down Kixie already. And now Embo, where are you going to come from? Caesar finding down Nobby as well. Caesar finding 3 kills, finding 4. Quadra kill picked on from Caesar. That's absolute dominance. Doesn't need an AWP to show how good they are at Counter-Strike.
And it's not even that the rounds are flawless, that they're so dominant. Even then, the 1 or 2 players that are getting a couple of frags early on in the round just shows the dominance, as we see a 22 and 12 Embo, 7 MVPs.
This is the round. This is the thing about Embo. I'll go backstage. I'll be like, Embo, you've just performed very, very well in these couple, like all these games. No, I haven't. You know, he's just like, no, don't worry. You know, I'm just like, it's just fine. I'm just, you know, playing the best I can. As you see Embo here getting aggressive. I talk about him in high praises. He finds 2 members onto Tori and Kixie. Corey the Gamer trading him back, and Nee here trying to back Embo's death corpse up. It's a 3v3 situation on match point. Do you feel as if Flamebreakers are bringing it home this time?
I mean, Yeah, 3 versus 3 right now, and minimal health on both. As we've got a total of 175 to the 300 and armor of teams here. They have made a quick rotate. We'll see if the one player watching is going to catch them out, as there's one for Taker. Can he get the 2 for the finish on Mirage?
Yeah, Mirage being the map that Flamebringers actually win there. Look at Sago. A big grimace for Embo. Stone Cold Killer. Sigh of relief almost, even though he performed that well. You know, I wasn't expecting that. I thought they all just jump up and cheer, but they look calm, collected, and cold.
Yeah, very happy with their performance as well in the way they looked. So we'll have to see further on in tomorrow what the level 6s can do against the level 5s.
Well, that's going to be a heated game because, you
Certainly.
know, both teams showing absolute dominance. Obviously, level 6 winning their game, you know, in a couple quicker rounds. But, you know, Flamebringers, I feel like, you know, from my side, well, it would be me, mine and your years going battle head to head. So, you know, it's going to be nice to see who comes out on top tomorrow. Obviously, we did just have Kingmakers versus the Giant Slayers. Kingmakers taking that game in fashionable style, and our Flamebringers taking down the Crown Guard in also a dominant fashion.
Yeah.
Any takeaways from, you know, the games we just saw?
I think in both senses, both games and then tomorrow are going to be bangers. They're going to be full 30 rounds, maybe some overtimes as well, because both teams are at the similar sort of level with the way they finished as well, both 16-3.
Yeah, definitely. 16-3 is obviously a very, very clean scoreline. You have any standout performers, obviously, from both games? Any people you feel like that's the person you've got to watch?
I think I'll take the second game and say that Embo and Caesar just dominated. And obviously, there's an honorable mention in Torable, the fact that the Ace did come out and very heavy kills in the first round with damage as well, if you want to take the first game. Yeah,
first game, you've got to give a shout out to Peapod and Ballads. They worked as a very dynamic duo. Obviously, Peapod having that aggression, which Embo kind of mirrored in that game. You know, I feel like it's the style that most people don't expect, especially in a game like Counter-Strike. You feel like slow, collected is the way to do Counter-Strike, but Peapod just throwing out the window, finding his aggressive picks, but also Ballads. You know, give them an AWP, give them a site to defend, and they'll defend it with their life. 2 of those players going to the next day feel like they're very, very in a good position. But also on the other side, Giant Slayers, people like Foxy and Toast. Those two, you know, they were stand-up performers from their sides. I don't know if you want to give anyone from SUR. I know that you mentioned Tori, but, you know.
I think Corey on some of the angles as well was really good. And I think maybe a main statement over both games is that the aggression won out. So we'll just have to see when they both collide how that's going to come. It's maybe an unstoppable object with an immovable force. The other way around.
Other way around, but I get what you're trying to say. But that will be enough from me and Cole. You will see, you know, you'll see us around at some of the points during Campus Clash Generations. But this has been, you know, the round robin first stage of our CSGO. We will pass you to some replays and then a short break as we move on with our day.
No. Oh.
No.
Oh. No, we're
Wait,
done.
oh. Hello and welcome back again to Campus Clash. Now
They actually did the joke on us properly this time.
They did. They're playing us back. We're gonna have to get them back again.
Yeah, I know.
We're gonna have to pretend that we don't know that it's live now.
Yeah.
We'll get them back. Anyway, we have just come off the back of the CS:GO section of Campus Clash.
Yeah, of course. It was a really exciting one. I had the chance to kind of be more involved with the players there, sitting
You
in
were
the playing
stuck
room.
in the room,
Stuck in the
held
middle of
hostage by the monitors.
Quite literally, and just in between the game that was going on between in the first game between the Kingmakers and the Giant Slayers, and it was a heated one. But of course, I feel like the scoreline doesn't really reflect the actual.
There were some
closeness.
Insane moments.
There was some insane moments.
There was a lot of screaming.
A lot of screaming.
We had the likes of Harvey, who is a very vocal member of the Level 6 Kingmakers, up against Breadboy, a very, very vocal member of the Giant Slayers.
Yeah, you lot didn't get the actual reaction to the misclick of him defusing the bomb, but that was...
It was loud. It was very... it registered
Quite
as
the
an
clip.
earthquake on the Richter scale.
Yeah, it was an impressive one, but obviously that game ended with the Kingmakers coming out on top with a 16-3 victory. And then in our second game, we had the Flamebringers taking on the SUL Crown Guard, and of course, if you just missed that, then that also finished in a 16-3 victory for the Flamebringers. So it will be a repeat of the Smash Finals. It will be the Level 6 students taking on the Level 5 once again, and it's starting to become quite the rivalry between these two teams. They haven't really played much yet. They're waiting to bout each other.
Is it 6 and 5 first? I thought it was level 3 and 4
first. For FIFA.
Oh, for FIFA. Ah, my bad.
We're not onto the actual game yet.
I'm
Lena.
losing track. I'm losing my mind
Look,
up here.
Clearly you're excited for some Overwatch.
Don't let us leave this room overnight.
You're excited for Overwatch, clearly.
I really am.
You know, a lot of these titles are being left to the final day with the likes of Valorant as well. That's, going to have a level 6 versus 5 final. We've got it for the same with Smash. We've now got it for the same with CS:GO. It's playing into quite the rivalry between these two teams.
They're ready to kick you out of the university and take your place already, it would seem.
Yeah, clearly. But, enough about that. We mentioned it briefly, but Overwatch is going to be on next title. And I'm excited to see how that all kind of faces off. Because I feel, again, like CS and like Valorant and League, another game where every single year group and every single team has that one-star player that you've got to be looking at and has to be considered. And it's going to be very close again, I feel.
We're missing one of our star players, though. Love Diva Gaming.
Love Diva Gamer.
Love Diva Gaming was meant to be playing today. Hence, we've got the guns in memoriam. Rest in peace, Love Diva Gaming. They're not actually dead. They're just not here.
Yeah, they're just not here, but we wish they were.
We wish they were. We were so hyped to see them. Jokes have been made all day about the name. We thought it was just so perfect.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately, they can't make it. So there's been a lot of stand-ins, actually. Not just for the level 3s and 4, just across the board.
Yeah, stand-ins, a lot of things have come up for people, and people have had very little sleep and a lot of stress, and have agreed to work night shifts at work when they definitely don't have time. Not looking at anyone in particular. Harvey Peapod. Thanks. but it's added.
Jokes on Harvey aside.
It's been a nice dynamic, that it adds that little bit of unexpectancy, which I feel Overwatch is really kind of played into that. There's that unexpectedness of nature with compositional choices and map picks and stuff like that. It adds that little bit of extra difficulty, but it opens up an opportunity, and with the format of Overwatch as well, because it is going to be all played within this one day. We will get a definitive winner for Overwatch today.
As we've said, our first actual winner.
Yeah, and of course Overwatch will follow a single elimination format. It will be best of 1 series until grand finals, and then it will be a best of 3. And then standard stuff for a single elimination. Once 2 teams have been eliminated, they will enter a 3rd, 4th place playoff. And then the 2 teams that will win will go up against each other in the grand finals and will compete for all of the points. They're all important 4 points. And I feel like getting yourselves in a good sort of position for Overwatch when you know that is the definitive amount of points you will get because it has the finals today. It gives you a bit of confidence. You can kind of suss yourselves out. And, as we say, Overwatch will be starting very, very soon. And we hope to finish some point towards the back end of the day. I'm not going to give any specific timings.
I believe we have a special appearance on one of the level 6 Overwatch teams. I believe
What is this
a
then?
member of the crew that you have come to love over the past day and a half of Campus Clash so far will actually be appearing on the level 6 team. Now,
Who might that
be?
be? I wonder, Affinity. Do you want to tell them?
It is none other than Walker himself is going to be appearing on the Overwatch. So everyone make sure to come watch that, to either cheer on or potentially boo for Walker.
I feel like
Just
I'm going to
you.
be critiqued the most out
Oh
of
yeah,
everyone.
no, we're going to have an
You-
analyst desk. We'll do a post-game.
Yeah.
We'll ask if we can do a post-game interview.
We're going to do a post-game interview when I come back to the host desk.
Yep, we will. We will.
This is not going to be fun.
I'll be making notes.
I expect-
So was that 0 KD intentional?
Whoa. How dare you?
Are you a Mercy player?
No, I'm not a Mercy player. Wow. Okay, there's no need for that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Although Mercy's
not.
fun, but no, I'm excited. Obviously, I've been hosting and I've been watching everyone play, and it's made me miss playing and giving me that little bit of jealousy that all the fun that they're having in the playing room. So
yeah, that competitive spirit.
had to
that
fill
edge.
had to fill in for Harvey because he's needing some sleep. So I'm gonna be playing some Overwatch, but it's gonna be an interesting one. Of course, our first game for that will be between the level 3 and 4 students and the level 5. So a very interesting bout. Potentially, I think it's fair to say that the level 5s are probably going to be one of the favourites going into this title.
I've heard good things.
Um,
Is Flower Boy playing?
Flower Boy will be playing, from
Oh.
my understanding. He has.
Flower Boy, if
Then
he's on Widow, just keep an eye out for that. I watched him. It was another production we were doing. He sat in the corner of the room the whole time just playing Widow, and some of the shots he hit were absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, but I think it kind of plays into where the meta is right now. I can elaborate this on a little bit more. It's in a very sort of neutral position where there isn't definitive metas. It's always definitive metas for the maps, and I think by having that, it kind of makes map banning and map picks very important in Overwatch, and especially for the games that we've got coming up. Some teams are favouring that rush sort of style with the Reinhardt composition. It makes a lot of sense for certain maps, and for other ones, I've heard rumours about dive comps, and some want to play the Junker Queen. Everyone's kind of got that different style that they want to play. And it opens up a lot of opportunities with how the game is being balanced right now, where literally 95% of the hero pool is playable and can be ran in certain comps, and it gives you a lot of opportunity with that.
It's the Junker Queen meta right now.
It is unfortunately a Junker Queen meta, but I feel like you still can run certain things on certain maps.
True.
There are maps where the Junker Queen composition isn't as strong as something like the Dive or something like the Ramatra Rush or even the Reinhardt Rush. There is maps where definitively that composition isn't as strong, and I feel like by having that sort of fallback with the compositions, you allow yourself the opportunity to try something different and play to your strengths.
Absolutely, but it's no time for speculation. It's time to get this game underway. So what
Really
we're gonna do is we're gonna shoot to the cast this time. Are you ready?
Oh,
3,
God.
2, 1, bang!
Oh, we're here. Oh, what's up?
Top tier
Where are you-
acting.
Thank you. I try. I didn't do acting in GCSE or anything at all. This is just complete improv. What's up? I'll be your caster today. I'm Rob, and this is my co-caster. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Connor. You saw me yesterday for the FIFA. But, instead of shooting footballs in the back of the net, we're going to see some people shooting towards the back of people's heads, hopefully, and getting some good shots here in Overwatch.
Yeah, that'll be some gameplay to definitely overwatch.
Yeah, watching over.
Oh, yeah, that works too. That works too. Yeah, you might have saw me this morning if you guys were up before the afternoon, because it's not peak gaming hours in the morning, but we had some content at 10 a.m. Smash Brothers was good. Had a lot of juggling with Diddy, Pokemon Trainer, that kind of stuff. But now it's Overwatch time.
It is Overwatch time, I'm sure the Smash was fun, but we're going to have a smashing time
Oh,
here
definitely.
with the Overwatch.
Definitely.
And, and also, I just want to comment the environment we're in, We came very prepped for the environment today, I think. I'm in my green blazer, my green shoes,
Oh, yeah,
your green
green.
jacket, your green shirt,
Got green
our
shirt
green
underneath.
background, But,
Yeah,
that's
just everything's green,
everything's green.
Eco-friendly. Gotta go green lately.
Gotta go green, yeah.
Yeah, so hey, looking forward to the games today. What kind of comps are you expecting, or you looking forward to?
Well, I've heard a little birdie, a little Ganymede, you may say, for this game. Tell me there's going to be a couple silly compositions coming to this,
Okay.
because this is all for a bit of fun. This is all a bit of all a little bit of head-to-head grudge between different campuses, the different years. And I've heard there's going to be a couple things, throwing out the like characters, heroes you don't often see, or different type of combos you don't often see. So that's what I'm looking forward to. It's always nice to see this sort of things where it's like, oh, maybe a Bastion sitting behind tons of shields. I used to do that back in college, my college team. And
I do love a good Bastion comp.
Yeah, we could see that. Maybe a couple of things like Tracer coming in, popping off with a little emote, and then just shooting everyone near spawn and just coming straight on back again. That's something I'm looking forward to as well. I've heard some of our players have tried that before and might try and execute that, especially in this more fun environment.
Yeah, I mean, if we see some emotes, that would be some disrespect, but that'll be fun to see. And like, I'm guessing that a little birdie was Bastion's birdie, maybe that gave a little word to you earlier.
Yeah, Bastion's little Ganymede.
Oh yeah, gotta love the burb.
A little burb. I do like how when you change the skin on it, it also changes different birds. Like I like the Londony sort of steampunk one has a little pigeon.
Is that like a Lego bird with a Lego skin?
I haven't got that one. I know that came exclusively with that Lego set. It's super duper cool. Yeah,
it is. It's a cool skin. I want to see that skin, like, because if there's like a cute little Lego bird, that'd be nice.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah, that's it. Alright. When Viva said we can see a bunch of heroes today, it's like 95% of roster's viable. I'm guessing that 5% was just Lifeweaver, as that's the only character I know that's like not too great. But like you said, there might be some more like silly comps and stuff. So if we do see Lifeweaver, I'm hoping for some team kills. I want the disrespect. I want people to salt over the team kills. It'll just be fun. It'll be funny.
It will be fun with some team kills. One I do want to see as well is I've been having a lot of fun with Moira since playing. When I came out to Overwatch 2, I played a lot of Moira with my friends, and it's just the thought that it's a healer that can also go like somewhat heavy DPS, and it's like so you can be like, okay, everyone go towards their healer, stop them, and then that same healer can just be like, or I can spray damage at you and get rid of you, and then go back to healing. Make my team nice and comfortable. Fun to see. Couldn't see a Battle Mercy. That'd be even funnier to see.
Oh, Battle Mercy is that's peak gaming.
That is peak gaming.
Moira, like I love playing Moira as well because I am no brain, no aim. I can't play characters like you won't see me on Widow or Soldier or Hanzo. Like I can't aim for crap. So like it's just nice having a bit of lock-on damage, just pressing just holding down one button and just killing people. And Moira just sending an orb out. So it's just nice to do that. So I love playing Moira. I'm a D.Va main myself. Like you guys saw me with my D.Va bag in. I'll have to get that in one of the segments. And just be like, we don't have Love D.Va Gaming, but we've got my Love D.Va Get backpack.
We haven't got Love D.Va Gaming, but a lot of D.Va love here. We've got a Nerf D.Va gun. We do somewhere in the studio. We've got the foam D.Va guns on the stage. We've got your D.Va backpack. There's loads of D.Va here. I believe we might have a player playing D.Va. I did hear from one of the level 3-4 players, if they do get put on tank, if it's a certain composition or a certain map, they're going to play D.Va, and they're like D.Va's one of their mains, and so hopefully we can see that pull through. And I really like a good D.Va.
D.Va. I wish I could be a good D.Va. Like I've played like 500 hours in the game, something like that, and like 450 of them were D.Va. So it'd be nice to see some good D.Va.
It'll be nice to see some good D.Va. You got any like favorite of your D.Va moments or any D.Va moments? Like my personal one is I think it was again back when I used to play it in college for the college team. Was we were playing a team which they were like bottom of the table in the group, so we were being a bit silly, a bit goofy, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna leave my entire team behind, just run at them with my ult and just click it, shift click and ult, and then I just got a team kill and they all just left the game.
That is great.
Like that was quite fun, and it's just things like that where D.Va is one of those heroes where it's like, because there's like just you can have your little gun, you can have your turret, you can have your rocket, you have everything in the arsenal. It's like a bit of everything in one. It's just what you like, and if things go wrong, you can just blow yourself up, come back a bit later on, and say, oh, I've got pretty much full health bar, I've got pretty much full everything. I can dart around, and that's it can annoy players and it can be fun. It's like Marmite. You either love it because you're playing it, or you hate it because it's playing you.
Yeah, the thing is with D.Va as well, because she's just like, she's a gamer, like all her voice lines are so like toxic and like it just, you can annoy people with them. It's great. I think one of my like the highlights I have for D.Va is like season 3 YouTube strat when you're just like, oh, how do I get nerf kills? And in King's Row at the very end of a map, you can like go under a part of the map.
Oh, no.
So like I shift under the map and like come up with my mech and just get like a team ult kill. To get the point, and that is like the most satisfying ult you can get.
That does sound so satisfying.
It's one of those ones. It's like it's too old now. People know it, but at the time, season 3, it was like, YouTube, bless up.
Yeah. Well, talking about D.Va, D.Va's got a little crush on someone in the game from the storylines and from the voice lines. You got Bob, and alongside Bob,
true.
You get Ashe, and Ashe is like one of my many heroes that I pick. It's just because I came from a very environment of like a lot of things like Fortnite and like COD. So it's like I like games where I can just click and point a gun and then shoot it. Of course, not exactly like that, but it's just fun of being like I can stand low, I can stand high, I can fire some bullets at you, and if I get my ult, I have a big robot that can throw things at you, kind of like a reverse D.Va, if anything.
That's
true.
true.
Starting off big, going small, or you can start off small and then go big. So have you played Ash before? Have you got any memories with Ash or against Ash or?
See, Ash for me is like I'm a no-brain no-aim character. Like Ash, like she's not as bad, but like I'm still awful at aiming. Like it's why I play a tank healer mainly, but like I don't play stuff like Ana or anything like that because, like, you know, if I'm trying to heal on Ana, I'm missing every single shot, and I'm like, no, I'm sorry, I can't heal, please. You know, Ash is one again where I can't really, like, I just can't aim for crap. But I do like the potential with skins for like crossovers because we just had the One Punch Man one a couple seasons ago, and I would love to see either Edward Elric and Alphonse for Ash and Bob. So like, you know, you have Alphonse from Fullmetal Alchemist as Bob. Or I'd love to see like a JoJo one and have like, you know, JoJo Ash just be like, do the little JoJo pose and then send out like the stand. That'd be great. Like she's got so much potential skins.
There is a lot of potential there, but yeah, a lot of potential in our matches. I do believe our little graphic is telling us there are some map and side picks being picked, and it seems Oasis is our first pick. And I know a lot of players have really wanted Oasis today, just because it's one of those maps that you see quite often in the competitive scene, so you can get a good strategy for it and, you know, take it head on, and you can have a bit of a comfort with it.
Yeah, Oasis, I think it's one of those maps I quite like design-wise, but as a D.Va player, it's not really one of my favorites, just because there's very few points in that map where you can get a D.Va bomb off. So, like, especially with the point in the middle that has, like, the jump pads on the side, where, you know, if you were playing a character like Ash or Hanzo or Widow, so if you've got a lot of high ground opportunities on that map, but, like, for D.Va, you can just hide in the tower in the middle. You can't really get any bombs off. So it's not the best stage for her, but it's got a lot of potential for other characters. They've got a lot of look-down options, like, you know, that platform. There's the other platform that has, like, the tower in the middle with, like, a lookout box, and it's got, like, the platform over the edge. I can't remember any of it. Like, they don't have names, do they? Like, for each area.
I don't know. I just say the thing that looks pretty.
Yeah, like that one. I'm just like, oh, yeah, this one has stairs. This one has a jump pad. This one has, like, a window. That's how you like, you know, do them. I don't know the actual official names if there are any.
There's probably something somewhere. You know, you get like those 100% unofficial official guides to insert game here. They're probably some 14-year-old in his basement has written a book, and it's like, this is called this because I said it's called this. But I just say up, down, left, right. Someone's over there.
Yeah.
But you're saying about having these high points or these hidey holes. I think that might be good territory for something like a Widowmaker, which we did have our host talking about. One of our players is prepping a Widowmaker, and coming back to Ash again, kind of like in the middle of like a sort of Soldier and Widowmaker, where you have that more hands-on combat, you have that, but you also have that bit of distance you can take yourself to. And Soldier as well can maybe take advantage of those because, you know, he's not wanting to go too far away, but not wanting to do close. So maybe you can take advantage of a very, very tiny hidey hole. You can just be like, okay, Vice down and just shoot everyone who I can see in my area.
I feel like on support as well, Baptiste will be quite good because Baptiste has got like the crouch jump and like he can get to those high ground positions very quickly. Like, you know, if he's healing teammates, he can get out of there quickly and just leave. Lifeweaver can kind of do the same with the platforms, but, you know, they're not great heroes, so probably won't see them unless people want to be silly. But, like, you know, they've got the movement. Mercy's probably going to be flying around the map as well, which will be nice for them. Probably not going to see a lot of characters like Zen, I don't think, the ones with low mobility. You kind of on these maps, you kind of want a lot of high mobility just to get around, hide in all the areas you can, get some good shots off. Widow, like you said, is a good time to play, especially before next update. I think her and Hanzo are getting nerfed like insanely, like they're getting their damage drop off. So it's good to play them before they get nerfed, because then you know, if they get nerfed into the ground, you might not want to play them for a bit.
Well, you know, hopefully our players are going to have that last little hurrah with those heroes they really like. Of course, you know, you said about Hanzo. Hanzo's another one where if you find that hidey hole, he's, you know, bow and arrows can fire down, and that's something we can see taking advantage of. Maybe players will have a bit of a tactic to work around that. But of course, we have just been told by the voice in our ear that we are having a little bit of time to wait, so we're going to cut to a quick break, and we'll be right back with some Overwatch action once everything is all sorted on our end.
Yeah, so we'll see in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to Campus Clash Generations. We are sorry about that short break. We've had some technical issues with Overwatch, and we are continuing to have them. So we are going to have some slight adaptations. I'm, of course, Walker. Joining me is the ever so lovely Affinity. And do you want to tell us what's going on now?
Well, you know it's bad when you see us again so soon. That's all I'll say.
That is true. I feel bad.
Yeah, I'm so sorry you're putting up with us, but it won't be for long because we have some live content lined up. Now, this isn't something we do particularly often.
No.
Usually, the stuff that you see in between games and technical, it's pre-recorded. You know, a little bit of post-production magic. But we have some live games lined up for you. In the player room, we have a Nintendo Switch being set up.
And we are going to be playing Mario Kart, which...
And we are going to be playing Mario Kart. We're not, but the players
I'd
are.
argue... Now, this is a hot take, but I'd argue Mario Kart might become the most heated one we've had today.
I think it might, actually. I think that maybe it is
Couple of red
in the
shells.
contention for next year's Campus Clash.
Couple of red shells, maybe a cheeky blue shell.
Ooh, don't
Wouldn't
want
end,
cheeky
I don't
blue
think
shell.
it's going to end well, really. It's
Then-
it could have caused some arguments.
It is. And I believe we've got some unique casters as well for this. Now, all of the casters for this event were handpicked.
They were handpicked. They went through an interviewing process and they were chosen for their specific titles. But for this one, we've had to get a little bit creative.
Creative is a very nice way of putting it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. So we will be seeing some familiar faces to those of you that attend Staffs Uni showing up. Whether you're at London campus, whether you're at this campus, it will be a face that you will recognise.
Well, at least one face you'll recognise.
Yeah, you'll recognise somebody. We don't know how good they're going to be. Neither of us can vouch for their casting skills.
No, we can.
we?
Can
Can we? Sorry, they're going to be amazing.
No.
You'll be thoroughly pleased.
I have seen both of them cast
Have you?
before. Smash Bros.
Oh.
I've seen them both cast Smash Bros.
Not
together.
today.
Not
Not
together.
today.
A long time ago. It was a good, at least a month ago. So
Oh God, yeah, ages ago.
they
Jesus
they
Christ.
have some experience casting. It was in their own words a little bit scuffed, but they had fun. So we brought them back again, and they're going to be casting some Mario Kart instead.
Are they?
I mean, I hope they're going
I
to.
hope so.
They're going to try and
They're
cast
going to.
some.
How does one cast Mario Kart?
Well, it's going to be a bit.
He's going fast. He's going faster.
He gets hit by red shell. Oh no!
Oh no.
Yoinky spelunky, I stole your item. I don't. It's going to be an interesting one.
is.
I'm excited to see how it all plays out and how. I want to see how actually competitive it is. Who's going to be playing because we haven't been told
We
which players
haven't.
are going
No,
to be
we're
playing.
in the dark here.
Unfortunately, it won't be Harvey Peapod who is
They
a very
won't.
competitive man. He's having a snooze. He's out like a light downstairs.
There was yesterday in production. So they bought us some bean bags before the event
Oh, the
started.
bean
The
bags are
they are
amazing.
human-sized bean bags. And post game yesterday, at least one of the production team had fully conked out. We tried to wake them up to try order food, and they were not having it. They were dead to the world. But you know, it's been quite a tiring experience for some people. I can't even imagine how the players are feeling.
Yeah, I think as well, especially with a break, and everyone kind of was in that Overwatch mindset. Everyone was ready, and then obviously we've had these tech issues, and players are just kind of like, I'd warmed up, I was ready to go, and now I'm completely cold.
I feel that Mario Kart is the best warm-up. It
Mario
gets the
Kart
competitive
aim-
spirit flowing.
aim
It gets,
training
you know,
with
it's the
the
aim
green shell.
training.
The
You know,
green
you keep your
shells.
hands warm. There's the dexterity required.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think many people are playing Mario Kart with a keyboard.
No. It keeps your hands. I don't know what I'm saying.
I don't either.
It's been a. It's we were not expecting this, but I'm not quite sure if the Switch is ready yet.
I'm not sure either. We can acknowledge because we've changed up the desk slightly.
Oh,
if you
we
joined us
have.
yesterday, we've collected.
We'll start then. We'll start then.
We'll start with my end. So he's slightly off camera, so I'm gonna have to bring him in. But this is another. We have one side duck.
No, we have two sides.
No, I have.
Oh.
We actually have three. If you.
Oh wait,
count,
we do.
but-
We do. I can't count.
But this is side duck number one.
we line them up?
He's knitted. We can line them up. This is what kind of happens when we get told Phil.
Screw the trophy. We don't need the trophy.
Whoa!
Don't need the trophy.
So we have three Psyducks. We have a family.
We do. They're very sweet, aren't they?
It's like Little Red Riding Hood with the three bears.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was very wholesome.
No, that's
Ethan.
Goldilocks and the three bears. Not the same thing. But it is. We've got baby Psyduck, mummy Psyduck, and daddy Psyduck.
Yeah. Moving on.
We've
Should we go through all the Pokemon first? I feel like we've got a theme going
Yeah,
on. here.
we've collected a lot of Pokemon
Yeah, we
today. I'm
do.
not entirely sure. So,
we've got a lot.
no Gengar Squishmallow, he's very chungus, very chunk.
He is. Talking of Chungus, we've got.
Big Chungus.
He's hefty.
He's a chunky boy.
He
I
is.
don't, he's gonna stand.
He is. He's actually standing.
I'm quite impressed.
And then we've got our little bear family.
We got
got-
Ursaluna, Teddy Ursa, and Ursa Ring. They're all chilling. I
Yeah,
like
they
how
are.
we've got a theme with all of them.
We've got they're all
we've
like
got
family. Yeah.
families, and I feel like that's what
That's what Campus Clash is really about.
That's what it is about, Campus Clash. But with that, it's enough of me, Elena. We've filled long enough. We've shown you all of our wonderful plushies. It is time to hand you over to Captain Sabotage and the man with no lungs. It's going to be Cameron and Ross, and they're going to take you away for some Mario Kart.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sai, also known as the imposter of the day, really. I had my mask on earlier, if you saw it on camera. I'm joined by Ross, better known as Will from the In-Betweeners, or
I like the man with no
Cartwright.
lungs. I thought it was a great name.
Yeah,
I
okay,
might,
we'll
I
go with
might
the man with
shift
no
to that.
lungs.
Yeah.
Can you at least have a little bit of a lung today, so I don't have to just talk about Mario Kart?
No, I think it'd be way more interesting to just stand here awkwardly while you try and fill.
Okay, I can do that. I'm really good at filling. Apart from in League of Legends, obviously yesterday didn't go very well. Can't play CSGO or Valorant either, so let's just, hopefully, with some Mario Kart, we can do a nice overall game.
Thankfully, we don't have to play Mario Kart.
Oh,
It will be
fantastic.
done by, I believe, a representative from each of our teams.
Oh, here
as
we
we jump
go.
in. We're already
Right.
here at the Special Cup Cloud Top Cruise. Are you familiar with Mario Kart 8, Cameron?
I'm familiar with some of it, but we've got the Giant Slayers versus Flamebringers, I guess, on tour
Yep.
break.
And
So
it
that's
is
fine.
going to be our lovely Easy versus Waluigi matchup.
Yep.
We've got a bike choice from our Daisy player who's immediately taking an early lead. Nearly shot themselves off the side straight away. Green shells and bananas. This is Mario Kart Peak.
It is, but one sad reality is Waluigi is still not in Ultimate. And you know, the last time we cast, Wario has a projectile, everyone. Right, so moving on from that, it's a bit of a start-up. One person's obviously doing rather well and probably has played the game before. Waluigi probably hasn't.
We've got an early
Okay,
pause.
Early pause. That's fine.
That's a questionable sign. We're back to us, though.
Yeah.
What do you do? What more could you want to see than our faces?
Probably someone who's a bit more attractive, to be fair.
Ouch. Jeez.
It's okay, you have no lungs, you can't argue. So one thing we could see from that early on was we don't know what the rat race is. It's Peach, and we're back again.
We're back
Let's
in the
go.
game.
So
That didn't take long.
Waluigi is currently in fourth with a banana, and Peach also has a banana. There's a bit of a lead on the Peach at the moment. First lap done. Nice little drift over there from the Giant Slayers. And Waluigi is now starting to close the gap, now up into third.
Perhaps they are both somewhat familiar with it, despite the fact that we have seen some early dominance from our Daisy player. We did see Waluigi taking shortcuts, so perhaps they're a bit more knowledgeable about the game than we knew initially. But at the same time, perhaps they've just got eyes. They are quite visible.
Yeah, they do look like they've got eyes, and they've got the map to also help them. But one of the things that we could say is they're probably both more knowledgeable about this game than we are. So currently at the moment, we have Daisy still up in the lead. We're actually a massive lead now, a whole corner in the lead, probably about 4 to 5 seconds lead in advance. And it seems to be a bit of a slow from here. What we are looking for at the moment is the blue shell, because there's no box to close it down, and there's obviously a large lead up in the front.
Yeah. Do note that there are loads of AI racers in this, which means that our Waluigi player is unlikely to get any of the big power-ups that will make the difference. However, there is still the threat of blue shells and the
there we
like
go.
from
We've
the
got
back.
the box there. So we've got the loud box, which will mitigate any blue shell. So it's just now about seeing the race out.
Yep, whether they can just keep current dominance in terms of position. Lasting through it. The lightning is going to knock it off, followed up by a blue shell as well.
And gap has been closed a little bit, but not by the Waluigi, who's just been hit multiple times.
Yeah. Unfortunate times there. All of the action comes through, but Daisy's going to have to get fished out of the cannon after taking a hit just before it, but it didn't seem to slow them down particularly.
They've been able to keep that gap a little bit just because of the way it's all sort of fit over the sort of pass. And there's a nice win there for the Daisy.
Yep.
Waluigi doing Waluigi things, being sad about life as per usual. My favourite character in Mario, Waluigi. He reminds me a bit of me. Slightly too tall, slightly too uncoordinated, and also slightly too annoying.
Have you seen the lovely picture of Waluigi giving his ticket to Smash to Daisy?
No.
There's this wholesome picture of Mario, Luigi, Wario, and Peach on the bus, ready to get onto, ready to go to Smash, and they sadly. Daisy's crying because they don't have a ticket, so Waluigi hands it to Daisy, and it's beautiful and wholesome as we get into race 2.
Daisy obviously started on pole. Waluigi did climb it back up a little bit to 5th, I think, in the end, from the last race. But what we can see
going into this. It's another racetrack that I do not know anything about.
I sadly don't know the name of this track, but I am familiar with the game, so I do know at least what is going on with the track, which is racing, like most of the other tracks. Yeah. Yeah.
I was really skeptical that you're going to say it was more like a fighting game then.
Yeah. This one is actually
This is where Waluigi's actually caught back up and has the loud box, which probably won't impact him just yet. He may need to use that later on, though, if he gets targeted by a red shell. I don't know if it still works, but he's going to have to be really close with and clutch with his timing.
Yeah, he's going to waste it instead so he can get himself to that mushroom. And he's tried to boost himself for a shortcut across the side, but paid the price because the mushroom doesn't get him all the way over the sand. Did manage to dodge out on the green shell that was fired backwards by Daisy as the lightning comes through.
Yeah, so one of the things that you'll see about AI racers, they aren't very good at drifting. One of the things that you can see a lot with the Daisy in particular is they are cutting those corners relatively okay. Obviously, if you watch pro Mario Kart or any really high-level players, they are a lot smoother, but, you know, just setting up around the warm-up, especially going into some sort of early game experiences, you can see that they're doing okay. They've got this lovely lead thanks to those drifts.
Yeah, and they're managing to get into that bone route, which gives you a nice boost all the way around twice in a row now, whereas Waluigi is yet to find that. We have, however, seen another strike on them to pull them back a little bit, and the 3 mushrooms might give Waluigi the chance to take that shortcut he tried earlier.
So, I don't know if it's a rumour or not, but the coins make a difference in terms of your overall speed.
They do. So, stacking up to 10 coins gives you a slight speed increase.
Yeah.
And then you'll lose coins on getting hit.
So you lose 1 to 2 coins depending on the sort of projectile, isn't it, if I remember rightly. You can lose all 10 if it's by a blue shell, I do believe.
Possibly. I'm not quite sure, actually, on how much you lose in each one. But, yeah, top speed is definitely affected by them. Looks like Waluigi is going to finally take the right route as we get the inking. Let's test our people's vision. Can they still drive through the ink?
Computer says no. With Daisy getting a blue shell there. But they did get over the pass this time, so you didn't have to be fished out. If you are interested, me and Ross do like a little bit of extreme fishing. So that could be something that we should have done instead. I was hoping we'd do Wii Sports, but...
How did we get there?
I don't know, they were fishing out.
I was getting ready to talk about the fact it's final corner and the race is coming to a close, things were looking good, and now we're on extreme fishing.
Yeah, extreme fishing, why not? So Waluigi got 2 places up that race, did a little bit better. Could they overturn? Probably not. I'm not holding my breath out too much about it. But what we can say is they've moved up to 4th now.
Yeah, it's promising signs, but it is 15 points for a win. And that is going to mean that Daisy is going to have to come all the way down in the bottom 3 for our Waluigi to carry on here. But I have faith in them. Although I believe most of these championship cups, they are 4 races long. Yep. So there is still chances. We got player cams now.
Oh, yes, we have Tom versus Corey, so Searle versus level 6. And I'm assuming Tom is playing as Peach, and I'm pretty sure that Tom plays Mario Kart.
I know that Tom plays things on the Switch. That's at least a good starting point.
That's a good point. Yeah. It's okay. We've got a little bit of break now before we go into the next camera.
A brief movement.
Yeah, we can talk about extreme fishing again. Oh, let's talk about extreme fishing.
I don't remember ever expressing my interest in extreme fishing.
Well, we were talking about fishing with our new lecturer, Andrew, and he obviously is really into competitive fishing, and we talked about the Wii game, and I was thinking about all the different types of controls you could get on the Wii, and the one that I always think about as really being really cool, or in my case, really lame, but really cool in the same process, is a little fishing rod. So we're showing our age a little bit here. So like if we're going to fish, I'm going to fish Benito over now. He keeps on showing me. There you go, come on, Benito. Come into frame. Come on, you're being really slow. There you go. Go. Thank you, Benito. And then off you go. So
catch and release fishing.
Catch and release. Ethical fishing. Let's go with it.
Perfect. I'm now being...
Do you know what? I always bully you about your lung capacity, but I am literally dying.
That's because you're jumping around as we do it. We're here at Mario Kart Stadium, this time in a Mushroom Cup. Let's have a look what our racers picked. I didn't manage to see them. I only saw the kart selection, so I don't know what...
I got distracted by extreme fishing.
Who we're doing. It looks like we're going to have Dry Bowser versus one of the Bowser Jr. lot that I can't remember the name of. It's a stall from the early start as we get the Mercedes-Benz car choice.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that collab. Yeah. That's really strange by Nintendo. They don't usually do collabs like that. So, one of the things we can see here is I do like this kart, though. It's very on theme, more than actual playability at this rate.
Yeah.
As you go around the first corner or the fourth corner, because I didn't pay attention.
That would be the second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was
Oh,
close.
third, sorry. No, my apologies. I forgot that.
Okay, so we got all 4 corners wrong.
Yeah.
And then we got the box already. Nice little opening box there. This should be a relatively quick track. And one thing you can sort of see within this, they've got first and second. AI is not very good on this track, in particular because of how many drifts there are in it.
Yeah. And we are seeing a lot closer race at the moment, though, it seems. The looks like our Bowser Jr. What's his name again?
Corey, I think.
Corey.
Yeah, Corey.
Okay. So it looks like Corey is
in the lead.
In the
Hang
lead
on.
at the moment.
I think we switched over because I think now we've got the right things at the top. So we are now with 2 new racers, I think. Let's chill about that. But one thing, we've got 2 new racers. Both of them are playing relatively well.
No, this is our level 6 versus Sol.
Yeah, which is the right way.
Yeah, which is the right thing.
Yeah, but we didn't have we had the level 4 and 5 3 versus 5 earlier. So
yeah, which we have no idea who raced them.
Yeah, we had no idea who raced this. But this was a lot closer, and that's going to make it more interesting. AI is there to fill out the pack, just so you've got the 12 racers. One of the things you will be able to see in this, though, is both are using the drift to their advantage a lot of the time.
Yeah, a lot more competitive.
Nice, good banana throws by there. Nice corners taken there, and the undercut.
As the green shell in hand, chose not to release it in that point-blank range, as we're going to hold the shell behind to body block. Going to ping it in the head in the end.
Oh, is he going to go for it? Is he going for it? And
we're waiting for the last minute. He's whiffed.
He whiffed.
It's a close fight. James currently holding the inside line as the lightning strikes. I think that got Corey with a bit harder there, which means they'll be small for a little bit longer. Is drafting going to be enough? It's not going to matter, and Corey across the line.
And that's the first time that Sol's won something in a long time.
That was a really good race. I liked that. You can see disappointment, but smiles across both faces.
Mostly disappointment by me, more than disappointment by them.
You're disappointed?
Yeah.
Of them or of yourself?
Mostly of me, because I forgot what corner it was.
It's all right. We both teach analytics. We can't count.
Yeah. It's our favourite pastime.
Welcome
not being able to count.
the water park.
Yeah.
I like this one. There's something about driving underwater that's really cool to me.
Are you allowed to go to water parks, though?
Not since the accident, no.
Okay.
Wait, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, he didn't actually have an accident. He just died.
Yeah.
Right, going on to the next race. Both starting off in a good position. Dry Bowser there getting a bit of a lead thanks to the boost. One thing you can sort of see within this is we should be having 2 races on each one. I don't know how Overwatch is going. I don't really care because this is way more fun.
Aren't you playing in Overwatch?
Yeah, I am.
That's a good promising sign.
Yeah, it is a promising sign. But the good thing about this is I don't need to play and I can just talk rubbish on stream for like an hour.
I'm used to you talking rubbish, so this is perfect job for you.
Yeah, especially in analytics. Yeah.
As we see really close-knit racing, surprisingly holding on to the bananas for as long as possible, it seems, as the pair of them have as many bananas available to them. They're going to face plant into the ticket booth, I believe it was.
Are we playing a little bit of Ticket to Ride now?
Ticket to Ride, yeah. We switch up the game all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Throw our sick board game references out there.
Yeah, and the good thing about this, there is a train in this game as well.
That goes through the middle.
Yeah, go through the middle. There it is. There's the train.
I'd call it a submarine. I guess it's on a monorail track type thing.
It's a monorail train sort of thing. And one thing we can sort of see within this is nice shell there, nice banana.
Yeah, red shell, nice banana.
This is too out in front. I was hoping when I got told could you come in and do casting, I was told I was doing Wii Sports, and that would have been way more fun to watch me do. But one thing we can see is another ink here going into the final lap. Very, very close, this one.
Honestly, I am the worst at driving through the ink. I don't know how people do it. I just can't see anymore. I liked the DS one. I do have glasses. I liked the DS one because you could then just look at exclusively the map. With perfect vision. It was great. As that blue shell is going to be the difference maker here. An extra coin only for Corey, as we're going to see. Is that green shell going to matter? No, they're going to throw it at a banana. That was a poor choice of timing.
And we've got a little bit of a lead around that last corner. We're going into the corner. We've got the up over top. This is where Tom last time just went straight into the building. And this time he missed the building, but he doesn't matter because he still won. Well done, Corey. Can we have 4 points now? Because we haven't had any of those yet.
Yeah, 30 points in that. What more could you want? Sadly, that doesn't count towards it.
No.
I don't actually know if Mario Kart results are affecting that. I might be able to find that out at some point. But I just
I
like Just Ross.
Just
I saw
Ross.
at the end of it. Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you very much, guys.
Yes.
Wonderful. Looking out. For me.
Right, so I don't know if we carried on. I'm guessing we're going to keep on.
I'm
felling for a while.
assuming we're sticking with like a 2-race swaps
Yeah,
to
so
the next
we're going
character
through the
job,
next swap, and we're going to go
which
through
I've got a thumbs up from somebody who shouldn't have been able to hear me.
Yeah, it's okay. But it's all
Throwing
good.
me for a loop.
Oh,
now.
we're now back to the same 2 races again. So I don't know if they switched over or is doing another race.
Did we do 3 races last time or 2?
No, we had 2.
I've slept since then. That was far too long
yeah.
ago. As we get here onto the Sweet Canyon.
So Mercedes. Yeah, so instead of talking about Mario Kart, because obviously we're not doing a great job of that, let's talk about cars. So, car-wise...
We're just giving up already.
Yeah, it's okay. I got told Wii Sports, okay? No, Switch Sports, because different game. But if you could have one car added to Mario Kart, what car would it be?
My car.
Your car. I don't know how...
I have got confirmation, by the way. We are on best of 3s.
Best of 3s.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's a best of 3. One thing we can see within this is your car. What is your car, Ross?
My car is a GT86, but that's not in this.
Yeah, obviously not.
No.
The only car in this is a Mercedes.
Well, there's 3 Mercedes in it, though.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. There's a collection of them. Jeez, get your Mario Kart 8 knowledge out.
It may help if I actually ever played the game. But both of them are doing relatively well. I prefer Wii Sports.
This is a much closer race. This is about the first time I think we've seen anybody go into 3rd or below. They're going to throw a banana and nearly get themselves with it. Yeah, it looks like James is currently sitting behind.
Yeah,
struggling.
having a little bit of a cry.
Having a cry?
Yeah.
Have you got player cams? Because I haven't.
I would be crying if I was behind AI. This game's a 3+. We've got really good competitive players here. They should be able to be a 3+ game.
I have no idea what difficulty the computer's set to. As the blue shell is going to come through, is enough to make a difference. It is.
Now Corey should be crying. He's behind an AI too.
We're in mini modes, exiting the mini mode. Finally, some competition happening, like we said, from the AI.
Yeah.
Get your Animal Crossing ready, because apparently they are the fastest people out here. As a red shell's going to catch, and it's going to get pretty close. They're both behind AI. What more could you want?
For them to both cry about it. But Corey's managed to have 6 bananas in a row. That's pretty impressive. Although I don't think a single one of them has slipped on any of those bananas. But you can sort of see going into this is the AI is now behind again, so they're back into 1st and 2nd. And one thing you can sort of see around it is the fact that if you knock into each other, apparently you spin. That wasn't on the last one.
That is only while you are in the hovery mode that they're in
the hovery
I don't know why they're in a hovery mode, to be honest.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be a reason for it there. But
oh, there's a red shell.
Red shell, is it going to matter? It's going to be thrown, but they're going to get over the line just in time.
And then James with the win, and then Corey with the 4th.
Oh dear, it fell down very quickly there. Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
It's going to be even points at the end of race 3. How do we go here?
I'm just laughing. I'm hoping that Tom's actually hearing what we're saying. Okay, he just keeps on smiling randomly into the camera.
We'll find out some good news as I get some wonderful confused looks going towards me. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, I love a
the
good confused
The greatest news is that this is a casual thing and we're just chilling out.
Yeah.
And it's not here for super competitive nature. Hopefully, we will get you that Overwatch gameplay that you were possibly here for earlier.
Yeah, maybe. maybe you shouldn't be here for that bit. Mostly because I'm playing. I haven't played it in 5 years.
Right, okay.
Oh, we're on to another race.
We are doing a 4th race.
4th race.
The final race. We're just going to keep it going, get this one through.
Let's keep on going. We can do this all day.
We can't. I don't have the lungs for that.
Yeah, maybe I could do this all day. But if not, we can start doing the Macarena next time we go on a little break. So that will definitely get rid of your lung capacity.
Cameron, how much sugar have you had today?
Well, I've had 3 hours sleep and then 3 hours sleep yesterday. So I'm running off 6 hours sleep and 6 energy drinks. So one thing we can see within this is the fact that that was a shell.
Okay, it's certainly an interesting way to cast it as we get to see James flying away at the moment. A good lead for them. They are going to catch something and it is going to push them down. Corey's going to pass over.
Yeah, and one thing we can see is the AI is in the lead again.
Yeah, this is top tier Mario Kart where people can't beat the computer.
That's a bit mean. It's also a Switch, but we'll go off that. Remember, the game is for 3+, so
think about AI being about that level.
I just learned a new shortcut on this track, so James is clearly somewhat familiar with this, as he's going to use the POW to get a knock up onto Corey there, and they're going to take that wall ride.
They are indeed. And one thing we can sort of see within this is if I was playing, I would walk straight into that boulder. I always get these timings wrong on this side of the track, but my favourite item finally come out, and that is the plant, the fire plant.
Fire plant.
Because I just spam it and just hope for the best.
I mean, that is the mission objective with it, I believe.
And Corey is with his next lot of bananas. For the rest of the tournament,
bananas,
if you want to refer to him as Mr. Banana, feel free. Because he's had so many this race.
As we're going to see, I can't remember the name of the Animal Crossing character, and it's really annoying me. Yeah.
I've never played Animal Crossing.
I have plenty, far too much, clearly, to forget. But, you know, never mind. We carry on, as they are going to, Elizabeth is their name, as they're continuing to win.
Oh, well done, you remembered.
I did, as the shortcut is open in the middle, and James is going to take advantage of that.
And the shortcut wasn't open for Corey.
Yep, James is going to take it
Corey
hugely.
just got flattened. But he did get his bomb off in the meantime, and now he's currently in 6th.
Yeah, we're coming up towards the final corner, though. James going to try and take the shortcut. If he's going to overcook it, he's ended up round the outside. Is it going to make a difference?
Round the outside.
It's definitely going to be an Elizabeth victory, as James is struggling to get over the line. Looks like there's just enough speed to get past Corey here.
And that's a 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, so congratulations,
Elizabeth.
Isabel. That's her name.
Isabel.
It says, and I still got it wrong. I'm terrible. Wonderful. That's exactly what you need to see. Top tier casting talent when you can't even name the characters in the game.
As promised, Macarena.
I'm going to leave you to do it silently. I don't know what's happening here.
I don't know either. I'll just give it up.
We're just
waiting for the next race.
I have to be in this Twitch clip that you're now making. You know that, right?
Yeah. Come on, Ross. You want to do it?
No, I don't.
You sure?
I'm good, thanks.
I missed that whole bit up because I was too busy laughing.
Perfect.
Right. Anyway, I promised I would do it. I've done it.
You've actually broke all of the behind the scenes team.
Yeah,
They've all just fallen off of chairs and things at this point.
It's fine because I'm sure I can think of other things to do as we go through this. Like I said, I would really like Wii Sports if anyone in the back team can get that going because I really want to cast them Extreme Bowling.
We're hoping to get a small update going through as to what's going on, where we're going, what's the likelihood of Overwatch happening, etc.
We'll find out.
And as soon as we do, we'll put it out. I'm getting a T for time, but that's all I can tell.
Yeah, but just carry on.
We're going to throw for a break, I think, is the goal there. Wonderful. Yep. We can throw it to a break. Any last words, Cam?
Yeah, if we are stuck back here later on, I'll find something else fun to do. Don't worry. See you later.
See you guys.
welcome back, everyone. I am Affinity, and I am joined today by Blowharsh. Blowharsh? So unfortunately, Nathan is unable to join us at this very second. But we've had a bit of a change of plans, actually. So what was meant to be Overwatch has now been scrapped. There was a lot of technical issues regarding logins. Is that how I think it is?
Hello?
Hello? Do you want to come out? Do you want to stay under there?
He won't get off my head. I might have to sit. You might just have.
Yeah, we can have you sat.
But
so,
yeah, we've got some changes.
We've got some changes. So Overwatch is out, and but we decided that we needed an odd number of games, just so that there wasn't any chance of tying. I guess
it minimises the
risk of a tie. Just in overall points in the Coliseum format.
See.
But what we have in place now, you got a little bit of a taste of it earlier. But we've decided to lean into it a bit more. We are going to be having a Mario Kart tournament to decide the points that would have been given in the stead of Overwatch.
Indeed, and the way that is going to be working is there will be 16 races, 4 racers competing in those races, 1 from each of the teams, and then it will be decided via that. But we have got a little bit of spice. The je ne sais quoi I mentioned earlier that we were going to see in Overwatch. We're getting it instead in Mario Kart, and it will be that all 4 of the final races will be on different variants of Rainbow Road in Mario Kart 8. Ooh. So that's going to be an interesting way to end it all out, of course.
Yeah, if there's a tied final race, there's going to be a shootout between tied players.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure quite what that is going to entail myself.
I'm assuming just maybe a lap or a race. We don't know.
We don't know.
As you can tell, this is very on the fly, hence why I have a shark on my head.
Yes. I feel very tall up here. This is a first.
This is a first, yeah.
I am not the short one. I don't know whether I'm meant to join you.
No, I think I'll just stay.
Yeah, you just stay there.
We're here now.
We're here now. And that's what matters. They're here and now. So each university, each team is going to be putting forward a player per race. I think there'll be 4 players in total, given that there's 16 races. So each.
He nearly went flying. My mic's also now moved.
Each team is going to put forward 4 players. They're each going to compete in a race each, I believe. I'm not quite sure. We'll see when we get into it. It's still very much on the fly, but we're hoping it'll still be entertaining for you. Now, the Overwatch casters that we had, that you got to briefly meet before everything got a little bit messy, they will be coming back, so you will get to see them once again. They will be casting this
Mario Kart tournament series thing. You don't. We've saved you from Psyduck and Pedro. Just Ross.
Yeah. They had a good time. I think. Well, one of them had a good time.
The other one not so
Ross
much.
came off and said, "Never put me on camera with Cameron again." Which honestly, fair enough. It's very difficult to stand up on camera next to somebody as fabulously not conga dancing.
Shark agrees.
Well, Macarena, that's the one.
Yeah.
It's hard to match that.
It really is. Happy days.
Happy days indeed.
I'm excited for some Mario Kart. I think the Shark is also, and he's watching eagerly. He's saying hello to you all at home. And of course, what we also need to mention is our wonderful sponsors of this year's Campus Clash. And the Shark is a big fan of all of them. Noble Chairs, Ducky Keyboards, and of course, Sweet Cabin. We want to thank all of those. And I love how this has now just changed to only me and the Shark. He's just menacingly staring at you.
Do a little wobble.
Wobble.
Now, I love the Shark. I love spending time on the hosting desk with you, but we are going to pass you over to our Overwatch casters for Mario Kart, as odd of a sentences that is. So do you want to take it away, Connor and Robert?
Thank you, Affinity and Nathan over there on the desk. Of course, we are back for a bit of a slight change of a game,
Yeah, only slightly. They're similar genres, right?
Very, very similar.
Blizzard played Mario Kart, kind of.
Racing around track, basically Lucio.
That's true. We're in the Lucio green room right now, and
we are.
This is the speed boost zone, and there's going to be a lot of speed for Mario Kart. Ka-chow and all that, Lightning McQueen action. Like, that's my favorite Mario Kart character.
Oh, they should like add that. Like, someone's probably made a mod pack somewhere where like you can put skins on things.
There is. There's 100%.
Probably some there. It's the Nintendo community. There's a lot worse stuff out there.
I would doubt. Like, if there's not a lightning, I'm willing to bet money that there's a Lightning McQueen mod for Mario Kart.
If I weren't on camera, I'd search it on my phone. Maybe when we're off camera a little bit, maybe we can be a bit cheeky, and our producers might tell us off. It's like, you know what? I want to see this Lightning McQueen skin.
Yeah. Next break, if you see a break going on, we will be back afterwards and tell you if there's a Lightning McQueen mod.
Yeah.
We'll do some research off screen.
Bit off screen research. there's not very much to cover with Mario Kart, is there? Because like it's a very niche game. Like I know out in like Japan and Korea, there's like an actual meta game for it. Like what like car you pick, what bike you pick, what like sail you pick, what character you pick. Like there's actually hidden weight values in the game of each character. So I know characters like Baby Daisy, Baby Peach, they're picked quite often in like these big metas because they're so like light, and they're put on like a bike or something, and then something like a really light kite, because you have so much speed, and because you're so light you can quite easily turn. No idea if any of our players know that, and no idea if that applies to like casual play, but
yeah, the meta's been quite changed a lot recently. I think the most recent patch they changed it, so I think Waluigi and Wiggler, and there's like another character was like the most meta pick, but now everyone got like their the hidden value change ever so slightly. Now any character's meta, and we're seeing everyone playing some different characters right now. You'll see some question marks as the DLC is still coming out. Unfortunately, it would have been nice if we got a DLC drop like just before the event, so we could have some more tracks. But the Mario Kart's been, it's updating it regularly. We've got a lot of new tracks recently, which is good. Since this game came out in 2014, I think.
Yeah, because this is like a remastered version.
Yeah, so we had Mario Kart 8 in 2014, and I think this is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which came out 3 years after. It's in 2017.
Yeah, when the Switch first came out.
Yeah, so you've had a lot of the same tracks for years and years. It's only recently with the booster pack where they've added a lot more stages. They added a new character with Birdo. You can see it top right, and they've been adding more tracks recently as well. So it'll be interesting to see how well attuned everyone is to all these new tracks. As I'm willing to bet most people have played this version of Mario Kart, or at least one version of Mario Kart before. But if you haven't played it recently, there might be a lot of new tracks that they might not be familiar with, which will be interesting to see.
Yeah, we just see how they adapt to different maps. A lot of them are the same. Like I know in this game, there's often those little tags that says from the Wii, from the N64, stuff like that. So a lot of them, some of these maps might actually be older than some of our participants today. That's shows my age a little bit.
It's so weird to see. Because I started off on with Mario Kart number 2, Mario Kart on 64. So like that came out like earlier than a lot of the people on the course.
That's older than me.
Yeah, it came out in like 1997.
It would have been late 90s, early 2000s in the 64 era. But we do see our players are picking their cards. We have seen the player with Daisy, which I believe is for the Flamebringers, has gone ahead and picked Fairway. So Daisy, one of those characters I think has that lighter hidden value. Going for a card that's focused more on acceleration and handling, a little bit of grip. So maybe just thinking if I can get the speed boost, like going ahead, I can then get quite far. As well as the handling, you go around those edges, go over those drifts, very, very fun. You got the dry Bowser, which, if this uses real-world physics, if something's heavier, it's going to have more friction, more forward lean, forward force. I don't know cars very well, but, all that stuff. Going for a lot of a faster build with weight build. The Toadette going for a very all-around build. I didn't quite catch the last build, and we are just going to see the rules going in, so of course.
Everyone's going on bikes, which is interesting, though. I feel like, maybe they played a lot of Mario Kart Wii, because that was when bikes were meta. Like, bikes were king back in Mario Kart Wii, and I feel like that was one of the most popular Mario Karts. So I could definitely see a lot of people here playing, like starting off with that game, being a bit more familiar with it, which is why everyone's going with bikes. I'm kind of disappointed the Flamebringers didn't go with like the Flame. Is it the Flame Rider bike? So like there's a bike called like the Flame Rider or something like that, and like they didn't pick it, and I'm like, damn. A missed opportunity.
Well, the golden rule, if it's got stripes or flames on it, it goes faster. The go faster stripes, applies to everything. As a kid, I'll kind of call myself. I used to get like the flames and the stripes go back in my head. So I thought that made me actually faster. So I have to see, if that's true for these characters who have been picked with the stripy cars, the flamey cars. Dry Bowser, of course, is born of flame, so maybe he'll go faster. He is just bones.
He is just bones. So he's gonna have a skeleton of fun racing this time around. He's probably going to be really quick. If anyone's watched One Piece, Brook running around underwater because he's made out of bones as well. Dry Bowser may be able to do that as well. But we're getting into the first race, which is Yoshi's Circuit from the GameCube. It's a really cute stage. If you can see the map in the middle, it's actually like made to look like Yoshi, which is really cute. There's that nice little shortcut that King Boo just missed out on there. Where you can use a mushroom through the waterfall, which is really good. Probably would have propelled them into first place, which is currently where Dry Bowser is sitting. As we said, it's made out of bone, so, speedy boy. He's a speedy boy.
Speedy boy. Well, Boo himself is a ghost.
That is true.
Which is lighter than bones. So
does King Boo have a weight?
I guess the crown is on his... Like, he must be some sort of solid mass because he's got a crown on his head. Like, you'd think with a ghost, the crown would fall through, or is the crown part of his body?
Or, like, how's he even driving if it's, like, you know, if he can't touch the car if he's a ghost? That's a good point.
He controls the bike. But of course, yeah, so everyone actually just notices on bikes besides the dry Bowser, but, you know, I think if you put something that big onto a bike, it would fall off. And falling off is what it is doing in 4th place. So although players beating... actually, no, we have got no AI on, so they are just fighting against themselves.
Oh, no, we got AI.
AI.
But they're just not in front. The AI is just, you know, falling behind a little bit. They fell off. I think we had a lot more serious competition from the computer players the last few games we saw while we were working out some tech stuff. But this time around, like, you know, look at that gap between the players and the computers. Like, these players clearly know what they're doing. They played a lot of Mario Kart. It's neck to neck between the 4 of them, just spamming items at each other. So items is a huge part of Mario Kart. Like, you can get really lucky or really unlucky. And, you know, you could be in 1st place the entire race and then just get messed up by an item at the end of it. So
you can get messed up by that blue shell that comes on. You know, they did come from Overwatch, which a lot of players do get very salty from, but I think the salt of getting hit by a blue shell, that's even bigger of a salt.
There is way more salt in, like, the Nintendo community as a whole, but just like Mario Kart in general. Mario Kart
there is that blue shell we were just talking about, so
yes,
Daisy is in for a wild ride.
Daisy is, do apologize, Daisy, you're going to get hit by that blue shell, but there's a lot of a gap, so Daisy's not going to lose her position there. Still in 1st place, but not having any items to defend herself against this red shell, which is going to let the others take over her. Unfortunately, missed out on that the little mushroom guy on the little mushroom on the bottom.
Toadette?
Get that? No, it's just like a little toad item, like, you know, the mushroom speed boost.
Oh, the speed boost mushroom, yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunately, they couldn't get that, but, you know, they're going to take 2nd place, which is pretty admirable. Everyone in the game taking, like, the top 4 slots. Computer players, you know, Roy, Larry, Bowser Jr., not doing too well.
Not doing it, but we're not here for those computers, those CPUs.
They could come from behind and win.
It would be very funny if they win the
one. Definitely.
Like that, like players who have, you know, got that manual skill from Overwatch. They know the second to turn, they know the second to do everything, and it's just like, oh, I've lost to a CPU. It's like
that's when the real salt comes out. You know, if blue shell is all in all, you know, you're gonna be salty about that. But if you lose to a CPU, that's just disrespectful.
It is a bit disrespectful, especially if it's like a CPU that like gets you with a blue shell, or like so we did see in that combo there where I believe Daisy was hit with the lightning and hit with the blue shell in a space of seconds. And the lightning's not the worst in the world. You just go a bit smaller, a little tiny bit slower. But then the fact that you get big again, and then as soon as you get big again, get hit by a blue shell, that is super irritating. I don't know if that most likely actually came from a CPU, because CPUs often are at the back of the race, and that's where you often get the sort of blue shells getting given to, as well as things like bullet bills. Like I want to see a bullet bill. I do enjoy seeing bullet bills. It's like someone goes from like 12th place to like, you go to about, you know, the 8th to 4th range, but that's still a good enough boost. As we're going into Coconut Mall for this next one,
right here.
And, you know, we're going to be probably vibing to the music more than we are going to be having fun with it. Actually, is it the same music in this game?
It's the same. I think it's like a new arrangement of it, but same music. So if you don't hear us talk for a while, it's just because, you know, we're going to be bopping to the music, just like, it's a banger. Yeah.
Well, it's fine. But yeah, our races are off, and Daisy taking a very comfortable lead. Oh, no, I do say that. Goes straight back into 3rd, 5th.
Commentator's curse. What you know.
Never say what's going to happen to a player, because it will happen. I've come from a Pokemon background, so it's not like as soon as you say something, it's like, oh, that Pokemon get paralyzed. Oh, no, it's gone. You know, I said this is going to race is going the way, but Toadette, who did have a middling finish last time, is now in 1st place, which is quite good to see, especially for the Giant Slayers, who aren't having the best weekend so far.
Oh, true. I feel like Pokemon's very similar, like, kind of getting to Mario Kart, where it's very RNG based with a luck, because, you know, one item or one one miss hit or one like lucky para can just change the things, and it's similar in Mario Kart. You know, one lucky item, one bad good banana placing, one bad blue shell, like, it can just turn everything around.
It can change everything, and like, yeah, what's very irritating as well is when you like bump into a corner. Like, whenever I play Mario Kart, I get more annoyed when I just bump into a corner on accident than I do if I'm playing something, like if I get played into with like a blue shell or any shell that matter. Though what's worse than Mario Kart's such a vibrant game, I lose my words. But what I think is very annoying, and like even more of a salt to the wound, is if you get hit with a green shell, because the player has to actually aim that green shell. It gets really annoying when you know, a player managed to both drive and aim to hit me whilst I'm also driving, which really does suck, as I do have the music turned up in my ears to try and get that nice Coconut Mall sound flowing through me. You see Toadette is getting hit all over. And then we just, oh god, that was a bit too loud.
Yeah,
I cannot hear myself.
It's okay. You know, it's because the music is such a bop. That's all we want to hear right now. All you want to hear is this Coconut Mall theme. It's amazing. Like, it's one of the best tracks in the game, one might say. Daisy getting hit by another blue shell, unfortunately. Still having the lead, though. Still number first. And coming up to the last couple corners of the game, they did actually change this map from the Wii version. The cars used to be a lot more, you know, they'd go straight in a line. There used to be some booster pads here. But now they just do a little spin. But Dry Bowser just taking the lead. Daisy finishing in second again, King Boo in third, and Toadette in fourth.
Yep, a race probably did happen, but I'll be completely honest, I did not hear a word you said just then, because, you know, a combination of vibing to Coconut Mall music and then just all the chaos that happens in Mario Kart just flooding into my ears at such a loud rate, you know, very off-putting, but you know what, we're not here for me to complain about how my ears are hurt, we're here to watch this amazing Mario Kart action.
Yeah, look at that Baby Daisy skill right there, 2 points. 2 points that might come from behind and win, who knows?
You know, baby, you know, if you got, I think if that was a manual Baby Daisy, someone's playing it, they'd be in first right now, first every time.
Oh, true.
That's maybe me coming from a Baby Daisy main in
I was about to say,
Mario Kart.
yeah, who do you play in Mario Kart?
Baby Daisy.
Baby Daisy, that's fair. I play Toadle and me. I don't know what it is with, like, because I play them in Smash too. I like the Mii's. It's just fun playing, you know, just self-insert, put yourself in the game. But Toad's my boy. I've been playing Toad since Mario Kart 64. I love the pipe frame combo of, you know, the Azoriel's pipe frame, cart, and just any glider, really. Any glider do that's not, like, the triangle one, like, because that's a bit heavier. So just any blue one, just to fit with the Toad theme. Oh, and speaking of Mario Kart 64, this is so much nostalgia, unless they're not picking it. No.
They got you.
Please.
They baited you.
They baited me. This is the biggest bait. If they don't pick Calamari Desert, I'm gonna cry. Like, what? This was like the first Mario Kart track I ever played. Like, you know, I love this track. If they just baited me, you know, I'm walking off stream. That's fine. You've still got two casters. It's fine.
No, we've still got two. Well, yeah, we can have a backup somewhere. You know, you got
yeah,
Ross and Cameron wherever they are. You know,
we can have Ross and Cam back. You know,
have Ross and Cameron come back. That was always a good vibe. So we are going to Calamari Desert. So we are gonna. Your wishes were granted.
I was just like, no, please, please, I'm begging you. Let me see Calamari Desert, and we saw it. So this is another track brought back with the DLC, but they have changed it a lot since previous iterations. So it used to be 3 laps around the map like normal, but they've changed it to be one of those courses where the course changes with each lap. So first off, it's like the original track where you go from one end to the next. Then after that, it ends off with you going through the tunnel where we'll see the train coming up soon, and you follow the train in, which is quite nice, before coming out again and ending the race on that last corner. It's a great track. It's got some nice music, got some nice, you know, got a nice desert-y atmosphere to it. In terms of this race, though, Daisy's been really well. Like, they always tend to be in number 1 or number 2. I feel like they tend to lead early on, and then something messes them up towards the end and makes them go second. But they've been putting a really good showing today so far.
Yeah, well, you might have just kind of jinxed it now. So hopefully they stay in first. Hopefully it's taking our players. Then you get to go ahead. But it could be a close one because every player has had a position high in that podium. So it could be anyone's game going along a train track. And I will tell you, trains are one of my favorite things on this planet. Yeah, seeing it in Mario Kart as well, very, very fun. Well, someone's Joy-Con is on low battery, so...
It's how we nerfing him. We saw Daisy was doing too well, and, you know, we were just like, we need some patch notes, like, mid-game, so we're just like, let's just drain that battery, make it so that the controller runs out of charge, and that way the other competitors have a chance.
Yeah, give the other competitors a chance to try and push through the rest of the race, but, yeah, it's Mario Kart. It's a game, like we say, it's a game of luck. There is no game... Well, I guess luck and chance are quite similar, but I don't know. It's
Daisy taking back the lead again from Dry Bowser. Dry Bowser coming in third, but falling behind to fifth. So, you know, they're falling behind the CPUs here, which is, I think, a first for this game?
Could possibly be a first for the game. Oh yeah, it is the first. Yeah, they dropped 2.6 below the CPUs.
Yoshi
that is.
and Metal Mario, the skill diff here. Like they're just built different CPUs.
They are built completely different, you know. Yeah, and our players probably built different as well, getting consistent top things. You know, to come consistently first in Mario Kart is something to adore. You know, I couldn't do that. Like, I would admit, I often fall behind the CPUs when I'm playing, and it does get very annoying. You know, but in a competitive scene like this, where we're going for the points, and points make prizes in this Campus Clash, it is important to be on your A game to get here, there, ever on that map. You know, I haven't seen any shortcuts being taken yet.
That's true. We haven't had too many maps that take advantage of some really good shortcuts. So both of them were quite simple maps where there's like quite a linear route. Kalimari Desert did have a bit of one where you could use a mushroom to use an air glider, but we didn't see any of that. Maybe the CPUs took advantage of it, who knows? But we didn't really see that much from the players. I think a lot of shortcuts in this game you need mushrooms for, you know, you need some sort of speed boost. So I think because of them all being like in the front, they haven't really had those good items to make use of those shortcuts. Another strat people tend to use is they tend to fall behind at the start of the race just to get some good items and then drive up to the front, so they've got some good items. But we haven't really seen that. Everyone's kind of just gone, you know, aiming first right from the bat and try to stay as ahead as possible. No one's really, you know, come back a bit to try to get those items.
Yeah, no one's really got items, but I guess in the adrenaline of, you know, wanting to just win the race, sometimes people just forget to go to those items and like, oh, I got an item, I can take advantage of this. And we have seen a couple of players do that. We've only really seen the CPUs getting the blue shells and like the really annoying ones. You know, you get the odd banana, the odd coin the players are getting to push themselves forward a little bit. We have seen our players have those themselves on the camera, so, you know, they give us a cheeky little grin. But, you know, showing they've got their head in the game, they're turning straight back to that screen as we are going into that map select. So we're going to see what they go for. I know we are ending on all 4 Rainbow Roads, which is going to be a fun little feat. As we do see, Motobike Arena is being chosen. Then we have our players on screen again, getting ready and set up. Yeah. Luckily, there's no advantage of having a Pro Controller over Joy-Cons, but it's a bit of fun. It's Mario Kart.
It's Mario Kart. There's tons of different ways to play. Joy-Cons is just on many one of them. I don't know if they got a new Joy-Con just then, as we were waiting, just because of that one running out of charge, so it might have been switched. But we're going to go with Excitebike, which is another stage with some banging music. Excitebike music is really nice. However, like, it's a very linear stage. It's just, you know, as you can see, 2 straight lines. It's just, you're just going forward, and you got some ramps, and you got some mud. That's about it. That's it. That's all there is.
It is very Excitebike, you know, based off of the game Excitebike, obviously. So, you know, if it isn't broken in the original, don't go ahead and fix it. The annoying thing about this map, though, is if you go into that mud, you get mudded. You get
mudded.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a word to say there which was appropriate for the stream. Yeah, as we see here, Toadette going through the mud and gets hit hard. But some of these players aren't really caring. They're just like, it's an inconvenience at the most. As we see, Daisy has taken the lead straight away, and you know, I'm quite fond of this Daisy player. So, you know, whilst we're here, you want to put some, not really bets, like some predictions, shall we say, on who's going to win. I think Flamebringers, with their solid player so far, is probably going to take all the way to Daisy.
Flamebringers has been doing really well. I don't know, part of me wants to bet my money on them, but they have been overtaken at the last minute, the first 2 games. So I don't know. You know, Flamebringers have been doing really well so far, but it's just they can't finish the game a lot of the time. You know, they'll be in first the whole race, as we'll see at the moment, and then suddenly something will overtake them. I think because of the comeback mechanic in Mario Kart, like they've got a banana right now, which is somewhat useful, and then they've got a coin, which isn't really going to help them against these 2 red shells coming up right now. So they're going to need something good, which is not what they're going to get. They're going to get another coin. Yeah. Which is, you know, it's money in the bank. We need that in the energy crisis right now, but it's not really going to help them in this game.
Well, having a coin has some of a use because you get that little tiny boost, and especially if you're getting hit by things like shells, you do lose coins. So you could maybe manipulate that scenario, be like, okay, I got hit, I boost, I got hit, I boost, but it's only the tiniest ounce of a boost.
Yeah, and it's only a slight difference. I'm not sure what the maths is behind each of it, but I know it's a slight difference.
It's Mario Kart. It's probably like an AI picks a random number and it's like, this is what you get as a boost. But a boost is something that Toadette would need. Getting some boost mushrooms are going over all the ramps. That's what I like about this game, where it's a ton of like, it's like natural ramps where you get a natural boost, and also just the smaller little ramps that you get like the little zoomy things on.
That was cheeky. Toadette at the end just stealing 3rd place from King Boo at the last second, which is not going to be enough to get overtake them on the main leaderboards, unfortunately. But that was nasty.
It was a nasty flow of play. I did see a lightning bolt at the very end there. Luckily, all our players crossed the finishing line, but you know, maybe that could have been the make or break. That might even been the Toadette who said. I didn't quite see who set it off.
Oh, I don't think it was Toadette. Toadette had the red shell, so she just had a bunch of red shells towards the end, like the triple red shell, and she just smacked Kimbu at the end. So Kimbu was in third, and she was just like, no, third place is mine. I'm taking it.
Yeah, taking the third. You know, that's the fun of Mario Kart. You know, anything that is Mario plus a suffix, or it's a sport. Oh, actually, we've gone to the home screen. So one of our players want to take a bit of a break. Maybe a Joy-Con's messing up a little bit. But yeah, so as I was saying, you know, anything with Mario plus like some sort of like verb or anything, that is very, very scary. But you know, one thing that is scary is, you know, looking back on your gameplay and looking back at those 4 races, who was the scariest racer, do you think, in all of that, in terms of who had the most pressure and who can maybe take it the full mile?
I think definitely Daisy. Like, Daisy has been, you know, top of the leaderboard, has been really getting in first. Like, when you're in first for like the entire race, it is really dominant, you know, having such a good lead on everyone. Even blue shells weren't stopping her occasionally. Like, you needed a lot of items just to take her out of that first place position. Like, Daisy was doing the most that game. Like, she'd get overtaken towards the end of a race occasionally because of items, and that's just part of the game. But to be consistently in first place in every single race for like such a large margin, that's like a very scary player to contend with.
It is very scary, especially going into Rainbow Road later, where, you know, that's the sort of map where, you know, I think it was designed with like chaos in mind. It was designed of like, you take a wrong turn, you fall off, you turn around, you go, anything can go wrong there. So it's good to have a player who knows how to stay at the front quite well, because if you're so far ahead, all that's really hitting you is a blue shell and possibly a red shell from second place. But, you know, if you can maneuver around that, especially the nature of a lot of Rainbow Roads, like some of them are like figure of 8, so like, you know, you could always be on a bend, you can always be ahead of someone, you can always make sure that it's like, okay, I'm at a point where if they throw it, you know, it's going to come down to the air to determine if it hits me. But, you know, I think a good sleeper pick could be that Toadette, because, you know, she's been a bit cheeky. She's been stealing those places in the past couple of races, only just slipping in and pushing that poor Dry Bowser all the way down to 6th, I believe, in one of the races.
Yeah, Toadette's one of those characters. Like, she's quite small, so she has a lot of acceleration. So she can reach her top speed really quickly. So even if she gets hit by an item, you know, she's getting back up to the top speed very quickly. She's you can smack them around a bit for being a small character, which Dry Bowser doesn't have to deal with. Has a faster speed, but takes a bit longer to get to that top speed. But Toadette, you know, you can get to that top speed really easily. So it can be kind of scary trying to deal with them.
It can be very scary to deal with, and that's one thing I didn't really consider, because often when you just look at Mario Kart, you just think, oh, something is going ahead. You know, it's like, here's pretty characters doing funny things, and sometimes you forget, like, oh yeah, I put stats into this to make it go faster, make it like have more endurance and stuff, and that's just something that can be very fun to look into once you've like gone over it, especially in the final races that we go into, where it's going to be like, here's, you know, here's a character. Normally it's like a character you look at, it's like, oh, it's like a little baby driving a bike, and then it's like, oh wait, it's like a baby that's driving the fastest bike in the game.
Does she even have a license?
Oh, it's the Mario world. Like, technically, in like Mario lore, isn't it like Mario went back in time, like, to see himself as a kid, but it's actually Mario and a kid. But Nintendo lore is weird. Like, just look at Zelda, like, or like any game really. It's
Pokemon
like,
lore is insane as well.
That's like the most linear one, I think. Is like, they only like do multiverses with things like Mario and like Zelda. It's like oh, branch timeline. Oh, he went back in time and I don't know, he became his own grandparent. Like that sort of MacGuffin, like you have in all those, like, you know, films and games.
The Mario movie was good though, as a film. Like, speaking of films,
I haven't seen it yet.
You haven't?
I haven't.
Okay,
No.
I know not to say anything, but it was pretty good.
It was pretty good.
It's just a bit short. That's the main thing. It's like an hour and a half.
Yeah. One thing I have seen though is I don't know if you've seen it, but Saturday Night Live did like a skit with I think it's Pedro Pascal, or whatever his name is, the one who was in the Last of Us show.
Oh yeah.
He did like a skit of SNL where it was the Mario Kart movie, and it was like this dark, grungy sort of like world where like everyone just raced to survive, and that just feels like what Mario Kart is in real life to me. It's like you go from like being a friend group, like it's like, hey, let's meet up at my house, let's play some Mario Kart. You go from that bright, vibrant friendship atmosphere, and then you turn it into wanting to beat each other up, wanting to like smash people's Joy-Cons, and that's the fun of Mario games. As I was saying about like the whole Mario Kart, Mario Party, like that like for such a simple kids game, it seems to be something that is always tempting you to hate your friends afterwards.
Yeah, if you wanna lose some friends really easily, all you got to do is go down to your nearest shop or go on Amazon, you know, if you want to order online, and you buy a Nintendo Switch, you get a copy of Mario Kart, maybe Mario Party, and get a group of friends together, and boom, you've lost all those friends.
You've lost all those friends. You know, I think some friends might be. Oh, we've got a points tally going on. So someone's keeping track for us. Thank you to our wonderful production team for doing that. Because I sure wasn't. Like, I don't know if you were. Like,
yeah, shouts to that. I had no idea what. You know, I was commentating at a game. I was just like, I don't know who's winning, but I'm having a good time.
Don't know who's winning, who's losing, who's doing anything as my headset does actually fall off there. So, you know, in the lead, quite naturally, you have the Flamebringers with the Daisy, and then going straight into this weird Doctor Who style portal, and it has actually Dry Bowser in first place, which I think is a first for most of these races so far. I get Commentator's Curse, goes back to third, and then Daisy going straight to that first place where she quite comfortably likes to be in.
Yeah, Bowser Dry Bowser, I should say, is quite close to him on the leaderboards as well, 49 points. Coming a bit behind is Giant Slayers, who is neck to neck with a Crown Guard. So I feel like at the moment, if the games keep going as they have been so far, we'll have Flamebringers and the Kingmakers like kind of fighting out for first and second place, while we have Crown Guard and Giant Slayers fighting out for third and fourth, because they're both neck to neck, but there's a decent margin between second and third, I would say.
There is a decent margin between, like, if you look on the mini-map is all, like, clustered together, so it's kind of hard to tell, but we do see that, you know, Daisy is taking that forward lead, and Crown Guard, who, you know, what's catching me off is the colors that we have for our teams. It mismatches the colors of the players. I'm trying to figure out things here. We do see Crown Guard on our bottom screen here are quite close to third place, so I'd say actually it's second and first are a bit of a further gap, and third place has that bit of a closer gap. As you see though, Toadette gets pushed down to fourth, and Dry Bowser going to third, and Boo for the Crown Guard going into second, even after being hit by a shell.
Yeah, Daisy's still in the lead. Toadette using the Sound Barrier, which is arguably one of the best items in the game. It's one of the very few items that can stop a blue shell, which can come in handy if you're in the front. But in third or second place, it's not as useful. But it can still, you know, you can, if you're in a good raid. Speaking of blue shell, there one is. So, you know, if Daisy had that Sound Barrier, that would have been really handy for them.
Yeah, if Daisy still had a Sound Barrier or had one at all, it would be very useful. Still sticking comfortably in first like that. But the gap has been closed, which is very, very good for the Dry Bowser. But, you know, it's not close enough. We do see, though, that Toadette gets even closer as Daisy has fallen to second, and Dry Bowser has taken that first. Gets hit by a lightning bolt, so that could be a bit annoying with how close things are.
Yeah, the thing with lightning as well is that once you get hit by lightning, you turn big again from last place to first place in that order. So whoever's in the back is going to turn, like, grow to normal size sooner. So it can be, you know, if you get hit by lightning, that can be a good comeback mechanic. You know, it's a bit annoying for you being hit by lightning, but at the same time, you can make the most of it as well. So make the most of a bad situation.
Yeah, you know, it's Mario Kart. What situation is a bad situation? It's hard to tell because, you know, it always feels like someone's out to get you. Like that Toadette getting hit by a red shell and still staying quite comfortably in third. Of course.
Yeah. Managing to get 2 items here. Daisy not having anything, which is not good for them on the last corner. But thanks to that lightning, oh, that was a nice green shell. That was a nice green shell on Daisy. Taking her all the way back to 4th place. Is she going to be able to pass King Boo? No. So that was huge. You know, at first that lightning strike made it seem like, you know, Daisy might be able to keep the lead still, getting rid of everyone's items. She was still in first. But with that green shell as well, it just hit her back, and she couldn't really do anything on the last corner, unfortunately.
She could really take that last corner, and for having such a demanding lead for the whole map, and then, you know, falling at the last hurdle to something like a green shell, very, very annoying. Our players, you know, have a bit of a kerfuffle. We see that one of our players there laughing away, possibly the other ones who detonated that shell that caused the downfall. And, yeah, but, you know, Mario Kart, you make friends, you lose friends, you become friends, a bit of everything in the environment.
Yeah, it was a great game to see, and, you know, everyone's having fun with it, and that's the main thing. Like, you know, everyone's enjoying themselves playing some Mario Kart. Like, who needs Overwatch? This is the best game.
Arguably, I say it's probably better for us to cast an Overwatch. You know, I'd rather cast about like the 4 or 5 hours we had slated with this because, you know, it's 4 and 5 hours of fun.
That's true.
It's a bit annoying we didn't get to see some of those like more silly, goofy comps I was told to be used today. But, you know, we've transferred all of that silliness. You know, it's been a bit silly, a bit goofy, having a bit of a mess around here in Mario Kart. Would have been nice to maybe commentate over something like Mario Party because, you know, that would have been the definite like make or break between like people's friendships. Not really a good point system. I guess you can have like stars and stuff, but
it takes ages though. Mario Party is like Monopoly. Like it would be on 3 hours for like just one game. It's one of those really long. It's not like this game where it's just like commentating over many different races over a long period of time. That would be like one game over a long period of time,
And we're at Moo Moo Meadows this time around, which it's a personal favorite in my house because the person who lives with me really loves cows, and it's also fun. It's just the fact that you could be first in a race and then all of a sudden, cow. It's like not even like the racer AI is getting out of the race. It's just a cow appearing. So we'll have to see if that cow isn't inconveniencing any of our players. As you know, the usual sort of shebang happens. Everyone's kind of in a position at the start of the race, and we do see Daisy taking the first straight away though.
Or that's the thing with Daisy. She's always in first at one point of a race where she'll start off strong, and then it's towards the end she needs to keep things up and just be careful with her items so she can take that lead and just keep it for the whole race. But she tends to keep it for a good chunk of a race. I feel like Moo Moo Meadows, though, it's one that a lot of people are familiar with. It's from, the Wii, a classic for a lot of people, a staple of when most people played Mario Kart for the majority of their time. And Moo Moo Meadows is just it's one of those courses that I feel like you can't hate. I feel like it's in most households, someone has this in their top 5,
It's a top 5 map for me, maybe even the top map. I like the maps that have creativity and story and lore behind them. There's probably lore behind the Mario Kart stages. I don't know, but yeah, it's nice to see these sorts of maps. And you were saying about how Wii was everyone came into it. It just reminded me of I used to play Double Dash.
That's the one Mario Kart I've barely played. I skipped console, so I went from Nintendo 64 to the Wii, and skipped out to GameCube. And I think I've played Double Dash once at an arcade bar in Birmingham one time. But that's the one I have the least experience with. So it'd be fun to play some Double Dash. It's the most interesting, I'd say, out of all of them because of the doubles mechanic it's got in the game.
Yeah, I think that's what I enjoy about it, because initially you're kind of stuck with one character, and it's because I think in that game, different characters have ever so slightly different attributes, which makes it fun. And we were stuck blabbering for a little bit there. As the race has finished, Moo Moo Meadows one of those a lot shorter maps as Daisy takes another first.
That could have been really unfortunate for Daisy there. She got hit by a red shell and a blue shell, but it still wasn't enough for the others to come from behind and take the lead. Still keeping her first place in position. As you were talking, I was just oh wait, what's happening?
Something happened.
I was just Daisy's getting hit. Is she gonna lose the lead? And she didn't. She kept, she clung onto that lead to dear life. King Boo just coming up right behind her, but it wasn't enough. But managed to take second place.
It wasn't enough, and I think we've just witnessed some of that saltiness, some of that deconstruction of friendships happening just there. Some players refusing a fist bump, maybe because there's just trickled over the edge. We did see Elliot, who is playing Daisy, I believe, having a bit of a breather after only just coming first in that race of how close it was between first, second,
that was
and
so
third.
stressful. I was stressed for them watching the end of the race. I was just oh no, red shell and blue shell. That's not very bueno.
It's not very bueno. No bueno indeed. What is also quite scary for our players is look at how close the scoreboard is. It's 2 between fourth and third, and then 4 points between second and first. So it's still that case where no matter where you come, it could be anyone's game. Of course, naturally, first place is always going to have that little bit of a buff to them because they've got the higher amount of points, but all it takes is coming fourth once, having a tiny slip up, and having second come first, and blah 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 blah. That you can really see things changing. And I think with how heavy of a breath, how exasperated the players are with only just coming first in that race, you can tell there's going to be chaos and mayhem. Should something like a red shell or a blue shell ruin them from coming first over and over again and drop them down to fourth place, which completely shifts the actual leaderboard that we see at the end of each match.
Yeah, with the leaderboard so far, it's been a lot of... it hasn't really changed too much from the start. Flamebringers and the Kingmakers, they're quite close to each other. And then there's a big gap between the Kingmakers and the Crown Guard. And then, Crown Guard, they're very close to the Giant Slayer. So it's like we're seeing a battle between first and second and a battle between third and fourth. But there's still enough time for them to catch up and overtake each other. But Toadette and King Boo are going to have to put in a lot of work. King Boo in first right now. So, you know, if they can keep that up this race and keep this momentum going, we might be able to see the Crown Guard, you know, take that second and first position.
I think Crown Guard, you know, they could take it. They're quite comfortable on this race. It seems like, oh no, I jinxed it again, but going straight back into that first place. So being very happy where they are, but then getting hit with that dreaded red shell and knocking straight back to 4th, which is where they've been hovering a little bit, quite a while over these past few races. Daisy in her favourite little home in first place, so need we say much more about her? And, you know, and what I am liking to watch is our Giant Slayers and our Kingmakers. They're the ones who are always in that back and forth tussle of like second and third, and they're the only ones that are really offering much contention to Daisy, as we see Daisy goes into second after Toadette takes a nice first place. And now it's that contention between third and fourth with the two dry, dead characters. But it's probably some sort of class for them, right? Like, are they dry characters? Are they dead characters? Like, what would you say Boo is dry?
Yeah, but, you know, see, it's the undead characters fighting it out there, third and fourth, you know. They've got a dry sense of humour, just joking around each other, trying to overtake each other. And, you know, we got Daisy and Toadette, like, first and second places. We had a part earlier where Toadette, you know, managed to get overtaken by Daisy just because of the items. Like, that's the thing with Mario Kart. Item RNG is a big part of it. They both got the dual items, but Daisy just got the items that were more necessary to her. She got, like, red shell and mushroom, but Toadette with, like, a banana or a coin, there was not much to do to stop her from overtaking.
Yeah, there's not really much to do. Like, I guess you can use a banana to maybe try and cause a slip up for the one or two behind you to guarantee you've got those higher points. But then it's a case of what you do for the race in front of you. You could maybe do like a quick little tactic of get just close enough to the player in front of you, mushroom, and then banana, or vice versa if you're close enough. We do see Toadette does get the Super King mushroom thingy as a Boo is thrown out to be a bit of a spook to everyone. As we see first, second, third, and fourth. You know, very similar to how it was earlier. So Daisy is going to rack all up to 90. So I think we'll have a 100-point finish in after all these races are done.
Oh, I definitely think so. Like, Daisy's like only 7 points off, and with how many points you tend to get in the first few positions, like I feel like we're guaranteed 100 points at this point.
Yeah, because you get like a decent amount of points for where you place. So the 100, I think. Even a couple of these get 100 points. I think Toadette and King Boo are going to be fighting out for that last coveted 100+ points spot. But, you know, it's beyond those points, it's still anyone's game. Like, I think you get like 20-something. I've lost track at this point.
I think it's like 15 for first, 12 for second, 10 for third. I don't know about anything else, though.
Well, I guess there still could be anyone's game, because like if you keep boiling it down, you know, if like in the worst case scenario, you know, not that I'm trying to say someone gets a worst case scenario, it bubbles down to Daisy getting 4th, and maybe Toadette keep getting first. You know, anyone's game at that point. And
yeah, that's the thing with Mario Kart. Like, you know, one bad bit of RNG can just throw the whole game off its course. Like, you know, Daisy's has been taking the lead for a lot of these games, but you know, it is very easy just to spam some items and take them out of first, and it could just be really unlucky for them if that happens.
It would be super unlucky if that happens, but what isn't super unlucky is the map we're going for, as we do see a bit of that is Grumble Volcano being picked. You know, I'm hoping we get one of the Donkey Kong maps. I do enjoy the themes of those, and like the design, like the jungle vibe. You go like the oak wood planks, and it's like it's very therapeutic with all the waterfall stuff around.
See, I love the DK Jungle map. The like it's got a lot of jazz to it. It's a really nice upbeat song. Probably my best map, I'd say, in the game. I really enjoy playing that track. I also love the F-Zero ones. Like the music in those maps are just that's a bop.
It is a bop. Like, yeah, in Mario Kart, you have your ones like you have like your sort of like marimba, sort of like jazzy sort of soundtracks, which are very, very nice to listen to. Then you have like the upbeat ones, things like this, where it's like well, I'm not trying to diss certain music styles, but I'm just not haven't got a big taste, a big flavour for this style of music. But we're not here for the music, we're here for these races. And Daisy is up front with a banana, and probably going to hold on to that banana until the perfect moment, maybe waiting for someone just to get a little bit too close to their tailgating, such as Toadette right now, to trip them up at the last hurdle. But you see Toadette is completely tripped up, he goes straight to 4th and falls off the map.
Yeah, so Daisy's still taking first place. She's holding on to banana for dear life. Got a coin in the back as well, which isn't really going to do much besides boost her speed by a slight margin. But we've got a Dry Bowser in third with a Red Shell, which can change some stuff up. But not for King Boo, because they've got the defense game like on point right now. They had a shell and they had a sound barrier, so they're just waiting for that blue shell to hit Daisy to overtake them.
Yeah, they're just praying for some sort of overtake. Although we did see a Toadette slightly fall into 5th there. So all the AI is really wanting this race. Which, we were talking about that embarrassment earlier, where if you're all going to 6th as well. So really not the day for the Toadette player for the Giant Slayer. 7th even now. So let's stop focusing on that slot. Just like
falling off the map as well. That is not going to be good for them. Falling into 3rd place. Didn't do too much damage to their position overall. But, they're going to have to make up some ground here. Toadette especially will. So power-ups, they're her friend. You're going to have a lot of good power-ups being in a lot of positions. Triple Mushroom is a pretty good one. Won't change their position too much here. And won't really oh no, oh that is unfortunate.
Oh, that's going to be the end of the race there pretty much for Toadette. Yeah, let's jump away from our little pink friend over there, because I'm seeing on the other side of our screen between the Kingmakers and the Crown Guard, there is a constant back and forth tussle between King Boo and Dry Bowser. They keep going, one goes 3rd, one goes 2nd. The gap has widened a little bit, which is very comfy. 2nd place guaranteed a little bit more comfortable though by Bullet Bill coming from Dry Bowser, making sure the gap is close over. Oh no, the Boo does not like that, and just keep. I'm enjoying this side of the map. Daisy finished the race. Daisy is there. Oh, and King Boo just stealing the 2nd place with a cheeky little twist in the air as it did it.
Yeah, and then we've still got. Oh no, Toadette's just fallen off the map right there, and is coming in 7th place by the looks of it. So we can see that look of disappointment from one of our players, getting beat by not 1, not 2, but 3 CPUs. Like that's got to sting.
That's definitely got to stick, especially when you're in last place out of all the manual players as well. Like stuck at that 76 points. I believe that you get like minimal points going. I think 8th is like the lowest points go down to. So you might have just smidged a couple points, but not enough to put you in contention. And I think we have to sin possibly our last place decided from that one little slip up towards the end of the game.
Yeah, so, it's going to be very tough trying to come back from that. They're going to have to aim for that 1st place, and they're going to have to do whatever they can to mess up all the other players from the front with, bananas, shells. They're just going to have to do what they can because, they've got a lot of points to make up after that last race. But for now, I think we're going to send things over to a little break before we have a few more races from us. So we will see you in a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mario Kart Mayhem Fun Everything Zone with
Campus Clash,
Speed
Zone,
Speed Run, Lucio
Ka-chow,
Booth, everything.
McQueen, Lightning, that thing
That
we're
thing,
doing.
the Mario Kart.
The race. Like the Grand Prix finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
go with that. This is the real Grand Prix. Who needs Lewis Hamilton? You got Mario.
This is F1, yeah, exactly. Mario and Luigi. We're going to be back with some more races. I believe we have 8 more to go, do we?
I lost count, to be honest. I want to say 8, because we had like a halfway point, so we had like 8 first, 8 more.
Yeah, I think 8 sounds about right. So we're going to have 4 Rainbow Road maps to end, which is great. Pride Month. We got a lot of Rainbow Road, which is good to see. We like that. We like that representation. It's nice. We got Rainbow Road from the original, the NES. We've got the 3DS Rainbow Road. We've got the Wii U Rainbow Road, and we have the what other Rainbow Road do you have? We have like 4 of them.
I don't know which ones they've picked. It's just I guess it covers which ones are in the game. So
yeah, there's like 4 in the game. It's just like which ones are they?
I think it's probably the original, the N64.
It's the N64 one. Yeah. That's it. Yes.
I think it's like all the monumental ones. Like I think the DS one is just a remastered version of one of the old ones. I don't know. I didn't play the DS version. I never really played many games on my DS.
Yeah, we've got a 3DS version, which is pretty similar to like another version, I think. But we're gonna go with an F-Zero map, which I was hoping for with race number 9. We've got points at the moment. Flame Bringers got 108 points in first. We got King Makers in second with 96 points, followed by the Giant Slayers 83 points and Crown Guard 76 points. But this is still anyone's game. We've still got 8 more races, so the positions could change up drastically with the next few races.
Yeah, anything can change up. This could be anyone's game, really. Like we did, we've seen the Crown Guard. They've been edging into more of those second places. Currently in first place. Will they hold that? We do not know. But they started off being like in the 4th and 3rd place quite a lot, but they started getting a bit greedy now, a bit cheeky, and they've been going for a lot of like different tricks and flips and stuff towards that finishing line to try and break on through. Toadette having a bit of a better run than we saw in the last race, but I think this is more of a linear map. The other one was like there's cracks, there's grooves, there's different hurdles. This is just go in a circle, hit a speed bump, you probably get somewhere at the end.
Yeah, Toadette's in 4th at the moment, but it's a lot more simpler map, as you say. You don't have coins like on the other maps either. You have the speed boost, the color tiles on the side, which Daisy's just gone for to get 10 coins. Toadette just getting a few coins herself. So it can be a little bit of a do you want a bit of extra speed in the long run, but go along the edges, which will make maybe a bit slower to veer off course slightly to get those coins, but it will give you a bit more speed in the long run maybe. So, we'll see. Toadette's got 3 coins at the moment. Bowser Jr. making the most, and King Boo as well got 10 coins each.
Yeah, Bowser making the most of that. Being in first, which we haven't seen a lot of that. Now, Bowser often is the one who's getting messed up towards the end by someone like that King Boo. Daisy in 3rd, a bit of disappointment with you, Daisy. After the run you had, maybe during the break, a lot of players thought, okay, this is how we beat Daisy, this is how we get around it. Daisy, though, with those 3 bananas, has access to many different pivotal changes, such as going into 1st place right now, going just ahead of the King Boo.
Yeah, she's got a decent defense as well for 1st place, getting another item as well, which might be able to help her. And it's a coin which isn't going to help her, and it's not going to help her against this blue shell, but I think she's going to pass the finish line.
Yep, Daisy finished the finish line with that little bit of a skill debuff, I believe, because the blue controller has unfortunately started to go a little bit low again. But sometimes maybe this is like a sign from like Mystic Powers Beyond Our Own, trying to nerf, be like.
It's the pre-patch, Miyamoto and Reggie, even though he doesn't work at Nintendo anymore, all of them are just in their offices right now, just right, we need to nerf this Daisy. How are we gonna do it? Right, and we're gonna drain this battery.
On the fly patch notes, gotta love it. Nintendo, totally known for those. Or it could just be, so I have heard some rumors, in the back rooms that some of the teams aren't wanting level 5 to win. So maybe there's a little bit of sabotage might be going on to stop that from happening, and getting some of the other year groups, to finish a little bit higher. But I think with the progress that we have seen from Daisy, you know, passing that 100-point mark, got another nice satisfying 1, 2, 3 points.
Oh, that is a nice set of points.
It is nice.
Dry Bowser as well past the 100-point threshold. And the other two just getting close to it. We'll probably see third place getting over 100 points after this game as well. But it might be a while till last place gets some.
Might be a while, and I actually have just kind of jinxed stuff a little bit there, because I just look at the camera feed, and isn't the Daisy who has got the low battery, you know? Oh,
yeah, Daisy's the one with the low battery.
Daisy's one. I've lost track. So it could be some benevolent force trying to cause a bit of sabotage, but we are coming to Animal Crossing.
It's not Christmas at the moment, but we got some Christmassy vibes. Look at this. We got the because if you haven't played this map before, like it changes for each season for the Animal Crossing one, so you can play in spring, summer, autumn, December, winter, and it all has a different vibe. So this one has a nice like wintry Christmas vibe to kind of contrast the summer like heat going on outside right now. It's just a nice chill map, chill vibes, while you just destroy your friends with some Animal Crossing music in the background. And some happy
this
clouds.
is very, very chill, very nice to come back from break. You know, I will ask you this though: do you prefer summer or spring, or summer or winter? Sorry.
I think you know, I feel like those two are like the top tier seasons, like regardless, because spring and autumn are kind of like the mid, you know, the in betweens for heat and cold. Like it's kind of just like it's not really either. It's just like a bit. It's just rainy for the UK. I think I prefer winter though, because you've got like, you know, you got Christmas, you've got New Year, you've got like all the holidays like together. You know, it's just, I just wish we had snow in the UK. That's the main thing. We don't have like good snow.
Well, we do get snow in the UK, just at the weirdest times. We had snow like in May and April like this year. Don't know where that came from, but you know, that just might be being this further north in the country. Like,
it's never good snow though. It's always like the really like slushy, like, you know, you can't really build a snowman or do anything cool with it. It goes after like a day or two. Like, it's not like this cool, like nice little Animal Crossing snow.
It is quite nice, you know. Northern Lights as well.
Oh,
but,
true.
Yeah, talk about lights. The shining light is still that Daisy, and unfortunately back quite far is the Toadette, crawling back into 4th place. But I just noticed looking at the top screen, the Kingmakers really falling back into that sort of 6th, 7th place middling range, coming very close to that 5th place. Just has to overtake one more character to be close. Oh, but goes back to 7th just as I say that, and now 8th after a Thunderstrike.
Yeah, Bowser is gonna need some good items here to help catch up, because the last turn's coming up for Daisy, so first is probably out of the question, but maybe they'll be able to take the top 4 slots again, because they don't want Crown Guard and Giant Slayer to take up the points, because they're not that far behind. In one bad game, you know, they could easily catch up.
Yeah, they could easily catch up because, you know, because we lost Overwatch, this is where teams have to make up their prizes. Do you see a 4th place for the Kingmakers, 2nd place for the Crown Guard, 5th for Toadette and the Giant Slayers, but Daisy keeping the Flamebringers quite high and dry, drier than that Bowser, it seems. Going up to a nice 138 points, 117 for Dry Bowser, 103 for Boo, and Toadette still at the very back, but can still clench some points to try and say, you know what, I'm in that 100 club, I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, start wiggling my way in, even if it means I just finish on like 100, 101 points.
Yeah, Daisy is like, you know, they've got a really comfortable lead now. Like, if they can keep the top couple of spots for the next few races, they're going to do really well. You know, they've got 21-point lead in between them and Dry Bowser, and almost 30, is that a 35-point lead between 1st and 3rd place? Like, they're at a really comfortable place right now, so they can just take it easy, have some chill Animal Crossing vibe, music's in the background, and, you know, they just can keep their lead for a while.
They can keep that lead, and the lead is super comfortable. Like, it, you know, I think it was like triple, like the hundreds into like the 30s, then like there's like 108, you know, to the next spot. Like, so it's still anyone's game, and if you just keep coming first, you can be there, and that's what we are seeing from our players. Is we have got a blank feed coming up, so. Oh, there we go. I got a bit doubtful there. I thought, oh no, Overwatch gone. This is gone.
It's just not the day, you know. But we got another Mario Kart track. Is this another wintry vibe? You know, keeping on with the Animal Crossing. I think it was Sherbetland, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah, maybe let's have a wintry right now.
Oh, never mind. It's Mushroom Gorge. I'm blind. I need my glasses on.
Yeah, but this is also a nice vibe to have. You've got the crystal caves. You've got the toads around, and you know, I always think to myself, in the Mario world, if the toads are the people, what are the toadstools around also like living? Like, because fungus, of course, is living, but are they like just massive sentient like mushrooms? Like,
it's one of those weird things. Like, you know, Goofy's a dog, but he's got a pet dog, and in the Mario universe, you've got mushrooms who are people, but then they're also drugs that make you faster, and it's just. And then there's just landmarks, which are just non-sentient mushrooms, potentially. Or maybe they are sentient. We don't know. It's really weird.
You never know. Maybe they're like jumping on some poor Toad's head, you know, to get across. You know, this is one of my favorite maps in Mario Kart.
Oh, same.
Because like, it just feels like if you hit that sweet spot on all the mushrooms, you just go bounce, bounce, bounce. You can put your Joy-Cons down for a second, and you can get quite far. But it also has that risk of if you accidentally miss one of the mushrooms, you're falling down the crevice and you're going to be going far behind all of your opponents.
I'm not sure if we're going to see it today, but there's a really nice shortcut you can use on this track as well towards the end, but it's really difficult to do. I've been trying to practice it a few times at home, and it's so difficult. It takes so many hours of practice just to learn it. You've got to like drift into the cave a certain way, and then you hop over all these mushrooms here as Toadette is doing, and you can somehow go over that chasm on the left there and just completely miss this turn. So we haven't seen it so far, but you know, if someone does that today, like I will grab a tenner and I will just give it to them. That is that is a very skill-based shortcut. So if I can do that, you know, props to them.
Yep, that is a very good skill to pull off. I do believe there is another, slightly more malicious shortcut in this, where if you hit certain parts of the map at the right angle, right speed, at the right time, you can just cut through a large chunk of the map. Hopefully our players don't abuse those sorts of glitches, but it'll be funny to see when you have like Toadette in first place, and all of a sudden you're like, hang on, why is Dry Bowser now right next to me? As you can see, a Thunder Strike goes off, so giving a bit of time for Dry Bowser to catch up. If he goes into third and Boo goes into
finishing first, and you know they're getting into that 100-point margin, and they're doing it proudly with a total of 15 points with victory here. Everyone else finishing in the top 4 slots as well, but Daisy coming in, 4th place here, so that's they've still got that comfortable lead, but they're actually, closing the gap slightly between the others.
The gap has been closed. That end of that race there, a very good show of why Daisy is in that first place, going from either like 7th, 6th place, all the way to 4th in that last sliver of the race, and a little bit of a taunt at the end, and you have that little cheeky laugh that was given to the rest of the characters there. But Daisy coming first still, but the narrowed gap with Dry Bowser, only about 20 points between them now, which is roughly about a win and a half of going ahead. Then King Boo also narrowing that gap between 3rd and 2nd.
Toadette's also closing the gap as well with 15 points. They managed to get, there's 109 points right there, so they're only like 4 points away from King Boo right now. So, we might be able to see a come from behind victory from Toadette here.
We could see Toadette coming behind victory. If not, I'm quite adamant saying Toadette might, end up a bit higher in the podium. Don't want to say first just yet because that gap is so big. You see our players are picking Baby Park for this map. And of course, this is one of those special maps where you don't just do 1 or 2 laps. You do have it's like double-digit laps because it's just a circle. It's a tiny little circle.
I think it's like 7 laps. I want to say it's like 7 or so. But yeah, it's very similar to Excitebike, but it's a lot smaller. You don't have a lot of ramps or anything. You've just, it's one of those ones where it's just this 0 shape where it's just a couple turns and then you're done. But it has a lot more laps because of its size.
Yeah, it's got a lot more laps, but because of its size as well, this could be a tactical way for someone like Daisy, who is just getting that instant first, to take advantage of this. Because it's just a circle, once you get that comfortable first, you can stay so far ahead, you just go round and round and round. And you also see these drifts being used very soon into the race because, there are no sharp corners. It is turn, turn, turn. Because do you see, though, the same sort of calamity pays back into you because everyone's got that same curve at the same time. You're going to get knocked, you're going to fall back, and so Daisy go from 1st to nearly 5th, just crossing back into 3rd place, with Toadette taking a comfortable 1st after a really slow run in the past couple of races.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those maps where, no matter how good you are, you can get beaten by CPUs here because, Daisy we've seen coming in like the first few positions, consistently coming in first a lot of games, now falling behind to 6, just because of how chaotic this map is. You got items flying everywhere due to the map size. You can get hit, you're never safe from an item, no matter how stacked you are with defensive items. and you know, you can just fall back really easily, get some good items, and just cause even more chaos. So we've got Daisy in 6th right now, fighting for 4th. But the others, you know, despite all this chaos going around them, they've managed to keep 1st, 2nd, and 4th quite nicely. Daisy going back into 3rd here as well.
Daisy going into 3rd place when a lot of these players are coming to the end of their final lap. 2nd place is just snuck into by Daisy though, knocking Boo back to 5th and taking that 1st place just towards the end of the race. Possibly going to make that Toadette seething, but Toadette coming 2nd is still enough points to push her all the way up to a 2nd place position. Well, 3rd place after the points are tallied, but tied for 3rd with King Boo, and then only just over 10, just under 20 points for the 3rd to 2nd gap, and then the gap to 1st and 2nd marginally larger by about 20-30 points now.
Yeah, so Daisy's still got quite a nice lead ahead of her right now, but it's getting really close between King Boo and Toadette right now. So, you know, it's really 50-50 on 3rd or 4th, but they can, you know, Toadette came 1st earlier. They can do it again. They've been doing really well, like catching up recently. You know, it took a while for them to get over that 100-point margin, but they've been, you know, they've come from behind and done really well recently as well.
They have done really well, and of course these past 4 races, they've really changed up the curve, shall we say, of how these races are going. In the first 4 races, we saw Daisy dominating, like stacking up those points and getting such a comfortable lead that she can now start coming 4th, 3rd, like even like in the lower ends, like just to the bottom of the points tally, and still be ahead of everyone. But we have also seen Toadette going from those very, very low places coming straight back up, especially in that last map where all the players were kind of forced into that narrow passageway of being like, oh, I can take advantage of the baby circuit to maybe get a cheeky 1st or 2nd, which won't topple Daisy, but it can put me even closer. Like Toadette, even just coming 2nd, is now joined 3rd, going from about 4th or 5th in the table. And you have Boo, who, you know, has been struggling a bit in these past 3 races, but in the first few races, sorry, has now started to come in and is doing very, very well, and you know, getting more of those cheeky things. So being very true to the Boo style of like doing like a quick spin around the end of the line, or holding an item till the very last second of the final lap, and being like, oh, I'm in 3rd place, let's knock that into 2nd or 4th and 3rd, vice versa, so on and so forth. And that's an amazing show of skill in those later areas, especially on the maps that are a bit more out there, shall we say, than the baby map was.
Yeah, I think what I'm most surprised about is that in the last map with Baby Park, like I said, we've had a few times where the computer players have just managed to beat our players by, you know, a couple places occasionally. I think 6 was the lowest place someone's managed to get so far, or 7th. But Baby Park is one of those ones where there's so much chaos going on the map. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't have any sort of player you know, lose and come like a later position, because that's one of those maps where you can really see like a lot of the computer players take over, and that would have been a part where, you know, we could see a drastic change in the points if we saw any computer players win on that map.
That would have been a drastic change to points completely. We are having a drastic change in maps as we are going to space with our first Rainbow Road of the day. And this is one of those ones, I believe this is the newest one?
Yeah, this debuted on the Wii U in 2014. So it's the newest one in terms of, you know, for just being a new course and all. However, we have had 1 or 2 new Rainbow Roads since then, with like ones coming back to the game, you know, with DLC and whatnot. But this is the Rainbow Road that, you know, the latest new one, we should say, instead of returning ones. Yeah. We've got Daisy in 1st, we got Toadette in 2nd, Dry Bowser in 3rd, and King Boo in 4th. And, you know, this is a great start to the race so far with the Rainbow Road, because from here on out, all we're going to see is this Rainbow Road. So, you know, get used to seeing all the bright colours, the space around you, because we're in for the long haul. The last few races will all be Rainbow Road from different eras of the game so far.
And this Rainbow Road can quite literally be the make or break for some of our players. You know, the roughly 30-point difference between 1st and 2nd, and the roughly 10-20 point difference between the rest of the players. You know, this could be anything, with Rainbow Road being such a finicky map where it's like, look, turn after turn after turn after sideways, top ways, bottom ways. Yeah, this is a convoluted map where you're going to fall in those traps, and you're going to have to rely heavily on your sheer knowledge of the map and your sheer skill of it all. We do see, though, these booster panels where you let you move forward or backwards can be very, very nice if you catch them at the right moment, and you hope your opponents go on to the backward-facing ones. But it's still not quite enough for our players to overtake each other, as Daisy still in a comfortable first, though second, third, and fourth is still in contention, with Dry Bowser not really in a place they want to be, especially when they're trying to narrow that gap between them and Daisy, who has actually fallen back to fourth place.
Toadette getting 2 items there, but you know, they got some good items there, like 2 red shells and 3 mushrooms. But was it worth it going off the edge? I don't know about that.
It was not worth it. You know, you never want to fall off the edge in these styles of games, especially in Rainbow Road, where it is a convoluted map, where it's a here, there, everywhere map. But not falling off too hard from it, only in fourth place with 2 power-up mushrooms ready at their arsenal, going into third, closing in on their close rivals, the Daisy, going to second and crashing into a wall, though, falling to fourth straight
really
again.
Good. They
very
just got,
detrimental.
Like, they had a really nice shortcut there, going past the speed boost and the the lower speed tiles, but unfortunately with that wall crash they weren't able to keep up that momentum.
There's no momentum kept whatsoever, and they were doing so well. They have got a fireball to try and cause a stop, but falling off
again. We're going to see a lot of that over the next 4 races, because Rainbow Road is notorious for being one of the most difficult tracks in the game, and you got 4 of them back to back. So if you mess up on one of them, you might get that momentum of just failing again, falling off constantly, because once you're in one habit, it's just hard to break out of.
It is hard to break out of those habits. Hopefully it's one of those habits that do die hard, because you want to be able to break out of that and be like, I fell off of the map in the first couple of races. I'm going to stop doing that straight away. Looking at our leaderboard though, as we have tied up all our points, 177 to Daisy, 148 to Dry Bowser, 133 to King Boo, 130 to Toadette. So that stalemate at the bottom has been tied down. It has King Boo going into third place with the 3 points. Toadette unfortunately falling down. Still very, very close. Still only 3 points between them. And then closing that margin 15 points. So a first place between third and second, I do believe that was. So that, maybe we can see some pity points coming from Daisy being like, you know what? You just go ahead and you have this sort of stuff. As you see, we're going back to your roots with the N64 Rainbow Road map coming up next.
Yeah, this one is probably, one of our oldest ones. We've got the NES one, which is the first Rainbow Road, and this is the second Rainbow Road. And it's quite unique. It's not like one of these tracks where you have the free rainbow, you don't just do 3 laps. It's one, straight course, and you have 3 sections of the track. It's something that's been changed since its original version on the N64. So this map could go quite quickly. We might see all these players team up on a level 5 player potentially, because Flamebringers are got a quite comfortable lead, so they might want to force the Flamebringer back just so they can make up for some lost points here.
They can force that, and of course straight away seeing one of the strong assets of this map, which is the Zoomy Star things. That's what I'm going to quickly call them that, the Zoomy Star.
Yeah,
just see Toadette falling off the map. Bowser in first place. Boo in third and 6th for Toadette, 5th for Daisy. So like I said, Daisy might try and get a little bit, take the mickey a little bit, might try and give some pity points.
They can afford it. They could probably come last, and I don't think they'd lose first position here. That's how much of a point gap there is. So, they can be a bit chill. They can play around with some items. We haven't seen a lot of the high tier items in this game yet, like bullet bills and stars and things like that, because no one's been really far enough back to use them. So they might want to play around with them. They got 3 mushrooms and a star right now, and they're in third place, coming up behind Dry Bowser, trying to hit them with that star, which they do as they enter the final section of the racetrack.
Entering the final section of the race, Toadette falling very far behind in 5th and falling off completely. Not too far away in 4th though is the Boo, but 6th is the fate of Toadette. First place is Daisy, doing a little bit of a cheeky camera change as a check who's behind her. Second place is Bowser, very, very close, but is it close enough to draw it to end this race? We do see a Blue Shell going right on out behind. Blue Shell does come in and hits the Daisy. Is that enough for Bowser to take over? We do not know.
Daisy got really lucky there. She got hit just on the speed boost panel, so even though she got hit and stopped for a tiny bit of time, she managed to just catch up and go to max speed straight away. So no one was able to overtake her on that occasion. We got Dry Bowser in second, Daisy in first. And then we got King Boo third, Toadette fourth.
Yep, so that does wrap things up a little bit closer. It brings us to 139 for Toadette. Still only mere points between fourth and third. 23 points now between third and second, and a 30-plus point margin between first and second. So, I think we got to a point where Elliot, playing Daisy for the Flamebringers, can just take it all away. Like I think we found our victim. There is with 2 races left, it will take Daisy coming dead last in both races, and then second place coming first in both races.
I genuinely don't think that's enough. I think
because it's 32 and with 15,
Yeah, you get 15 points for a win, so even with such a large margin, they can just drop their control if they want to, which we're not going to see probably, because, you want to go into the spirit of things, you want to try your best still. But, we were wondering about getting 100 points earlier. Daisy's about to get 200 points, so we might just see how high they can go on the point total.
They have to win one race and come in the top podium for another one to get that point total. And, talking about total, we're getting a total flashback now coming to Mario Kart's own origins in SNES Rainbow Road, which is a very linear Rainbow Road, so possibly, the easiest to go through. It's got the wavy sort of pattern to the map where it goes up and down as the players move, so that can be a bit disrupting, but other than that, it is fairly straightforward. You go through, you go around the lap, and then you win it. No twist turns, it is bread and butter. You got the thwomps in the way, but what are they going to do to you if you're fast like Daisy has been before, and Toadette being super fast with that early first place lead?
Yeah, despite it seeming a lot more linear than the other maps, it can be really misleadingly tricky just because of how hard these turns are. They don't have a curve to them, they're straight right angles. So with these hard turns, we saw Daisy just fall off the edge earlier. It can be, you think it's a lot easier than a lot of the other Rainbow Roads, but it can be a lot more, it's a very deceiving track, I think. It's a lot more difficult than it seems. So we might see a few people still fall off the edges like the previous maps. Daisy's just trying to come back in first right now, while Toadette's just holding on to that lead. Toadette's just gonna want to, have as much of a gap between her and King Boo as possible just to overtake their points. We might even see them catch up to Dry Bowser depending on how well they both do. But I think at the moment they just want to, make sure they beat King Boo to take that third place.
I think they do want to beat King Boo, but of course the one to beat is Daisy because, albeit Daisy has got the Flamebringers the win most likely, you've got to think a lot of these other racers are trying their best to get that first place, get the higher place possible, to try and overtake each other, especially in that points tally we've got going, not only for Mario Kart, but for the overall tournament. So, let's focus on these guys for a bit. Of course, we've got Toadette in fourth. Toadette, not even the best runs on his Rainbow Roads, had a really good comeback run on these past 4 matches, but on his finishing Rainbow Roads, hasn't really had the best case of the W's. Of course, Boo is all the way back in 6th place, so not the worst in the world. Well done, Toadette. You come ahead of Boo, as you do see the finishing line. The bullet bill just nudges a 4th place finish, though, for Toadette. So not the end of the world. See how this affects our points, because what points do mean prizes. 207 for Daisy, taking it to the top there. 172 for Dry Bowser, 152 for King Boo, and then 149 for Toadette. With Yoshi actually catching up as an AI, but, too far out that, you can't win anything here. So it's going to come down to the wire of battling out for second, third, and 4th place. And with it being 15 points between each place, that is going to change drastically if someone gets that win.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate at the end there. With Toadette, there was a little bit of a shortcut that they could have used with all those mushrooms, where they could have used the ramp just to get a bit of speed, and that might have been just enough to overtake Dry Bowser, which would have given them a bit more of a lead. Might have been able to overtake King Boo on the points there, but they're still falling just 3 points behind. So this race will be basically deciding who's third and fourth. With how much of a lead that first and second place have, I believe it's been, we've got the points decided. Flamebringers are in the lead with first, and then we got King Bowser, we got Dry Bowser in second place. So this is basically like the battle of the, the battle for the bronze, I'd say this last race is. We're just trying to see who is going to get get that bronze medal. Is it going to be King Boo or is it going to be Toadette? Since the points, they're just really neck to neck right now.
They are very neck to neck. And of course, talking for that third place, we're seeing every Nintendo fan's favorite number 3, the 3DS Rainbow Road. And let's have a look at all those little toads floating about. Maybe this being a toad-heavy map means Toadette is going to have a bit of luck. Maybe there's a little bit of a
home field advantage, you know.
Home field advantage. If that might be saying that toads come from space, but anyway, that's not what we're here. Not here for the lore of Mario Kart. We're here for the winners of this race. Daisy falling back to 4th, but honestly, you know, Daisy can quite comfortably come anywhere and still win this entire thing. From to 3rd, battling between 3rd and 4th. 2nd place is Toadette, who really wants these points to come in a podium position. And then 2nd for Dry Bowser, going just under 3rd. And King Boo is in 1st place. And if King Boo can hold this 1st place, that can be very, very good for London with their Crown Guard, because that means that they'll be ever so closer to nudging even more points onto their tally, because let's be honest, they haven't got that many this weekend so far.
Yeah, since we've got the finals for a lot of games tomorrow, this will be the first game, if I'm not mistaken, to have the finals be done today. So we'll have the first grand total for the points. So if we see, you know, if Flamebringers, we've already decided they're 1. We see them with 207 points. Kingmakers in 2nd. So we have that as the official tally. We're just going to see who's in 3rd and 4th here with how close they are in points. But you know, we're not seeing any more Mario Kart tomorrow, unfortunately. So this will be the final positions for each of these teams in terms of Mario Kart, at least.
This will be the final positions. You know, you can cherish that you're the best Mario Kart player in Campus Clash, possibly in a Staffordshire campus. I don't want to start claiming that. We have got a Mario Kart Society here, so let's key them in onto this, see if they want to have, you know, a say on who the best Mario Kart player is in university. We can see that someone who's not having the very best of days is that Dry Bowser for the Kingmakers, falling into 7th place. And because they're fighting for that third, they're not fighting for the 3rd place, they are in 2nd place, but it can still be detrimental given how close the points are. Because, you know, they could be thinking, I've come 2nd, there's a very slim chance I fall down, so let's just say, give the people behind me a chance to go. As we do see King Boo, though, maybe having a lot of knowledge about this map, is in that 1st place and is likely going to nudge forward, or it does get the 1st place. So we have to see where this 3rd place playoff, shall we say, is going to finish. We do see Tammy there being very excited, coming 1st place with Boo, so I do believe that was the first place we've seen for London, as we see Elliot with Daisy coming 2nd, 5th for the Dry Bowser, and Toadette coming in 4th. Not very happy with that, as it does mean they finish bottom of the tally. King Boo just nudging into that 3rd place. Dry Bowser 180 and 219 for Daisy. So we had that 1st and 2nd decided pretty much from the final 4 races, and then we had the 2nd and 4th and 3rd were playing it out for everything to sweet points. But unfortunately, though, this is our last race for the Mario Kart section. Yeah, no more races, no more tiebreakers. You know, I was kind of secretly hoping for a tiebreaker, because I heard there are some pretty cool tiebreakers in mind. I had my own idea for it, but, you know, I'll let them decide it. And there was supposed to be a penalty shootout of races, which would have been fun. So would have wanted to see the most wacky of tracks to try and catch everyone off and really decide that true winner.
Yeah, battle mode would have been nice to see as well, just because, you know, it's not something you really see in Mario Kart a lot. I used to play it a lot as a kid, but it's not something that you tend to see. But yeah, that was our final race. We saw the Flamebringers in 1st, we saw the Kingmakers in 2nd, SUL Crown Guard in 3rd place, and finally we got the Giant Slayers in last. So that will be the first results of the day.
Yeah, the first results of the day, and I believe one of our first few finals for this thing. You know, we talk about all this driving, but let's pass it on to the people who are in the driving seat of this broadcast. We're going to send it back to our host in a hot second to continue the flow of it all. So thank you for joining us for this Mario Kart. It's been a pleasure to be joined by Robert, and you know, you might be seeing a bit more of me tomorrow, but that's for the future. So signing off for now.
See you later.
Yes, thank you, Connor and Robert, for some amazing Mario Kart action. I'm, of course, Walker. Joining me for the last time today. We are at the end of the day, finally, Affinity. And it's been a long one, but it's been an exciting one nonetheless.
It has. It's had its ups and downs. It has been turned round and round. A bit like a tumble dryer, one might say.
Yeah, it feels like I've been sat in the tumble dryer with it.
You look like you've been sat in the tumble dryer.
It's been a long emotional day, a long day of ups and downs for my guys, the Kingmakers, and you know we've got a busy day tomorrow. Of course, we've had a lot of exciting fun today. We started the day off with some amazing Smash shows with gameplay, where we will have the final decided tomorrow between the Kingmakers and the Flamebringers. Sorry. Of course, our next game, we'll have FIFA in the morning as well, that we play between the Giant Slayers and, of course, the Flamebringers, another one for them. Then followed by some Rainbow Six Siege, which will have the Giant Slayers taking on, I believe, the Crown Guard. I'm not into. I can't remember.
Too many names, too many teams.
I think no, it was a level 5-6. It was level 5. So Flamebringers will be in that one as well. CS:GO will also concede of the Flamebringers taking on the Kingmakers, League of Legends. I believe we've got 2 sets of games because that's the end of that round robin. So that will be the Kingmakers taking on the Giant Slayers and the SUL Crown taking on the Flamebringers. And then we will end the day off. And we will end Campus Clash Generations with a game of Valorant to decide who gets all the points in that between the Kingmakers and the Flamebringers, as well as that other game to decide who gets the second or the third place points between the SUL Crown Guard and, of course, the Giant Slayers as well. So an action-packed day tomorrow.
Absolutely. You nailed that as well. That's a lot of tricky things to say
Yeah, I've rambled that off my head.
The level 5s and 6s is going to be busy with back-to-back games tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely crazy for them. But again, they definitely are front runners to win the whole event.
Yeah, I feel like it is going to really be down to them tomorrow. We kind of weighed it up. We were talking with the players, what they're feeling confident in, where the split is, and it's about a 3-3 split for who's going to win what. Some have their favourites in one, some have their favourites in the other, what they feel like they're more likely to win. But at the moment, it stands in a pretty 3-3 split. But the critical thing that we need to remember is it's not actually a 3-3 split because the level 6 team didn't get into a few of the finals.
They didn't.
They didn't get into the Rainbow Six finals. They didn't get into the FIFA finals either. So it's actually not even a 3-3 split. It's actually more likely to be about a 2-2 split in the actual 4 titles they will face each other in. And that's going to add some question marks. It's going to make it difficult. It's going to be a very uphill battle for them, but it's still all to play for tomorrow.
It is. And talking to that, coming off the back of Mario Kart, which wasn't meant to be. For anyone that has just joined us, maybe that you haven't seen the previous days or only just joined during the previous game, Mario Kart wasn't actually meant to be played. We had a couple of issues with getting accounts logged into Overwatch, so we scrapped the whole thing. Decided that we'd take a Mario Kart-themed approach instead. Best of 16.
Best of 16
Not best of 16, just 16
16 races. Whoever had the most points, they get first. Pretty standard.
Pretty standard.
Pretty simple.
Who knew Elliot was... See, the thing is, Elliot, we were talking about this. Flamebringers, level 5. Everyone was really worried seeing him go into Overwatch. You were so glad when Overwatch was offered the cards because you were like, we finally stand a chance at, getting this.
Yeah.
And then turns out Elliot, who they were worried about in the Overwatch, turned out to be even better at Mario Kart.
Yeah, it overall went very well. It was a very good addition. I think it added a different dynamic. We've had a lot of shooters today, and we've had a lot of shooters throughout the entirety of Campus Clash. Adding something so different and so drastically, abnormal from what you typically see within esports events, Mario Kart.
It was pretty fun.
It's a nice little bit of a nice reset, a nice rest to just kind of relax at the end of the day, I feel. For
anyone that didn't have the chance to go into the room itself and experience the atmosphere, it was definitely the most competitive game we've had so far. We've had all of the shooters, all of the big titles. We've had League, we've had Valorant, we've had CS:GO, all of those really high-intensity games. No, it was Mario Kart that got people the most fired up.
Yeah, I know, and I think that's ignited the fire in a lot of our players.
It has.
And ignited a fire in our hearts. Remind you of our wonderful sponsors, of course, Ducky Keyboards, Noble Chairs, and Sweet Cabin sponsoring Campus Clash Generations this year. So we want to thank them, of course, as always, for sponsoring us. But I think with that, Lena, I'm going to have to ask any final words before we go. The end of day 2, 1 day left. I'm gonna ask predictions. I'm gonna do it now, and then you can sleep on it and give me another answer in the morning. But who do you think is going to come out on top? It's looking likely it's going to be between level 5 and 6.
So I know you're level 6 and you're going to say the level 6.
Are you playing the devil's advocate?
You're unhinged when the game of level 6 is going. This man is an absolute menace when it comes to cheering.
Talking waffle. I don't know what you're on about. I am impartial.
He's very loud.
I am impartial. That is our job. We're meant to be impartial.
So I think I'm going to take devil's advocate, but also in my heart, I feel like the Flamebringers are really bringing the heat here.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely going to be an interesting bout between the two. Of course, can't forget about the other two teams as well, the Giant Slayers and, of course, the Crown Guard. Them two, they're playing for pride. I think for London, you don't really want that drastic change from winning last year to coming last this year. So it's a pride thing, trying to deny that sort of flip in how the script was written and trying to give yourself some pride. And for level 3 and 4, you guys are the newcomers up here in Stoke. We
just want to try and make our mark.
You want to make your mark early and try and show us old folks up, but unfortunately...
Tried to show you guys up and then failed at almost every hurdle, but it's okay.
That's fine. But got some titles.
We did get some titles, and we've got a couple of games tomorrow as well.
Exactly, but it's
we've
going to be...
put on a good show. That's what we've done.
Everyone's put on a good show. There's been some amazing moments today. I look back to it. We saw some amazing aces in CSGO, some absolutely intense smash this morning between the grand finalists, between the Flameringers and the Kingmakers representative. Them two tooth and nail the entirety through that matchup of Diddy Kong versus Pokemon Trainer. I've heard this is the grapevine.
The magical grapevine. We're gonna have to get a grapevine.
This grapevine has been amazing and given us information. But the level 5 player who lost in that winners finals earlier on has been out looking for someone to train against who plays Pokemon Trainer.
No.
He's actively looking to practice. So if you do play Pokemon Trainer,
tonight.
Someone wants some scrims to play against you and learn how to counter Pokemon Trainer. So clearly the level 6 representative, he's winning the mind games early on.
He is indeed. But I don't think there's much more we can say. We're gonna go for the evening. My Walker here needs a nap. Lord knows he needs a nap.
Don't know what you're on about.
I've seen him dozing off a couple of times
No,
between
never.
level 6 games.
Not those beanbags. Those beanbags are
The beanbags
lethal.
are very comfortable, and multiple people have passed out on them recently. But we are gonna go have a break. See you guys nice and early tomorrow morning for our finals to crown the overall victor of Campus Clash Generations. I, of course, have been Affinity, and joining me has been the wonderful Walker. Have a wonderful evening.